number one.
When I get high on speed. Time feel funny, cause a drug for me, my heart. Man, I can't stop my heart. I've got the cops coming after me. Cause I feel back to a 103, my heart. Man, I can't stop my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you ready, girls? Yeah, are you ready? Ooh, are you ready, girls? Ooh, are you ready now? Can't stop my heart, give it a start. Baby, I want you. Can't stop my heart, hope it never stops. Skyline naked from an aeroplane. Know a lady with a body from outer space. My heart, man, I can't stop my heart. Say I got trouble in my eyes. I'm just looking for another good time. My heart, man, I can't stop my heart. Can't stop my heart, give it a start. Can't stop my heart, hope it never stops.
Man, cats don't know what it's gonna be. Fucking with a nigga like me. D to the M to the X. Last I heard, that niggas was having sex with the same sex. This is for my dog. This is for my dog. Yo, where we at, baby? I fuck with chumps. For those that been to jail, that's the cat with the Kool-Aid on his lips and pumps. Once the song, I come through, guns strong. Only know how to be one way. That's the dog. I know how to get down, know how to bite. Bark very little, but I know how to fight. I know how to chase a cat up in a tree. Man, I hear y'all niggas the business for fucking with me. Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? Had a nigga in the cut where the wood at. All them niggas acting up where the wolves at. You better bust that if you don't pull that. Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at? Had a nigga
Ah! Hi. Hello. Hi, I'm an hour early because the state of play happened today while I was asleep. And I don't even need to watch the state of play to know that Bloodborne 2 isn't real.
I hate the
Or
air
Bloodborne
that you
Remastered
breathe.
isn't real.
I hate the fact that
Or
you're even
anything
living.
tangentially related to
me
Bloodborne
sick.
is never happening.
You should not be
And yet
alive.
people keep
You should not
fucking
breathe the
thinking
same
that there's
air I
gonna be a
breathe. You
Bloodborne
are
anything.
scum. You are below me.
But hi everyone, hi. I hear there's other cool things though. PlayStation State of Play and a bunch of games got announced. And I have been very diligent in sleeping all afternoon through the 92-degree weather here without central air or air conditioning. I got one fan in my bedroom, and it's really trying. So I know that video games happen, and I know that fighting game people are freaking out like apes, which might be good. And that's all I know, so shut the fuck up, we're gonna watch it right now. But hi everyone, hi Emotion, congrats on first. Hello Isabel, hello Aim the Same. Bean Curds, make sure you clean up the cat throw up. Hi David, hi Fudgy, hello. Hi everyone. Alright, without further ado, I'm gonna get in my fucking corner. Silence song plague made for me. The program contains mature content that may not be suitable for all audiences. Get out of here. Hi Nito. Will we get to see if they're re-releasing Worm Odyssey 3 for the PS5? I have no idea. I don't even know what Worm Odyssey is. Who up playing with their worm in a Homer-like epic odyssey? Not be suitable for all audiences. Footage featured contains a mix of gameplay and in-game cinematics, final game content subject to change. That final game content subject to change means that it's all gonna run on a PS5. Run on a PC. All footage captured on a PS5 console or PS5 developer kit unless otherwise noted. Yeah, they keep saying that Grand Theft Auto... They keep saying that new Grand Theft Auto is all captured on a PlayStation, and I don't believe that unless they're gonna fry the fucking PS5s with how much they're pushing through it. But oh boy, we have 55 minutes of slop before any other slop or video game. Oh, also, happy Killdozer Day. Remember, June 4th is Killdozer Day. It's been 21 years since that man stood up to corrupt, small-tier local government and capitalism. Hi, Small. Happy Killdozer Day to you, too. Is this a Just Dance? I do see that they time-stamped everything down at the bottom, so I'm trying to avoid the bar as much as possible, because it just says what everything is.
Love is making waves, emotion running through our veins.
No, man.
Heartbeat. Love is making waves. I'm facing my fears.
Well, this is definitely not. Wasn't something supposed to come out tomorrow? Beats the fuck out of me. Luminous? Oh, yeah, it totally is Luminous. Okay. Look, Twatch gave me a new badge. It's a little guy. Recluse. I haven't played that game. I haven't watched anyone play it. And they gave me the badge just because I did a fucking... I used the guest star feature, not the guest star feature, the fucking stream with me feature. Luminous, yeah. Tetris, basically. Tetris was like a musical aspect focus. So that game is basically for individuals who gonna take a fat bong rip and then sit there and be like, Tetris. It was Tetris Effect? What was the Tetris game that came out in the last like decade that was really trippy? Bro, can we get Miku Tetris instead of this game? Can we just get Miku Tetris 2? Like, Tetris Effect, thank you. Tetris Effect was that game that everyone would be like, yeah, every stoner plays Tetris, and they watch this game and they freak out. That Luminous is just that. It's literally just that without the Tetris branding. Don't tell me there's added things. I boiled it down to the easiest point.
I'm Tetsuya Mizuguchi.
ディレクターの石原隆です
Just like how I'll tell you every fucking shooting game is the same fucking game, but they have one different movement strat. Every fucking shooting game is the same fucking thing, but they have one different movement strat, or they're sorry, and they're hyper focused on the gun in a specific way.
共感覚の世界へと導きます
まあよくある普通のパ
Typical
ズル
puzzle
ゲー
game
ムってこと
stuff.
だよね。
Yeah.
まあテトリスエフェクト
Brony
一は
Mike
そんな
is
ことが
playing
ある人
Delta
は
Rune,
わかると思い
and
ますが
just the concept of him
ルミネス
playing that
アライ
game
アン
is
スは
already
た
funny
だ
to
の
me.
パズルゲームではありません。
What do you mean? What do you mean by that statement? Why can't people play video games? Small, are you trying to gatekeep video games because of something? Are you trying to do this again? Let the funny man play the game. I've been dodging that all fucking day. I will let you all know this is a Delta Rune free zone. I'm not shitting on people playing it. It's just I had all of fucking God, what was the first one? I'm literally blanking because I've only been awake for like an hour and a half. The other one, the first one, I had all that game fucking spoiled for me, so I'm like, oh, there's literally no point in me playing this game. There's Undertale, thank you. There's literally no point in me playing Undertale. Because old pumpkin fucker Mike is older than time itself, and him engaging with the youth culture gives me a hearty chuckle. Chat, don't tell Small that everything that's created typically is created by someone 10 years older than what the pop culture norm latches onto and exists of. So everything that's made, unless it is directly made by somebody who you can see is your age or younger, and even then they probably have somebody older helping them or influencing them or producing in some factor. Everything's made by people 10 years or older than you. Therefore, nothing in pop culture actually is of the youth of today. Bro, Toby Fox is for sure younger than Jabroni Mike. Okay. Cute! I'm a little bit older. And that means that Small, it's a 6-year difference in 2 months. And even funnier, Toby Fox is only a couple months younger than me. Like I said, everything that's made by individuals is always 10 years older than what the norm is. For people thinking that this is my time. This is my culture, my way. Yeah, nothing's made for you. Well, everything's made for you, but it's pandering to the youth. Anywho, back to funny.
夏にシングルとマルチプレイの体験版を配信予定です
Also,
ぜひ皆
shit,
さん
Jabroni
手に
Mike's
取
only
って遊んでみてく
39.
ださい
Thank you and enjoy. the
Bud,
rest
no,
of
no,
the
no,
day.
get it right. Get it right. It's Bud underscore Cha underscore VT, which stands for Vermont, underscore EN TM. Bud underscore VT simply does not want me to take joy in things nor derive humor from the world around me. You can still derive humor from the world around you. I'm just pointing out the very obvious thing and reminding you. I'm the reminder-er. Hi, Zarkodia. Welcome in. Snail? Who's slow? Being slow for getting this because it happened at 5 p.m., so about 6 hours ago, meaning that most people already know this information? What the fuck up? Bud underscore Cha underscore VT underscore EN is a slut. Not anymore. Now I'm a hermit.
It's a promise. One we're turning into reality.
It's a possibility the next Hideo Kojima could be 11-year-old making
With
games
our
on
third
Roblox as we
generation
speak.
of
That's
lunar
100%
filament
true.
And advanced generative AI,
Schlermit?
we're reshaping the line between dreams and reality. we create
Oh, it's so fucking hot.
for our
Ian
future.
is for enlarged nuts, right? Yeah, it's a two-parter word.
Delphi
Hi,
Corporation.
yes, welcome in. Hello, hello. Delphi?
Now let's see about getting passed through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
There you are. All better.
Child.
You patched me up.
I looked away for like 2 minutes and genuinely thought this was an ad for a car for a second. A little bit.
367. They are pragmatic curves.
Hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me.
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
Neutralize us?
Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way through.
Damn, PS5 might have one game.
Bypassing first and second firewalls. Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
One. Hi, Asian. Welcome in.
Hey,
It's the one game right here.
I said I am
Okay. Look, how about we call you...
Her face is
Diana?
uncanny valley for me. I have to look away.
Diana?
Kind of reminds me of Surge, even down to the mini robot helping you. They just made Satch Bellin's face. I thought that was Maria for a second. They could have taken inspiration. It looks neat.
Today is Saturday, which means curry time.
Awesome, I love curry.
Speaking of curry, apparently the current president is actually a humane. What does that mean? It's okay, I'll get it.
Curry time.
Romeo! Romeo, stay with
Grandpa, I'm gonna die.
Romeo,
Grandpa?
listen up. You're gonna die in about 15 seconds.
Seriously?
Seriously, don't worry. I made this just in case. The Dead Gear life support system. Don't move, okay?
Huh? What? What? What?
You're already half dead. From now on, you're half dead man. No, wait, that's pretty lame. Dead man. From now on, you're dead man.
I'm a dead man.
PS5 got 2 games. They got 2 games so far. So somebody played fucking oh, why is my brain not working today? Cause you slept for only like 4.5 hours and then kind of laid there in bed for a little bit. What's the game where you're in the mall and there's the zombies? Because that's what this looks like. Common Rider and No More Heroes. Definitely No More Heroes vibes, but
Romeo is
Dead
a
Rising,
dead
thank you,
man.
thank you.
Coming 2026. Maybe.
The sword fighting kind of reminds me
That
of
was
No More
Grandpa's
Heroes.
voice.
A little bit, a little
Were
bit.
you like a spirit?
I'm on your back.
What?
Oh, Grasshopper. Well, that makes sense. Suda!
グラスホッパーの役者の須田剛一です。いえいえ。
Yeah! That's how you know he's a mark for
これはどうで
wrestling.
したグラスホッ
My
パーの
long
久
shot
々の
hope
新
is there's
作
a new Horizon
ロミオ・イ
Zero
ザ・デ
game.
ッドマンです。
It's a long shot.
いよいよ発表できました。このゲームはですね、主人公のロミオが、ロミオ・スターゲーザーという名前なんですけど、かっこいいでしょ。時空犯罪 FBI 捜査官として、
An FBI investigator tracking down wanted criminals across
そん
space-time.
な、ブラッディなアクションゲームとなっています。そして今回はですね、剣だけじゃありません、銃も使えます。ストロングスタイルのアクションゲームとして、チーム一丸となって頑張
Strong
って作ってい
style
ます。
action game.
そ
That's
してな
what
ん
we
で、
like to hear.
タイトルがですね、
Who saw the trailer for Intergalactic said, "Damn, I'm making that put my
続
way."
行をお待ちください。
Damn, I want Dale
プレイステー
Cooper
ショ
to
ン
hold a
30周年過ぎちゃ
katana.
いましたけどおめでとうございます。それでは引き続きステートオブプレイをお楽しみください。
Bye, Suda. Hopefully, we see you again with another game.
サクコ、どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。今は誰かと喋りたくて。私も後から行くね。うん。じゃあね。
This is the new Silent Hill. Yeah, this is the new Silent Hill. Yeah, I heard with the description they gave it like a fantastically long, here's every trigger warning you could have. And 2 new ones. We made them just for this game. That makes me smile. Small, I think it's more COVID and the ramifications of it, because it came out around the same time as PS5, have just delayed most people's sense of time. Or distorted, not delayed, distorted. Holy shit. Man, this trailer's making me really not want to fight anything. Wow, a real Silent Hill game. But yeah, we are like, what, 5 going on 6 years into its life cycle. Consoles usually last, what, 7 to 10? I have to admit that I am in love with Suda51's unique art direction for his games. Like, genuinely never find a game that's so unique and distinct visually and artistically. Yeah, Suda's baller. Ooh. Ooh! From the ceiling to... There's gonna be so much SMF porn in this game when it comes out. I can just tell looking at that art style. Well, yeah. Watch this thing twist its body 360 and tell me it's not gonna make. Oh yeah, there. That's the whole. Ah. Alright, third game. Third game. PS5 has 3 games so far. Hilf. A haunted MILF? A Hilf?
The castle has been sighted again.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I like this one little fucking art design where the wolf is holding onto his chain in its jaw. The dead wolf on his fucking shoulder is holding onto the chain.
Again.
Alright, show me the 16th century game that looks like it could be an offshoot of Warhammer.
Sacrifices must be stopped.
Or 40k.
We will
Whoop.
track the
Huh?
ethereal castle. break its gates, and exterminate the creatures that dwell within.
Castlevania?
The Demon Lord himself will fall by our hand. This mission will test the limits of your courage. You will face horrors beyond your darkest imaginings. Beasts
Blood rain?
creatures born of pure darkness.
Compose yourself, bud. You just woke up. You just seen a hot woman with an eye patch. You don't need to do that every time, but jury exists. Like a teen fit. Yeah, you say that, but hold on. No, I kneel. She's even got the long stick that might be for the smoke. Oh, pass out. What the fuck are you talking about? Small. This might shatter your worldview, but I've had intercourse many times in the past, and not only just with one partner. I'm not gonna pass out at the image of something. I'm just gonna get really fucking jazzed up about it and go. Also, hi Muggy, welcome in. Not many times, only once. Fair. Slut. Blushes. Castlevania, but not by Konami. It's made by the guy that made Castlevania, so it's Castlevania. I haven't seen this yet. I haven't seen any of this yet. I've been asleep all afternoon. I'm worried for your weak stoner lungs in your old age. No, that's not how that works. Who deflowered our precious bud?
With me. Cross.
Tonight, we start our mission.
That's a long and complicated tale of depending on which area you're referring to first. And you're not my therapist. You're telling me my VTuber had sex? Bloodstained! Yeah, that was the thing. It was Bloodstained. Cool, so it's the better Castlevania series. The one that cares about itself and its fans.
So you've come.
Not yet. Oh, to the church.
Into the park.
Sorry, but I thought you figured it out because you said the name earlier. Oh no, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
The
Bamco!
visions of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into
Digimon!
words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years. But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent.
Hey, we're at 5 games so far?
Hell fucking yeah!
PlayStation has 5 games so
Mission is to
far.
uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form. Is that what you call us Digimon? I'll always be right here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who?
Exclusive means nothing. Can you play the game on the PlayStation? Cool, it's a game on the PlayStation. I won't take that away. It has fucking only 5 games so far.
Have launched an attack on this scale.
Yo!
We now believe most of the
Yo.
anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
The world on this end is running out of time.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world? Stop it! That egg is very important!
Egg.
The world tree has been attacked. It is just as the great one, Plutomon, said.
It can't protect anyone.
We must protect the world
What
from
the
them.
fuck's
For this
Plutomon?
purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by Digimon.
Attack!
Please, everyone, lend me your strength
Everything's riding on
to
you.
move forward.
That last one's
We must
human
fulfill our mission.
with horns. Oh, hold on. Plutomon new for the game. Or am I? Oh, survive. Oh, that one. Oh, that one. Oh, I totally forgot about that one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, 5 games so far. PlayStation has 5 games so far. Okay.
Oh, Father, abandon not your wayward children of Ivalice, but deliver us from our
Tactics?
sins, that we might know salvation.
Fuck!
If you feel wronged, blame yourself or the Father.
Why do you fight? Why walk this path of subterfuge and conflict?
The powerful must rule.
I don't know what Digimon is anymore. I stopped watching it like season 4, I think. Oh, you missed so much, Kino.
It ends now.
Neat.
Do you remember when your father showed us how to make a whistle of a blade of grass?
I don't give a fuck about Final Fantasy. Goblin loves Final Fantasy.
Hey, bitches and bros
Hi,
and non-binary
yeah,
hoes!
But I like the... Now, Transparent Bud. The only Final Fantasy games that I have played are 15. And the online one, 14. Yeah. That's it. And 14 I played like 6.5 hours of. But I watched the fuck out of other people play Tactics growing up. And Tactics is cool. You should play Tactics. It's the one where you're driving in the car in the desert. 15? The one that looks and feels like Kingdom Hearts. Hi, Zentukas, welcome in. You've only played 7? Fair.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann, here to deliver news and release dates for games coming to PS5 later this year.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles.
That also reminds me that I have to play the Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem Blazing Blaze again. I'm close to my 4-year-long I start it and then stop and then come back to it game.
Of the 1997 original to modern consoles.
Which one's the one where you kill God? All of them. Literally all of them.
Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles launches on PS5
You start
and
from
PS4
beating
September
rats
30th,
or
and will be available for pre-order later
random
today.
slimes in a field somewhere and you move up to God.
This next game is something really special. When I first played it, I laughed so hard I almost barfed. Let's check it out.
What?
But is there maybe just toilet?
Toilet?
Yeah, I just need to pee.
Chat, I have to ask you, has there ever been a point where you've ever laughed so hard that you've I've had moments where I can't breathe. I've had moments where I'm in distress and pain. That might be one of the only times that you get streamer to pass out, is if I'm laughing so much that air don't work, only out. I laughed so hard I cried. That worked too. But barfed, and then this is the game that they're referring to. See this individual's face right here? Let me get my John Madden board up again. See this guy's face? See this look of inquisitive concern? That's me in regards to the last person going, I barf laughing so hard at this game. 'Cause this, and I mean this. Oh, hold on, I gotta sneeze. And you don't get it for free. I found out Devolver Digital is publishing this game. Oh. Wait, this is... I think I know what this game is.
How badly?
Just normal. Bad.
Hey, just go behind this bush, I'll wait.
I went away.
Co-op game that's like
Yeah,
co-op.
no, you don't want me watching.
Weird movement. No shit, live
Baby
play by
steps,
play.
All you have to do is
Yeah.
carefully place one foot in front of the other, which is easier said than done. Main character Nate requires some pretty deliberate movement to make even the simplest progress. It's a captivating open-world experience filled with oddball
Third-person
characters.
co-op.
Here we go. Knock off. Oh, no. You found it even without a map. The best toilet on the mountain.
Oh, good.
Definitely check this one out when it comes to PS5 on September 8th.
Main character's cheek the fuck up in his gray sweats.
Hirogami is a unique action-adventure title from Bandai Namco Studios Singapore. In this journey to save your origami home, you'll transform into paper shapes
Frog.
with distinct abilities, including a paper airplane, a nimble frog, a hardy armadillo, and a powerful ape.
Monkey! Monkey!
Master the art of folding when Hirogami arrives on PS5 later this summer.
I like the
Why
art
don't you
style.
tee this
I
next
like
one
it.
up?
Thanks, Sean.
Though it does look like
The
it's running at
Hot Shot
24
series has
frames
been
because of it.
PlayStation from the very beginning, and its latest installment, Everybody's Golf
Hot Shots!
boasts its largest
Hot Shots is
territory
back!
forever. Compete in courses from 10 different regions around the world, each with weather effects and new nighttime variants.
Oh my god, this is so good.
And those who do will get
Pac-Man.
Bandai Namco's iconic Pac-Man as an early unlockable character. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots drives onto PS5 September 5th.
Golf was announced months ago. Well, listen. I don't pay attention to everything. My brain's tiny.
In the long-running action franchise.
My brain's tiny, and when I'm in when I'm in
From the makers
stress
of the
mode,
Blasphemous
I
series,
regress
Ragebound
everything.
stars dual protagonists from rival clans,
Ugh.
forced to combine their souls and skills against a demon uprising. And longtime fans
I should
will
hurt
freely
myself with
love
Ninja
the
Gaiden.
pounding soundtrack featuring guest composers from the original series. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound arrives July 31st
That looks really
on
neat.
PS5 and PS4.
Ooh.
From the game bakers, Cairn is a survival climbing experience where you must carefully plan your ascent up a deadly mountain. Manage balance and stamina to discover secrets.
Hey! Hey, wait for me!
Encounter other climbers.
I'm Marco. Nice to meet you.
And survive the harsh conditions of the climb.
Ninja Gaiden Ragebound is from the devs of Blasphemous. Oh, then that alone makes me want to play it. Hi, Frog.
You
Welcome
can
in.
give it a try yourself with a demo.
Frog,
that
look,
arrives
PlayStation
later
5
today.
has some video games now.
That's all from us, but there's still a lot of State of Play to come.
This next reveal comes from the game preservationist at Digital Eclipse. Nothing can prepare you for their next collection, arriving later this year.
We knew pretty early on.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's fun to play. People were excited about it.
Thank you, Janny, for sweeping it
The
up.
most rewarding part of it is just seeing people react to it.
We knew that we were onto something.
Ooh!
It was such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
For the 28th time, you can buy Mortal Kombat 2!
It became
Don't you guys
something
want
that
to
added to the
play? Oh,
mystique
please
of
have
Mortal Kombat.
Sub-Zero fucking
We're showing you
N64
a part
adventure.
of a world that is
Please
much
have
larger.
Chronicles. That'd be so funny if Chronicles was thrown in there. Yep. It's gotta be in there then. Yeah, for the 28th time you can play it. But look, you can play the you can play the original Game Boy Mortal Kombat. You can play the shittiest fucking Mortal Kombat existed. You can play the Game Boy Mortal Kombat. 2 buttons in a video game that minimally had 5 buttons because there's a block button. Is rollback netcode a good thing? Yes. Yes, rollback netcode is like the best netcode you could request any online video game to have.
There was no template to make the games. It's a bit of the Wild West.
Oh, Kintaro.
Every part of that game is an expression of who
bias?
we were and what we wanted to do.
What the fuck are you two standing beside each other for?
Victory.
I can't say shit. My fucking goddamn badges are the Kami Dogu. The Kami fucking Dogu. Who the fuck knows what a Kami Dogu is? Neat, neat. If you've never played any of the other Mortal Kombat games from past, play it. Hi, Harper, welcome in. Oh yeah, that's why I latched onto them so hard, because I'm like, other people that understand! Buy the stick. Buy the punch stick. Ooh.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert.
Once again, streamer says, burn your money as you wish. I can't tell you at the end of the day what to do with it. But for the love of God, don't give Konami money for what's just basically a graphical overhaul of a game. They did nothing with this. This is a soulless fucking reshovel to collect some money. But he's got a new hat.
That guy? No, he's close. Where did he go? We've lost sight of the enemy. Find him.
Like Kojima's... Hi, Draconic, welcome in. Like Kojima said, the franchise is dead. Move on with your life.
Revolution. All right, Commander. Baby. Take this. Here comes another one. You won't get away from me. Time for you to taste some real pain. What's the matter? I'm over here. Go back to your own world. See you in hell. I'll grind you into nothing.
Like, I can't say it's not pretty looking. Monkey. Man, they're really putting a lot of emphasis on the Ape Escape minigame. Yeah, buy Death Stranding's 2. Wrong. Multiplayer? Did they just give ridiculously overpowered camo? What was the point of that? What?
Spirit stones. Shining stones imbued with humankind's
Yes, British
never-ending
lady?
dreams.
Like devil
time
fruits?
immemorial, this power has been the impetus for human wars.
The imp who? Oh, Team Ninja. Oh, okay, hold on.
Such an ominous atmosphere, and one thick with the presence of Aratama.
What makes a shogun? Here is my answer.
An English accent. And he can turn himself into a ninja? That's why he's a shogun?
How foolish of you to have entered the depths of hell.
3.
Hell fucking yeah!
Chat, do I have any tags right now? Because my OBS shows me that I have 0 tags. And I don't remember clearing them. Do I have any tags on the stream? You only have English. What the fuck happened there? Did I get all my tags forcefully removed? Is there an update or something? Okay. Odd.
ステージもオープンフィールドとなり、探索や攻略の自由度や没入感が大幅にアップしています。本日より PlayStation 5 で体験版も配信いたしますので、ぜひプレイしてご意見をいただければと思います。2026年の発売に向け、続報にもぜひご期待ください。
Did I leave any of my tags in like a full list anywhere? No. Okay, fuck. What did we have for tags?
How old the city really is. For me, it's all I've ever known. My whole world.
Beat? No. No.
I was raised in this city's shadow. Free to take whatever I need.
Chat, why is everybody British?
To survive.
Oh, it's a fucking goddamn VR game. Is it Thief? Thief VR? Yeah, the classics. Goatsy?
This city hides many lost and legendary treasures. Locked away, waiting to be found. Waiting to be taken. But some treasures come with more trouble than others.
I know.
Dead.
What?
And who are you?
Thief.
Tidewalker, are you there yet?
Oh, Tidewalker. I was like, Tidewalker, what?
A formula for a cure, but she's keeping it safe in her tower.
Can't forget schizophrenia.
Marketland seems a bit tense today. I heard something happened with another Tidewalker. Damn it! It's gone! Someone beat us to it!
Ever since the Great Flood, Elland, my dear planet, has been dying. Plastemia has taken everything from us. But you Tidewalkers are all connected.
9. I think that's max, yeah.
You now to use that power.
This is our new recruit! Please, help me.
No one will listen. Everyone will pollute the ocean.
Tidewalkers. Will you help us?
Why would I? Nah, ocean's too scary. You guys are fucked up wanting to go in there. You just like die if the machine you're in fucks up a little bit. Waterworld, pissed machine. Hi, Jesse. We can only hope. It'll be an oil machine. It'll be a reference to the Waterworld piss machine. But they'll be like, no, we put this liquid in, and then it turns into clean water, and then someone's gonna say, and they're gonna be like, no, don't even.
We added 5 speedrun levels, followed by a Christmas special packed with festive surprises. And then earlier this year, the Vicious Void Galaxy made its appearance, adding yet more new challenging levels, all of which came at no additional cost. And today, I am pleased to announce that later this month, you will be able to enjoy 5 brand new challenge levels in Astrobot, bringing the total to a whopping 90 planets. And new special bots
And
will be
people
there
got
too,
mad
including Atsu
at
from
this
Ghost of
game.
Yotei, alongside
And
other
people got genuinely fucking mad at this game because it won Game of the Year and it's giving this much content and it's this soulful. And they wanted fucking Wukong to win. And every time I see someone play Wukong, I'm like, oh yeah, Darksiders. Hey, what's that boss? What's this hit on the boss gonna do? It's gonna do a whole fucking like in-game cinematic that's gonna last 2 to 5 minutes. So you're not playing the game at that point. You're just kind of watching shit go off. Go watch a fucking 3D animated thing. Elden Ring, bud. It's not a good game. Hey, I'm gonna hurt a lot of people. Elden Ring and all these games, they just don't grip me at all. And seeing all the problems with Night Rain, I'm kind of like, you know what? Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne maybe in the future. That's where Bud sits. This is the seed I firmly planted my ass in. What about Dark Souls 3? Greatest hits collections of the first two that I said. Sekiro's really good, actually. Sekiro's really good up until the point where you beat it the first time, and then you go, oh man, there's really no point in me playing this again. My problem with Sekiro is that there's no point in having the option of any other weapon in the game, because even with the headless ogre bonus weapons and shit you get off them, it's so far late into the game that it makes it virtually pointless to use it at that stage. A lot of the game just needs to kind of be shifted back, and you can't do that for a game that's been out this long. But that fucking the white ape boss fight, you know the one I'm referring to. I love that I got to walk into that boss fight unaware, and then just have the moment happen and go, oh shit!
fans' favorites, but these ones are a surprise. And finally, the Astrobot DualSense wireless controller will return later this year, with a slight twist, so be on the lookout for more news coming soon. From all of us at Team Asobi, thank you all for the amazing reception you gave our game, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Huh?
My old man always said to me, he told me, get a
I'm all on board and I have no idea what's going on. I'm 100% on board. Oh, this checks so many boxes.
just gotta share. Memories go, memories stay, chasing the sound of the waves. It always sways, it always strays, standing on the beach all day. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hamster! Show me boat combat. Show me the boat combat. Show me the boat in combat. Show me the boat in combat. You're showing me a lot of the boats sail away from combat. Okay. Back it up. That's good. That also checks some boxes. Multi-hit. Is this a party? Are we referring to like a party currently? Do I have like a team that I go into an encounter with? Yeah, I have a team that I'm going. So I get third person run around shit. I get on the boat sailing around fighting shit, and then I get my boss battle with a party of 4. Okay, give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name. C and remedies. Okay, okay. C remedies. Okay, okay, okay. You see that guy in whiteface? Like pompadour wig and shit? I'm not scanning back for it. I don't give a shit. Alright, whatever. No, his face was just painted white, it looked like. Well, yeah, they're all like marionettes. They're all like puppets. Hell yes! Hey, we figured out the best way to play Journey on a fucking rocket board that you can do sick tricks on. Oh, yo! You ever play SS Tricky and be like, man, shit, Sonic, I mean Journey Riders. Whale. You guys see the leak? You guys see the leak Sonic? Sorry, I can hear my fan now. Have you been able to hear it the whole time? Anywho, you guys see the leaked Sonic Racer? No? Okay, good. The leaked Sonic Racer footage where it's got SpongeBob in it. SpongeBob and Miku and Avatar: The Last Airbender, apparently. Aang's gonna be in it with a board. Lies? No, I'm dead serious. No. Asian, I don't know what you're on. It looks so hype. I can't spell today. What do you mean get your hopes up? Asian, this is the Bikini Bottom track. There's no way somebody just shit this out. It's real, my guy. There's Squidward. There's a giant plankton robot. Look, Goo Lagoon's right there. Sonic being in a car feels like Goku and Piccolo in cars, and I love it. Yeah. But the whole idea is like him and Shadow getting in cars so everyone's on equal footing. Sonic is really about to cross over with everything before Dragon Ball. Yeah. Literally Sponge Robert. We'll get there. Oh, good. He's like, yeah. Yeah, and then now around you get SpongeBob. You get SpongeBob in your race, in your Sonic race. There's Shadow. Like if Mario Kart was good. Yeah. Just don't make me pay $80 for it and I'm sold. Well, unfortunately, here's the thing about Nintendo existing as a company. Like, this is enough of this. I've showed you. I showed you the leaked footage that now I think the company's just like, yeah, people are hyped for this. This is bad. Why is it bad? It looks good. It's a race game. It's a character IP kart game. I don't expect a lot of artistic quality or gravitas behind that. I expect a kart game. And what's really fun about kart games is when they have a wider roster than just the limited one they have with said IP. Where's Dale? Where's Dale? Every game that has a the ability to drive a car should have Dale Earnhardt in it. Just like how every time Limp Bizkit is used in a video game, there needs to be a playable Fred Durst. Every time that there is a game that you can drive, your option should be, I get to drive as Dale. You could have just upscaled Sega All-Star Racing transfer, but that's the thing. To allow people to make money and work, you need to develop new products, even if that developed new product is the same product again. Otherwise, your argument stands that N64 Mario should have been the last one, because otherwise you can just keep porting that to every new system. I think it looks neat because I'm addicted to driving the car. Praise hell, praise Dale, brother. Praise Dale. Hey, Alphatraz, welcome in. Same logic. All you need to do is do a journey update where everyone gets a hoverboard. Of course, this is my shitty opinion.
Hi everyone, I'm
we leave it with
Satani.
me.
That was a new look at Sword of the Sea, a visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and Pathless.
Abzu.
We're excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog. On June 17th,
They should upscale Super Mario 64 with 16K XBR textures and burn every other Mario game. They should burn Nintendo for a little bit. Nintendo should stop making things for like 5 years.
The reality warping chaos found within the oldest house. Fun in short bursts or
So they
deep
can
dives,
stop
FBC
fucking with the
Firebreak
status
launches
quo
day
so
one
often.
in the game catalog on June 17th. The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this summer.
Such as?
The PS2 version of legendary immersive sim Deus Ex arrives June 17th.
You're shitting yourself. No, I'm
In
not.
July,
Twisted Metal
3 and Twisted Metal 4 join the service just in time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal, which arrives July 31st in select countries, including Peacock in the US.
Do I bother watching the Twisted Metal show? I've heard such heavy mixed things. Nintendo should release that one guy from slavery. No. Wait, what happened? I just finished an ad break. Deus Ex from the PS2 is going to be a streamable game, so people are just like, woo! I.e. small.
Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4 join the service just in time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal,
Yeah, and then
which arrives
Sonic.
July 31st in select countries, including Peacock in the US. Additionally, 2 of Capcom's
Sorry, I
most
thought I
beloved
still
games
had
from the
ads
original
off from
PlayStation
yesterday.
are set to join the Classics lineup. Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will arrive later this summer in the
Remember, chat, only play original Resident Evil 3. Don't play that new one that came out, because that new one that came out was a rush development, and they never tested any of the difficulties past the base difficulty. Meaning that if you play it on the hardest difficulty and get to the end boss, it is not in any way scaled for you to actually have an experience. You will only have a time. And do you really want to have a time wasted? Nintendo should give Miyamoto the Old Yeller. Yeah.
Classics catalog. Additionally, Myst and Riven will arrive later this month
Oh,
as
neat,
part of
Riven.
the Days of Play celebration, running now through June 11th. Days of Play is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more. Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full
spend
details.
money on the PlayStation Store. We desperately need it.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years old.
Started a grand tour of every major boarding school in...
Fuck off, James Bond! James Bond has a more fucking dramatic goddamn backstory than Batman. This is what you're trying to say? This is what you're trying to tell me. Oh yeah, Batman watched his parents fucking get shot and murdered in an alley while they were being robbed? James Bond, he was climbing a mountain and his parents, for some reason, were behind him. And they cut their rope and both died, saying, go on without us. So he had to finish climbing the mountain. Shut the fuck up.
In Britain.
Always at the top of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early
British
retirement.
things.
Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No, and I suspect he feels the same way. But what he did in Iceland...
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me...
James Bond is a badass. He doesn't listen to authority, and that's exactly why they keep him around. Man, this is getting stupid. James Bond Jr. Can we just get that Columbo Sun series? Can we just get that? He showed up in Lupin that one time, but I'm not even shitting you. Can we just get a young, like, not young Columbo, but son of Columbo? Fuck, what was his name? What was his name? I gotta rewatch a bunch of Lupin. I keep reminding myself that I need to do these things, but I just never fucking do it. I just stare blankly and play the Bazaar on my off time. Gamers. Palumbo. No, he literally is. Was it Palumbo? Palumbo, son of Columbo. No, it's Polanco. Like, I'm not even kidding you guys. There he is. He showed up, part 2, episode 72. Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan. He also cameoed in that one. But yeah, there's. What? No, I wasn't. Polanco. No, it's Polanco. Not Palumbo. Polanco. Right here. You were close. You were close. Lupin's so good. Oh man, Lupin's so good. Jigen's my favorite misogynist. He's not even that good with a gun. He just turned into the guy who was good with a gun. And even then, he's not really good with a gun. He can just shoot. But yeah, he shows up literally in a episode. Because they made the joke, it's Columbo's kid, but he's got a skateboard. He's good. It's a good bit. Oh.
One good reason.
But yeah, no, fuck this. I like the Lupin episode of Samurai Jack. Another show I need to rewatch. So, like, Amazon's gonna burn a bunch of money making James Bond, like, edgy. And then a bunch of people are gonna yell woke. And then no one's gonna like it. Can we just get Polanco, son of Columbo? Can we just get that? Can we just get some fucking dude who shows up? He could be like 27. And he could show up on a skateboard. Do like one fucking ollie that's barely anything. Get up and then just say the Columbo bit. Hit his vape. And then get back on his board and skate away. And then you hear him grind, do the sick twist around. And he goes, oh, one more thing. And then drop his dad's whole bit. And then bust like a sick grind down a flight of stairs. Either way, there. Easier fucking project than stop manifesting this. I want it! I want more Columbo. But we can't get more Columbo. And I want what I just said way more than whatever this James Bond thing is going to be. Because no one will allow James Bond to be the cool spy that just fucks anything that walks by that he goes, oh, well, I might die literally any second from now. Might as well get laid. No, he's going to be some edgy, like, my life is so tough, and I gotta do all this shit with a stick up his ass. And not even enjoying the stick.
Greenway. It's really quite simple. Bond is a bullet without a target. Let's give him one.
What the fuck he got a scar on his face for?
Do you have an appointment?
The name's Bond.
James Bond. He's with me.
And you are? Don't think we've had the pleasure.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves, James.
You?
So you shouldn't have.
So he's Nathan Drake?
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the end game is, we won't see it coming.
Jet lag gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
To hell with that, Mom.
Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting.
Let's see, on Her Majesty's Secret Service theme. Yeah.
I suppose this is another teachable moment.
Sign up IOI account to unlock on-duty outfit skin and Gilded Wrath weapon skin, which is a gold handgun. We can't justifiably give you guys like a battle pass. Oh no, there'll be a battle pass. What am I talking about? This would be an online, constantly battle pass game for skins. They want to sell your info. Don't do it. Obviously, they want to just scan your info in and scam you out of the data. This summer gameplay reveal.
Hello, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Iron Interactive. The team is thrilled to announce 007 First Flight.
I want to play as Christopher Lee and have 3 nipples.
As a young air crewman
That's
in the Royal
play
Navy.
as Dracula?
Before the tuxedo and the martinis, as he first steps into the world of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at Iron Interactive has poured their passion and dedication into crafting
Year one
experience that
Bond
honors
video
the legacy
game?
of Bond, harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of our journey with 007, and we can't wait to share more with you soon.
Translation, please make this game go gangbusters. They want us to make like 7 of them. Yeah, I'm looking forward, AIM, to hanging it. Want to play as Richard Kill and be incredibly tall and have like 4 times the health bar as every other character.
You're still with me?
That is not correct, AIM. This is not what you think it is. This is people's like guesses. Literally on the side, gimmies, probably, maybe, backed up by SpongeBob Leaker. Context chat, Richard Kill played Jaws in James Bond. Yeah. Played the biggest guy possible. Arc system!
君のことは親友だと思っているが、やるしかないようだな。
This is the thing I've been actively dodging since I woke up. I got spoiled by Doom. Whoa, he looks like a Gundam. Whoa, this Captain America, hold on, this Captain America outfit looks tight. Yo, this Cap outfit looks tight as fuck. Okay. Punchy. Miss Marvel. He's got the web shooters. And he's got like... Okay, so it looks like Ultimate Spider-Man costume. He's got the wrists, he's got the feet. He's got all his little knuckles covered. He's doing the good flips. Okay, so like a okay, so like a 3v3. Okay. I even like the Star-Lord design because they're not showing his fucking face. Ghost Rider. Is that? Oh god, I can't remember his name. Is that the one that drives the car? Is that the one that drives the car? Shut the fuck up! I haven't seen this yet. Doom. Okay, so 4v4. I gotta pause. I gotta fucking freak out about this. Yeah, hold on. Let's roll back to that. Hi, Sotokoma. Welcome in. Whoa. Let's go back to that storm design. Actually, let's just cherish this Doom for a second. This is the last time in the next probably like 3 to 4 years that we'll have a good Doom representation once Robert Downey Jr. plays him and everyone goes, oh my god, I love Dr. Doom, and I go, no, you love Robert Downey Jr. Shut the fuck up, read a comic book. You know that's gay, why would I read a comic book? I can just watch the Marvel movies. Small, the second that I got up and I opened my Twitter, I seen Max freaking out and I just closed it. You're fine, Jiu-Jitsu. It's fine. I shouldn't be reacting the way I am. I'm just like, man, I need to get a better fucking sleep schedule. But also, the shit played at 5 in the afternoon for me. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Friday I have to go live at like 4, because Uncle Jeff's doing his fucking Game Awards at 5. That's the yes, that's the Robbie Ghost Rider. No, Small, it's actually the Robbie Ghost Rider because he mentions East LA. I'm gonna give you the East LA special. No, I understand, dude. I don't like getting spoiled either. I hate it. Nah, yeah, you're good. I know, it's wild. And Daredevil reference. If they start including Guilty Gear characters, Capcom is done. Capcom already is done. Yeah, honestly, Doom is one hell of yeah. Doom is one of my favorite characters too. All you need is Doom. Remember that Varia has such a strict policy of information and media coming into the country that it's all rewritten to be Doom appropriate. So the Beatles hit All You Need Is Love is rewritten to All You Need Is Doom. Do. And seeing that in a fucking comic book is the funniest shit because it's just a blank hallway and it's just playing it over the speaker. Doom is all you need. Doom is all you need. Oh, that goes so fucking hard. Buckle's gym is where Daredevil's dad fought. Oh shit! That's a really well, yeah, because it's Hell's Kitchen level, because it's New York level. Ah, fuck yeah! Let's appreciate this queen for a second in some of her best. I hope she gets the Mohawk alt outfit. Harry's left shoe, welcome in. Welcome back, Marvel Fighting Games. Yeah, no shit. 4v4 is wild. Small, look at. This shit looks so fucking hype. Oh. Red line ass angle indeed. He do be driving the car. New emote. No. I still gotta find. I still gotta find people to do the 2 emotes that you guys all voted on for last subathon, and then fit them into the fucking block that we already have. Ghost Rider. Yeah, he's the Robbie variant. He's not Johnny Blaze. He's like 3rd, 4th to take up the mantle. They got Miss Marvel in here to get the My Hero crowd to play this game. They got Miss Marvel in here and they made her look cute. Damn. Damn, they made it Japanese as fuck too. Fighting Souls. Deadpool? Come on, show up. Oh. Wonder if Storm's going to be god tier like every fighting game she's been in. We can only pray that that happens and that she gets the Mohawk outfit.
まあ予定合わせて行ったんですけど、まあちょっと飲んでる中で実はアクの方でマーベルの格闘ゲームを作ってみないかと。
Oh, we're just rewinding to how this happened.
いや本当に聞いた時はびっくりしましたね。
Disney money? Of course I'll take Disney money.
本当に有名な IP ですし、光栄だなと思いつつも、まず本当にうちの会社で大丈夫かなという不安もあり。
No, you guys got this. No, you guys got this.
The inspiration for working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting genre. And that got us really excited because we had worked with them before on successful stuff like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise.
Marvel had all the characters back for their development.
When it came to approaching Marvel, you have to kind of first float the idea.
Hi, Koi, welcome in.
Let them know, hey, you know, we're
fighting games are back. We are 100% winning. We get a Marvel game 4v4 tag.
Would you be interested?
when they
Okay,
name the
but what if
developer,
now Arc System
that really
versus
perked up our
Marvel
ears.
versus
It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge
No,
of tackling
Capcom
Marvel,
lost
putting their own spin on it,
all
and this is just
chance at this
uppercutting
point
that
of making
challenge into the
anything good.
stratosphere. And that's what you get with this team. I mean,
Yeah.
they couldn't make something boring if
We
they
get a
tried.
4v4 Marvel game.
本当に作れるんだったらぜひやり
I will defend the point that they were so heavily handicapped. Because the Disney aspect of you gotta make it the MCU, and then Infinite developers going, so we can't add the mutants? We can't put Wolverine in this game? And they're like, no. Arc vs. Capcom, good luck. Good luck. What happened when we got Street Fighter vs. Tekken? Or no. Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat vs. DC. I feel it's going to be a Mortal Kombat vs. DC. Man, say what you want, but they sure are going a good job of making games with the IP these days. It's Arc Systems. Arc Systems is doing good shit. Capcom has been only developing shit. It's a sad state of affairs. No, Jujutsu. We were referring to Infinite. During Marvel Infinite's development, it was locked in the fact that it had to resemble the MCU. That's why the last Capcom game that they got to touch was such dog shit, because they were put under the umbrella of you have to keep it in line with what we're shilling out on the movies, which fucked it hard. Wait, they'd have Arc System for a Marvel fighting game? Yeah. It looks 4903. It looks fucking Kino. It's a 4v4 fighter. Hi, Nikki. Welcome in. How Kino? This Kino. This looks hype as shit. No one gives a shit about the MCU anymore, and also, he was dead in the Fox universe because they didn't own any of that. Yeah, there literally is no X-Men in the MCU yet. They're gonna introduce him with Doomsday, but still, there is no mutants in the MCU. Man, this looks hype as shit. I'm so fucking tired. Final roster is gonna be wild for this game. Yeah. Hi, Kyle. Other than really fringe Loki shit, kind of. Not even. So here's the thing. I had to deal with somebody IRL that they sucked off this movie so fucking hard. Oh, we're watching the state of play that happened today. I don't give a shit about the Daredevil versus Wolverine movie, or the Daredevil and Wolverine movie, because it was just, the whole movie was just, hey, do you know everything outside of the actual universe we're talking about? All the real world shit that happened? All the actual meta bullshit garbage that's just kind of like trivia stuff? Yeah, Deadpool and the Wolverine movie. The one that just came out. We're just gonna make a fucking movie referencing everything outside of the actual movie itself. If you were somebody who sat down and didn't know anything of the Fox shit outside of just watching the movies, you would have no fucking clue what's going on. No, the movie is bad. The movie's bad because it's heavily relying on a bunch of meta narrative that the common individual does not know. Deadpool as a character is over fucking utilized, and the level of just, haha, reader, we're on the same side. It's Reddit fucking bullshit. It's Reddit bullshit garbage, and I hate it. I watched it and I went, some of these jokes hit, but I can't rewatch this movie. There's nothing for me to rewatch this movie. They'll come back and go, oh, well, you know, like the dead zone that we use, that's going to be relevant later on. But past that, it was just Ryan Reynolds going, but I'm Deadpool, and I finally got to do a movie with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. That's it. That's it. And, like, you're never gonna get Deadpool actually in the MCU? They're never gonna put him in that? It was just a thing so he could be like, cool, I got my third movie out of my contract. Brrr. You might see him show up in the background of something, but you're never gonna get Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool in anything. And that movie, justifiably, who the fuck, outside of the people who watched the Loki movie, who the fuck would understand what the TSA or whatever the fuck the time travel squad was? They explain nothing. They expect you to know everything, and that's what's so bad about all these movies. That's what's so horrendously bad, is that they don't have any way of just simply explaining a story. You need to know 78 fucking things. But streamer, isn't that all comic books? Yes, but comic books are chapter by chapter narratives. And a movie should be, at some level, a condensed story that might have threads that lead on to other things, but ultimately should be a condensed story that I can digest. This is a movie that we're gonna deal with because the guy was being a predator, probably very little. The shit was wild before rewrites. Even still, I just don't like the Ryan Reynolds Deadpool character because he's played his fucking part. It's nice for like 1 or 2 movies, but that character can be so fucking overused so quickly. And at no level do I want to hear Ryan Reynolds say the same 4 fucking jokes and then look to the camera and almost like Jimmy Fallon smile. I like when a movie has a nice little satisfying standalone arc. Yeah! Yeah! And not 3 big CGI sets. And then like, hey, this is gonna happen in 7 movies. Prepare yourself. Again, every time this comes up, I say the same fucking thing. I wish the MCU would have died for 5 years, came back completely fresh. Now we have Robert Downey Jr. bastardizing one of my favorite comic book characters because Disney rolled up with a dump truck and said, please play him, please play, we don't even know who this Doom guy is, but they like him. Please play him. People are gonna show up to the theater and go, oh my god, my favorite actor ever, Robert Downey Jr. is back in Marvel movies. Marvel movies are saved. Okay, so do you know anything about Doom? I have no idea what any of these characters are. I just like Robert Downey Jr. Hi, Goosh, welcome in. Insane to me, they didn't just change Kang's actor. Like, bro, whole deal is gonna have infinite variants. They could have spent all of 2 seconds explaining it. Yeah, that's the thing. Kang as a villain was the dumbest thing they could have done, because in 2 movies, Kang is... in the 1 series that introduced Kang, Loki, and the 1 movie that he showed up in, the Ant-Man and the Wasp one, he fucking got kicked straight out of any level of danger. You know what worked with Thanos? Is that we seen that guy for a totality before he actually showed up in a movie for like 3 minutes. It was good because he was that ominous force that would show up at the end of 1 or 2 major things. Go, all right, well, looks like I gotta start doing stuff. You wouldn't see enough of him. The fact that Kang showed up, did elongated monologues, really fluffing his own ego, and then getting beat by Ant-Man. He's not an intimidating villain. There was nothing intimidating about him. They should have never used him to begin with. Or introduced him as a standalone villain, just as a standalone villain. Stark being Doom in AU isn't new. No, Sodakoma. Take away the characters. I don't mind that they're utilizing... No, it's not even that. It's not even that. It is literally Robert Downey Jr. playing Victor Von Doom. I'm pretty sure they already confirmed he's not a Stark variant. It is Robert Downey Jr. playing Victor Von Doom. They only want people showing up in the theaters. And the best way to do that is people are stupid and they only want Robert Downey Jr. They don't fucking care about these characters. That's why I hate big name actors playing any comic book characters. Because you're not seeing the character. You're going for the actor. That's what most people do. They could say that for a press, but maybe the movie, it might be Stark. I'm just hoping it is. But then why the fuck is he Victor Von Doom? That's what everyone's, like, two ideas. You have two hands, two ideas. They paid Robert Downey Jr. a bunch of money because people, the wide audience, are stupid. And they'll go see him. They didn't want to take away Tony Stark's whole arc because he said, I'll never show back up if I play Tony Stark again. So they handed him the character of Victor Von Doom. Everyone's missing the whole point of they could have reintroduced him as Stark as a superior Iron Man. They could have literally had him show up as a variant, superior Iron Man, and be evil Iron Man. But they're not going that route. They're making him Victor Von Doom. They're giving him a brand new character, so he as the actor is appeased because he won't tarnish the role that he had previously by turning him heel. He won't even do what John Cena did. John Cena did a bunch of John Cena's done way more Make-A-Wish kid shit, and then he turned heel and told some kid in the stands, go fuck himself. Robert Downey Jr. is a coward, and he took a shit ton of money to play a different character, bastardizing one of the best comic book characters, because he didn't want to play superior Iron Man. He didn't want to play evil Iron Man. So now, we get a Doom that's going to show up for 2 to 3 fucking movies. Emma, hi. Hi, Emma. Hi, Emma. Welcome in. Thank you, 26 months, Jesus Christ. Never say goodbye. Hi, Alex Shorts. Welcome in. But that's not the point of him pulling off the role, is it's going to be Robert Downey Jr. in front of the camera the whole time. It's not going to be Victor Von Doom. It's going to be Robert Downey Jr. His face right in front of the camera. They're going to make some shitty fucking nano mask. They're going to make some shitty CGI mask. It's not going to be a real mask. It's not going to be Victor Von Doom. It's going to be Robert Downey Jr. in some shitty accent that he'll drop halfway through. This is why I'm mad. They are only casting an actor to get people in the seats because they're stupid and they go, oh, I like that guy. He was in Iron Man. Nostalgia casting for nostalgia profits. It's bullshit. I hate it. Just stop making the movies if you can't make original ideas anymore. Stop. The fact that Robert Downey Jr. is the only pillar that holds up the MCU shows you that maybe the MCU shouldn't be around anymore. If one guy not being there causes all the movies not to make money. Wild, hi McShort. Wild of me to say this out loud. But maybe you should stop making the movies if it fundamentally falls on the back of one man. Enough with the rant, back to the video. Okay, fair enough. You know what, fair enough. Oh, yeah, no. Didn't you see the picture of him on set with the dots on his face? 100% means CGI mask. I'm curious, though, what convinced you to come back to Powerpuffs and Fosters? Because no one is really buying originals these days. They only want pre-existing IPs. So having created a couple of those, I opened up to revisiting them. I take it you did this, try to pitch an original? I pitched 16 originals to Netflix. So, counterpoint to that whole argument, Disney is the biggest fucking money-making machine out there right now. they're kind of the ones perpetuating a lot of nostalgia. It's just like how Nintendo kind of sets the base price of all video games, since video games started post the quote-unquote death of video games back in, what, the 70s, 80s? Fudgy is about to make fucking lose it. Nah, he's fine. Stop streaming. No. Yay, now 49.
受けてしまった以上、これは私がプロデューサーなのかなっていうところで。
The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a sacred genre for Marvel. The tough part is finding a partner that's crazy enough to take on the task, because you either do something like this big and bold, or you don't do it at all.
I feel like I have a good grasp on their art style and how they would approach certain IPs. You come in with your kind of own expectations of, here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on a Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
Oh god, I need one of those chairs that has the mesh back. I am dying.
あんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、まあ何がまずいのかなって。
Marvel, it's unalive at this point due to marketing saturation. Yeah, not wrong about that. Like live action Marvel, right? Like Disney owned Marvel.
いただいたことがあって。
This shit looks hype as fuck.
The first time I saw Iron Man was really when I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマンのデザインを皆さんご覧いただけ。
Let me put it this way. Marvel used to put out a swimsuit issue where they just would draw like the characters in pinup style, and everyone liked it. Until about what, 20 decades ago? 2 decades ago? Something like that? And then Rivals came out, and then Marvel realized, oh, fans want fan service? And then I think this summer they're printing another, for the first time in 2 or 3 decades, I forget exactly, they're printing out another swimsuit catalog. Marvel's finally realizing that, yes, audience kind of want shit that looks hype. It's got to hit some primal fucking nerve in our brain that we go, oh. The only good Fantastic Four movie is the Roger Corman one. You've said this too many times.
ければわかると思うんですけども、かなりこう日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすごく良くて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Old media had massive views because there was only a couple of channels, big studios
mixed with the
internet changed. Well, yeah.
And the fact that they added anime.
The thing is, you have to either keep up or die of
stagnation. One of the mantras that we have for this project is from Japan to the world, and really trying to take
John, it looks cool as shit.
Mechanics and say, what can we really take from Japan, the creators?
Just like how they picked fucking Robbie to be the Ghost Rider of this, and they made Miss Marvel look cute. And they gave Cap such a fucking banger of a jacket.
When Ark looks at these Marvel characters, it's not simply just the visuals, it's also the gameplay mechanics and adding in that.
Why is there a dinosaur there?
What is going to be something that's different?
Oh my god, are we going to Dinosaur Island?
You've seen TIE fighters that have 2v2, 3v3. We felt like we just had to go 4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で、
Oh my god, if we get double dino, I'd be so happy. We could also just get a Savage Land stage. I'd be fine with a Savage Land stage. I like that Cap in this game has the same build as Punisher in Rivals. Yeah, and he looks like Terry Bogard.
To swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
Got Terry Bogard-esque jacket.
This day would be here, would come. You know, this has just been an awesome journey, and I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production, and it's just a dream to even be working with these two great partners.
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、それぞれの強い思いの中でこのタイトルを成功させよう。
Sorry, I bought a gigantic pack of mints today.
The three companies have come together to do this, and I think we really are going to make something magical here.
Each one's the size of like
まだま
a
だ開
quarter.
発途中ではありますが、
But like
続々と
double
キャラ
thick.
クターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。
The Inhumans would be
楽しみ
neat,
にお待ちいただけ
but
れ
I
ばな
feel
と
like they
思いま
just
す。
put in Black
Stay
Bolt.
tuned.
That it?
You're still with me?
Yeah.
Hmm.
お待ちいただければなと思います。
Blade teaser where? Black Bolt is honestly the worst character for a fighting game. He's so focally one thing and one thing only.
You're still with
yeah,
me?
keeping quiet. Mamu.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
Oh right, I have to wish list Sea Remnants. Sea of Remnants. Alright, this one was the pirate ship game that has the third person run around on the island and the boat combat and the 4-party boss fight. And remember, please chat, don't buy the fucking... Buy Death Strandings 2. Damn it, I'm trying to get rid of these points. No, you just keep collecting them. Did you guys let it go out for a minute? Yeah, they did, okay. So, by and large, PlayStation has at least 5 games. That's pretty neat. Holy fuck, Capcom's never touching the Marvel franchise ever again, and I, for one, am kind of happy. We might get a competent game now. Or, we get 2 different ones. And at that point, we clap. We clap, we kick our feeties, and we go, cool, we have variation, because options are never a bad thing. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, once again, buy Death Strandings 2. Pecora's in the game. Kajumbo got his Oshi in the game. He won. He fucking won. He got his Oshi in a video game. He won. Don't buy the fucking polished version of a game that came out decades ago. Don't get Snake Eater. You've already played Snake Eater. Or if you're gonna, play the original Snake Eater. Don't get one that has camo that actually turns you into rocks. What the fuck is that about? Hi Tenchi, welcome in. Yeah, just play Snake Eater. Pretty hype, especially at the end. I mean, for some reason, I own the Death Stranding Collector's Edition. Play it, it's good. Sneeper? Sneed? I don't care. I don't care for VR games. I have no interest in them. I don't have a VR headset. The only time I played VR was Resident Evil. Well, the Resident Evil that came out just as the PS5 came out, like that's the only VR I put on my head, and I went, "Oh, this is okay." I think 7. Yeah, because 8's Village. Yeah, I played like how long was I? 10 to 12 minutes of it, and went, "Oh, okay, that makes me nauseous." And yeah, he went on like a Marvel rant for 45 minutes. It wasn't that long. Okay, it was a bit. Regardless, I got my words out. It's there on the VOD. Speaking of VOD, if you don't care to rewind and you want to watch it later, there's a YouTube for that. You really hated Guilty Gear X Marvel, huh? No. Quite the opposite. I love the idea that Arc System is now handling the Marvel games and that we're going to get a competent fighting game out of it. I wish that the MCU would fucking die and that they're stop tarnishing all these comic book characters that I like. Like the fact that they're going to have Robert Downey Jr. show up and say that he's Doom, but act nothing like Doom, not be Doom in any way, and then be gone in the next 2 to 3 movies, therefore making the idea of introducing Doom pointless, because there's no way in fuck they're going to afford him for anything outside of 2 to 3 appearances, which is the biggest piss off. Another huge reason why I want them to stop using big name actors and just use actors that are good for the role. So we can stop paying these actors $50 million or $100 million to show up and put 4 dots on their face and have a CGI helmet on them. Everything about that's so fucking stupid. Most of Marvel IPs have been running for far too long. I mean, Batman's like 100 years old. What do you want? You can still use Batman in the modern day, more so than ever. It's the level of writing behind it. When I found out they planned out the live-action series, then hired directors to fill in the scenes between them, I knew these movies needed to die. Yeah, there's 3 big action scenes to every Marvel movie. They spend months doing the CGI around that, and then they go, okay, so this is what we're doing, and this is what you have to film around. Isn't that kind of stupid? Isn't that kind of ass backwards? Isn't that kind of soulless and lacking of any care or direction past paint by numbers? Is that why all these movies suck and they're just the same formulaic shit? But talk more about Rabbit in video game. It's me excitedly slapping my thighs because I don't want to clap my hands together. Bunny in video games going to bring back. I just fear small. I heavily fear that they're going to have somebody try to voice her in the English dub. I really hope that Kojima puts his foot down and goes, no, it's Pakora's voice. You'll fucking put subtitles below her. Everyone will understand her. And the stupid Gaijin fucking video game player will just have to read. Get her to dub herself in English, easy as. I mean, yeah. But it'd be funnier if all she did was spoke Japanese. But it'd be funnier if all she did was speak Japanese and then everyone in universe just innately understood her. But you, the stupid audience, have to read the subtitles because you don't understand his beautiful Oshi's native tongue. That's your fault. And you should correct yourself. But yes, if she dubs herself, that would be just as fine, but not as funny. And I think it would be much more funny. Tekken logic, Superb logic, exactly. Everyone just intrinsically understands. But I do like the idea of utilizing VTubers in the universe of Death Strandings, because that is really a bridge to connect people. VTubing really is a bridge to connect people. kind of wild it wasn't in the first one, but also it makes a lot more sense because it was limited scope. You have to build everything back up to get to that point of being able to provide VTubers. Which means that canonically, Conan O'Brien and Pecora are in the same universe. Because Conan O'Brien was in the first one. We just need Rocco also in this game, so we can get all three, and it could be a really weird blunt rotation. Also, it was made in like 2017-ish. Yeah, but Kizuna AI. Yeah, barely a thing, but still a thing. Also, Max Headroom's been around since the 80s. He's the first one. Alright, ads are going to start in a little bit. I'm going to finally take a break after like 2 hours. I have more slot to watch if you guys want to watch it, or I can play a video game. The horrors of choice. Also, VTubing wasn't much of a thing when it was released in 2019. It was still a thing in Japan because I've known about VTubing since 2018, so I don't know what you guys are going on about. You just have lack of critical knowledge. But I'm also the weirdo that just kind of scours the internet for like weird shit. So yeah, that's more on me. That's more on my fault. I mean, yeah, but the only thing that really referenced Max Headroom in popular media was Ready Player One. So, well, I don't care about popular media. Popular media is for the brain dead idiots who want Robert Downey Jr. to play every character in the Marvel. Oh God, I'm just looping back. Oh God, I'm just looping back. Anywho. I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy pointless memes or whatever else is on your main screen. Okay.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
Wasn't the unholy ravioli was dead? Did he just turn the paper into a raw piece of spaghetti? Was it wrong? Why did you come here? Just to criticize my cooking and sabotage my restaurant? I will not allow it. For 15 years I've run this restaurant. Not a single customer can resist. Tomato sauce special!
Oh gee, this is actually really good. I can't want it.
What? No way. My sauce! My sauce! My sauce! My sauce! My sauce! My linguine, 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 my linguine.
Never put the linguine in my fucking toast bread again. Wait.
I will pay you to kill yourself.
Hey, it's me, Sonic the... Whoa! Check out this vast open world! What an immersive experience!
Come on, baby, come on, get on.
Jeepers! Truly the bare minimum!
Yo, Sonic, brother. Man needs money for rent.
Sure thing! I love helping the homeless!
What?
Shadow, what are you doing?
Sorry, Sonic. There's no scenario where this man lives.
No, listen! I've got chili dogs! It's buried out here! 80 million chili dogs! All you can eat! And all you need to do is to let him go!
How about it, Hank? Should I let you go? My name is Asac Schrader, and you could go fuck yourself.
Hank! You gotta tell him that we can work something out! Please!
You want me to beg? Sonic, you're the fastest guy I know, but you're too slow to see. He's made up his mind 10 minutes ago. Do what you gotta do.
Begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! This is the end.
Wait, you're the guys who gonna fight me? I'll have you know, I'm the strongest character in fiction. No one can ever defeat me with my Go Gadget Murder Goku!
Full Metal Malcolm.
Yeah. Hi, I'm back. Rabbit's still on screen. Good, good, good. Alright, give me 2 seconds. There's 2 downloads that are, yeah, 2 downloads in my way. Hi. Okay, close that. Alright. Ah. The delicious joys of cola. That other one not download? It better. Yeah, no, I'm good. Okay, neat. Hi, Sunny. Hi, Sunny. Why won't it even play for you? That's fucked up. It's denying you the right to even get noticed. God, this website really, truly is dying. And I hate it. But hi, thank you for 17 months. I'm gonna hit you with a frying pan and abuse you. Like the bitch wife you are. But hi, hope you're doing good. There's a bunch of shit in the back. Why is this all open? Alright, that's all good. Alright, I'll play a little bit of a video game. I know, I'm sorry. Everyone's gonna leave now because I'm actually turning something on. Here would be good. Can't get the controller. Logic dictates I should just put it in the other one. If I was a smart boy. Oh, no. There we go. Bonus content. I didn't even notice the bonus content in the first one. Lost levels. Oh, right. The lost levels are literally like stuff that they didn't even finish. To the point where you can clip out through most of them. And then kind of fall into a sea of an abyss of code. I'm in the credits. You are in the credits. You paid money to make sure this happened. You sick little freak. Alright, time for number 2. Alright, where we last left off. The Wizard of Time was like, yo, you gotta do some shit. Right after this.
Progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner. Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
No, it was kind of cool. One of them was like a fish. He kind of needed to die.
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine eons ago. We each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
I found the tomb of Sarafan King. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
It was funny to me.
One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer.
Even funnier that his enemy then gained wings, something that he didn't.
All notions of good and evil.
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nazgul from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are open, Cain. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic? Oh, don't be simple. Their agenda was the same as ours.
Oh, I love stupid big set piece and time portals.
You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds. Completely.
Paradoxically, yes and no.
Redeemer and Destroyer.
What's up?
Pawn and Messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny.
Frog, am I insane to think that the other guy in the hood could easily be played the way he first strolled up by Kevin McDonald? Like a younger variant, but yeah.
Where am I?
Where am I?
In your case, when might be more apt.
Very well, you old snake.
Give me my fucking sword back.
If you prefer I use my bare hands.
This is completely unexpected. This orb disables our vampire enemies, leaving them helpless and incapacitated. Strangely, it seems to have the same effect on that peculiar weapon of yours. But you must believe me. I mean you no harm.
You can drop the benevolent facade, Mobius. I know who and what you are. I should kill you where you stand.
Perhaps you should, my boy. But you don't.
Are you so certain of that, Mobius?
I'm literally seeing the future
My
right
role
now.
as Time Guardian affords me a certain level of omniscience, Raziel. No, you don't kill me. That honor belongs to your maker, Cain, some 30 years from now.
Ah, you two are a pair. You're just as fatalistic as he is.
Imagine
Death
just knowing,
comes
like,
for
in
us
30
all.
years from now,
Raziel.
this motherfucker's gonna walk up
It's
and just
just a
shank
matter
me
of
in the
time.
stomach.
How
But
is
I've
it
got
that
shit
you
to do
know
right
my
now.
name? We have never met.
On the contrary, Raziel, I know you very well. And it grieves me to see how cruelly Cain has used you. I knew you when you were one of the Sarafan Brotherhood, Raziel. We were even
Recently
close.
played this, and as a kid I thought this game was pretty good,
Fortunately,
but after replaying it I don't like
you
it as
need
much.
not love me now to be my ally.
I'm here as always for
Are
the
we within
story.
the stronghold of the Sarafan priesthood?
Yes, but the glorious days of the Sarafan have
I
long
just
since
like the
passed,
vampires and the
I'm
aesthetic.
afraid. This is a more
Happy
cynical
Pride.
and indecorous age. My mercenary army now inhabits
Also,
this
again, I'm
stronghold.
I'll forever
We
make the
strive
joke
to
of
honor the
Razriel's
memory
body
of
is
the
just
Sarafan with our own
the
humble
fit
crusade.
of the form that all
Is
twins
this the
want.
vampire Vorador?
Look at them cheeks and lack
Scourge
of stomach.
the circle, the most depraved and decadent example of his whole degenerate race. He slaughtered 6 of my fellow guardians as they cowered defenseless in this room.
And you somehow survived this massacre?
Yeah.
I and 2 others. The circle was devastated. Only we 3 were spared.
How convenient.
You
You'll
all
forgive
should've
me if I
died.
don't naively devour every scrap of information you toss me. You have a reputation for deceit.
And who has slandered me so? Your malefactor, Cain? The one who betrayed and destroyed you? Our common enemy? Consider the source before you judge me too harshly. We'll forget about rekindling our old friendship then, but consider an alliance based on our common ground. We both want Cain dead.
Yeah, I love the story and the lore and the
want to
world.
meddle
I
in
just
this,
think it's
old
well
man.
written and good as hell.
I
The
know all about
narration
your
of the
sordid
characters that
little
you play is well
schemes.
made too.
But you're simply out of your depth.
Just yeah, no, the game's done. Yeah.
You
No.
underestimate
The
me,
game.
Raziel.
Yeah.
Let me show you.
It's misery and woe to jump around and hog.
Even now, Cain is lying in wait for you, unaware that I've snatched you out of the time stream and brought you here to me. See how he lingers at the very pillars he is destined to destroy, foolishly confident that he has eluded your grasp.
The pillars are still standing in this time.
Yes, Raziel. They are the embodiment of the divine force which preserves the life of our world. We who serve the pillars maintain their delicate balance, and Cain is destined to be the fulcrum upon which that balance turns. I believe you have already endured the wasteland wrought by his terrible selfish decision. Cain's very existence is a cancer upon this world. As long as he lives, all of Nosgoth is in peril. You may never again be human, Raziel. But you can re-embrace the essence of your humanity and the nobility of your Sarafan heritage. Go to him, Raziel, and end this. But first, you will need to find your way out of the stronghold, and in this, I'm afraid I cannot help you. My soldiers will not understand your appearance here. They will try to kill you. You needn't fear them, of course. They're no match for you. Try to keep the casualties to a minimum. But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
That's evil as shit.
Alone now, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a second time-streaming chamber. Its entrance identical to the first, but with one distinction. That crystal was significant, but how? I had not yet discovered.
Okay. And as always, we flip it to the old one. Oh, beautiful old graphics. Oh.
There it is.
Oh, do I have to? You can go for it, you can go to, you can go to. There we go, that's better. Oh! I don't like that it's blue now. Whoop! Winkin' Hag, hi, Emmerich, welcome in. Woo.
Hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes!
Oh fuck, I just cut his head straight off.
こんにちは、スノルラックス、パトさん。
Oh, I could have spared that guy. The door was over here. Whoa, hello. Goodbye. Can I just poke him? Get him to stun on the ground? Oh, yeah, I probably could.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Cain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
My sacred heritage cut two heads on. Why are there just heads on a pole right there? Is that foreshadowing of like how it's not actually that good? Maybe you're not that great? If the courtyard has just multiple severed heads? My ancient nobility! Multiple heads just on a fucking pipe! one of you are definitely getting your soul sucked out of your body. Not in that way. Oh, there we go. Can I not? I'm holding them. I think it stops me from being able to suck mid-combat? Because every once in a while when I was just standing there and getting hit, I was actually trying to like hit B to suck souls. Something popped up and told me what to do. But because I hit A at the same time it popped up, it went away. Yeah, I thought I'd be able to move through it. Ah! Oh! Did you guys hear that? Alright, well, if the power goes out and stream dies, you know why. Yeah. The big crack. Rat! Rat! I want to see what the rat looks like. Rat! Rat baby! Hello. This is just me going backwards, actually. Do I know where I'm going? Hi, cow. Welcome in. No, I'm not gonna lick the rat. I'm gonna watch it scamper around. Yeah, I've successfully marched myself all the way back to the beginning. I have none of my powers, so... No, I'm good. I could just take back one of the long spears. Give myself a little bit more of a ranged weapon. That's not open. No, I already killed you in this room, so it does not matter to me whatsoever. God, it's gonna be funny as hell when I finally figure out where I'm supposed to go and then everything dies. Because typically when I hear thunder that big, either the rain passes, everything's done, or we get hit with a second strike and that cuts the power. Hi, Beef and Beans, welcome in. Yeah, I played the first one, I gotta play the second one. I got the remastered for a reason. But now I'm kind of caught in the courtyard. Alright, well. New record. Probably like 20 minutes, not even. Soul Reaver 2 long play. I don't want your commentary. No commentary, perfect. Take an astute individual less than 5 hours to get through this. Hi, Tasty, welcome in. Peak Reaver. There we go. Sucking up them souls! Hey, I'm hitting B. If you're hearing me hit the B button, right? Oh my god, there's a map? Unironically, I am mashing B right now. Hold on. Options, control options, keyboard. Devour Souls E. I'm hitting E. It did it for a second. What's happening? Guys, is the game not letting me play it?
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case, when...
Alright, let's try this all over again. It still won't let me use B. It's not good. Try restarting the game. I have backups. I have backups in case.
At last. I must say... Where am I?
Where am I? Clearly this go around it'll let me. Come here. Suck his soul. Can I? This is demonic. It is not letting me suck when I wish. Don't take that out of context. Regardless. Whoop. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Hi, Devil. Hi, Sun. Welcome in. Is it only doing it when I'm like super close to one? No, that can't be it, because I was like the first pass. So polite, he just stands there. Anyway, let's rush back to where we were. I don't think it saved the other sounds. No, I did.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered.
Come on, big chop. Oh. Perfect. Mobius didn't seem to care that much that we were going to kill a bunch of people. Okay, for some reason now it's working. I'll live with this.
Away from the influence of Mobius's cursed staff, I could feel the strength of the Soul Reaver slowly returning. If that orb was as debilitating to vampires as it was to the blade, it gave Mobius a powerful advantage over his enemies. I finally understood how Mobius's crusade could decimate the vampires so successfully. If he could immobilize his enemies...
No, not Morbius, Mobius. Welcome in, Rathbos. Hope you're doing good.
Would the staff have any effect on the Reaver?
Hello! Where am I going from here? That's where I came from, that's why that's hovering there. Hi, can you give me directions? I guess the only spot is right here. Oh shit! Oh, just actually put my fucking hand straight through your stomach. Beautiful. Soul Reaver 2 so far, it just started and I get to see his gross, disgusting face. And then we can keep flapping back so we can check out booty cheeks. And then go back to gross, disgusting, pixelated face.
As I neared the stronghold's inner sanctum,
Oh, I probably could have just opened this the whole time.
Sensation crept over me. An indescribable feeling of displacement, a sense of vertigo, as reality itself appeared to warp and bend around me. The disturbance seemed to emanate from the sanctuary's furthest chapel. As I cautiously approached, the sense of dislocation intensified with each step. So this was the tomb of the beloved King William the Just, beatified here as the martyr and catalyst of Mobius's crusade. I was reminded of Kane's journey as a fledgling vampire, how Mobius coerced him to travel back in history and assassinate William, thus igniting a genocidal hatred of vampires among the citizens of Nosgoth. And here I discovered the source of the displacement, the Soul Reaver itself, laid out like a holy relic, and broken, apparently in the battle between William and Kane. I had not thought such a thing was possible, until, of course, Kane shattered the blade against me when he tried to strike me down. Thus, the captive spirit inhabiting the Reaver was released, and binding itself to me, became my symbiotic weapon.
Symbiotic or
and
symbiotic?
So the Reaver met its former self, still imprisoned in this corporeal shell. I watched, mesmerized, as the Wraith blade uncoiled itself and snaked down the length of the physical blade. Embracing its twin, its mirror self, the Reaver's long dormant spirit was now fully aroused.
Yeah.
And for the first time, I felt the true presence of this other entity, willful, ravenous, and deranged from thousands of years of imprisonment. The Reaver was now in command, and I, now merely its helpless host, felt my soul being leached to restore the blade. But the Reaver knew better than to destroy its host, and just as I neared the brink of oblivion, the blade released its hold on me. As I recovered, I realized we were now bound together in a fragile alliance. The Reaver no longer merely my symbiotic weapon, but a sentient parasite competing for control.
What have you done to me, Mobius? Is this your trap?
How mine? Don't forget it was Kane who led you here, not I. While you curse me, the only soul in Nosgoth ready to guide and assist you, Kane laughs at our folly and revels in your dismay.
These blades, now coiled in sinister embrace, have inspired terror in the hearts of creatures far more durable than you, old man. Bound together as they are,
Flick. The flick is so good.
To your soul's fragile shell. Raziel, I beg you to stay your hand. This was none of my doing.
Oh no, I can do that at a click of a button.
You in your righteous quest. Why,
Literally at a click of a button, you can flip it to the old graphics or the new graphics at any point. So every once in a while, I like to see the cutscene in the new graphic, but I'm playing it in the old style. Because this is how, when I was a tiny, tiny little child, I kicked my feeties and went, "Ooh, vampire game!" Tap's head, no, bad. Bad Mobius. Why do you fuck with the time stream so?
Yet eager to prove my good intentions. If there's anything left of the Seraphim in you, you won't do this. While you threaten me, your true enemy eludes you. Don't concern.
That is a little Nightbot. You're right. The way he was grabbing his hand like that was a little gauge.
Soon enough. As you said, death comes for us all.
Yes, the wheel of fate demands it.
What did you say?
The wheel of
fate. The inexorable cycle of death and rebirth to which all men are compelled. We serve the same God, Raziel. To strike me down would be striking God's own attendant. And I don't believe even you would take that risk.
See, every time he does something like that, though, it's like it's really evil. Also, why is my hat so high up on my head?
I needn't concern myself with you. Kane is waiting for me.
Go then, Raziel. Seek Kane out and destroy him in the name of the one God we both serve. You, who were once a Seraphim priest, murdered, profaned, destroyed, and reborn again from his mercy. You are now most powerfully equipped to be his agent, his instrument of restoration and retribution.
My own vengeance is motivation enough.
my soul. You almost had me, my little blue assassin.
Oh, he's evil.
That'll be the one and only chance you get. I assure you of that.
I could now summon the blade at will, regardless of my strength. But once summoned, the blade's ravenous appetite could not be contained. It devoured the souls of its victims, and if I allowed it to become over-aroused, the Reaver would now turn its hunger on me.
What the hell is exit lag? Wait, why is... Wait, oh, because it... They justify...
This is the legendary Janos Ordrin, reputed to have been the most ancient and diabolical vampire to have ever existed. According to folklore, he lived high in the cliffs of Nosgoth's northern mountains and prayed mercilessly.
So justify killing your health bar.
His reign of terror ended when the Sarafan
They
finally
give you
hunted
a
him
good
down
sword.
and tore his throbbing
I'll
heart
take it.
from his still living body. This relic came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and was supposedly imbued with the power to restore
Ectoplasm
vampiric
in the
unlife.
pipes.
The Sarafan therefore guarded it carefully, lest the heart fall into the hands of their enemies. But I wondered, could Janos Ordrin truly have been as monstrous as depicted here? Or was this merely artistic license by the Sarafan, who sought to lionize themselves by demonizing their darkest enemy?
Is the vampire really that evil? Oh, Raziel, you're a silly little fellow. That's something else I'm gonna turn. Mayhaps this way? Oh my god. I picked it up without picking it up off the floor. Oh, that's a good bug. Oh, that's a good bug. Is it even hitting anything? Or am I just stuck in the maybe. Is the hitbox still just my hands, I wonder? Hi Line, welcome in, thank you for 5 FOMO stream. So, the sword's still on the ground, but the animations are akin to me holding a sword. Rat. Rat. Wait, how do I drop a blade? Am I stuck holding this non-existent blade then?
Strange how my history came full circle. This chapel, I realized, was a memorial to my former Sarafan brethren and myself. All of us martyred here, and then so cruelly profaned by Cain when he imposed his gift on our noble corpses. For the first time, I beheld the image of my Sarafan self, memorialized here among my fallen comrades. It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been, and what a vile phantasm I had become, and a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it.
Overwhelming.
All I wanted at this moment was to find Cain and destroy him.
And then the assassins came. Alright, can I? No, I can't get them. In fact, it's even worse than that. I can't actually... It's not utilizing the hitbox of my fists. And because I don't have the weapon in my hand, it's not letting me hit anything. Because it itself is not... Wow! How did we go through the first one without any bugs? So what happened, Rathlos, is I went to go pick up a real physical sword off the ground. And it didn't pick up the physical sword, but Raziel's right now in the motions as if they were holding that blade. And because I'm in the motions of holding that blade, my fists no longer count as hurt boxes. I can't do damage with them. But because I'm not holding the blade, I'm swinging and nothing's happening. Hi, Omni. Welcome in. Thanks for the head pats. I need them right now. Like that episode of Adventure Time when Finn shows the warriors to pat instead of roughhousing. Game brokey a little bit. Remastered kept the bugs too? Apparently. Because I don't remember this bug being a thing. I'm back with Sigs. No! Thank you for 5 FOMO streak. So I force dropped that. There we go. Seems I have to double tap if I want to get anything. Ooh. Is this the way I came? I feel like this is definitely the way I came. I can't say anything. I want a menthol right now. Doesn't look like I can get up there in any way. Oh, hello. Dun, 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 dun. Double tap. Yeah, get sucked. Oh. I do like this game series. But the little shit like, no, you can't ghost through a door. Door is solid. You see those bars over there that your twink ass could, while physically present, slip through? If you ghost through that, you get on the other side. It's like, no. Let me ghost through doors. Come on, it'd be cooler if I could ghost through. Yeah. I went the wrong way again. And these level designs are so I'm here for the story. Don't tell me it'd be easier just to watch all the cutscenes back to back.
I emerged, and for the first time beheld Nosgoth in its former glory. The land overflowed with abundant life and vitality, and I knew with certainty then that the world I had left behind was nothing more than the corpse of Nosgoth, a lifeless husk bled dry by the corruption of Cain's parasitic empire. This was the fragile world Cain sacrificed to preserve his own petty life and ambition, heedless of the profound cost. The sight only deepened my resolve. I sensed that the pillars lay to the northwest. If Cain truly waited to confront me there, I would not
Ghost rules. You can go through doors and windows, but walls, that's a paddling. Not even in this game. If you come... I love how he's all like, yeah, no, this place is so great. And then, again, heads on spikes. Oh, they're probably all vampires, but still, heads on spikes. Fishy?
As I passed this arcane landmark, a wisp of the Reaver's energy was drawn into the ring, illuminating it. This created a beacon of sorts in the spirit world. If ever I found myself depleted in the spectral realm and my soul tossed on the ethereal winds, these beacons would draw me back to safety and restore me.
Checkpoint! No, don't go down. Don't go down. Whoa. God, these controls. Just go over there. Come on, swim over here, please. Thank you. Can't make it. Hammer just wants me to show Razra's asshole to everyone. Fair enough. Why is he teleporting? Whoa! Alright, thank God I'm out of the water.
These ancient obelisks were mysteriously attuned to my spiritual essence. By simply touching the symbol, I could safely preserve an imprint of my soul, and thus create a milestone to which I could return when weary, and from which I could resume my journey.
Okay, giant save points. Funny beak. It's kind of off the beaten path, too. Jump!
While I had only just escaped the stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place.
As it has many times in the past.
However, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
Note to self, I'm going to get one of those soon enough. Oof. Oof. Hi, come here for a second. Wait, huh? Alright, now I'm starting to worry if it's the controller dying or if it's just the inputs incredibly glitchy.
Prepare to die. Prepare to die.
birdie. Alright, where the hell am I going from here? As I say, whoop! Every time I play a Soul Reaver game. Or can you get your weird fucking dog away from me?
Over there.
Ooh. Checkpoint. Your controller is just like all of us over the age of 30, half dead. No, my controller's fine. It's new. I'm just gonna chalk it up to the game being ported as good as it could be. Leave me alone, I'll kill you and make you explode.
In common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kane's derelict empire, they seem to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
Yeah, as it should be. You just said it was a plague. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where? Bam. So basically, I can't use my funny Soul Reaver if I want to use the soul for health. Could have just came from a sound library.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine, whole, and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
Hi Kane, how's it going, buddy?
I know you're there, Raziel.
I can smell that mercy.
Though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Kane. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Kane? Now, turn and face me.
I don't want to.
Is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending.
Is that a funny cheap shot to the writer's first draft?
Face me, Kane.
Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the Pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these Pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel.
Freaking out, damn it. Listen.
As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nupraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nupraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the Circle, then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Cain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Oh, my ego.
The moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless
Second time he's brought up altruism.
Here, I counted on it. There's no shame in it, Raziel. Revenge is motivation enough. At least it's honest. Hate me, but do it honestly. 30 years hence, I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. As the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree, then, that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me. To end this stalemate, you must die so that new Guardians can be born.
Pillars don't belong to them, Raziel. They belong to us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Cain.
Let him have his funny ego trip.
There's a third option. A monumental secret, hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Cain. There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently so. But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
Alright, well, we talk about edging the coins. Now where the fuck do I go?
I hate you!
I
hate the air that you breathe! I hate the fact that you're even living! You make me sick! You should not be alive! You should not breathe the same air I breathe! You are scum! You are below me!
Reason to trust, Cain.
after he had valued me so little. And yet, I found myself
Thank you for 5
intrigued
almost
by
streaks.
his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn. But if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
Buddy, of course both sides are fucking with you. You're the perpetual pawn in this entire tale. Huh. Hi, Cadet. Welcome in. Oh, little shit can fucking soul suck too. Why won't he feed? Alright, well that's fucked up and might cause a slight issue in a second. Yeah, no. Oh. What do you mean my health is full? Oh boy, the game might be broken again! So we're getting an Arc System developed Marvel fighting game that's 4v4. I don't need anything better than that. Whoa. But yeah, PlayStation 5 does have video games now.
I had the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here. From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no mere coincidence that I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key.
Stick my goddamn Reaver sword
And
into
so
the
it was
slot.
with a sense of gravity and trepidation.
Yes, people who made Guilty Gear are making a Marvelverse, or just a Marvel fighting game, 4v4 fighting game no less. It looks fucking hype. Hello. Fighting Souls. Razio. Someone's calling for you, Razio. I don't think they're up here. Ooh. Why does he keep turning around? Oh god, the camera.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew
The potential
that no
leak
human
summary
hand
for
could have
Shaq
shaped this
5.
place, and that perhaps it had never been
Is it an
seen by
isekai?
human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine were demonic.
Unironically, kinda yes. Oh, then yes, I have read that. I read that came out a while ago, and everyone thought that was going to be fake, and if it's still being pushed as real, ew.
Thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings.
That's why they were using TikTok.
Writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver itself. Was this what Cain had urged me to discover?
This is when you know they have no idea what they're doing, because instead of just... Oh. Hey, buddy. Hi, Tony J. What's up? Oh.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. The silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt you have a conveniently inexpressible reason for your presence here.
Do not be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe.
He would be a stage boss in a God of War game.
I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel. Do not forget that you have a task to fulfill here. You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have me show gratitude for a gift I didn't ask to be bestowed. Do you forget that you forced me to inhabit this vile carcass?
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Cain who destroyed you.
Yeah, that's your vile
enemy
carcass you
just
get.
let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Cain, and not your lackey Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
But he's my good servant.
That he's worshipping a giant squid. Do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Cain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I
Got you there, little shit.
His integrity, nor anyone else's.
Alright, come back to the squid. I want to see him with the new graphics. I keep forgetting to flip.
Merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death.
We just busted out the filthy degenerate line. Hey, that's Megatron. Megatron called you a filthy degenerate.
Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my Soul Reaver, the scourge of the vampires, reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast, end the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Cain's blood belongs on your hands.
Cain indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant form, but if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Cain destroyed you without a flicker of remorse. He tore the soul from your noble corpse, and after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim.
Why the fuck does this asshole get wings though? It's like, yeah. 2026 Illumination Films, SMV Miniseries Track 5. Alright. Be 1 second. I want to close my patio door because now it's actually cool enough. Squid humbled our boy good. Yeah, that's the same squid that brought him back to life, so. He is accurate, and he does owe him. Regardless if he likes the corpse that he's shuffling around in or not. It's that or death. And by the looks of it, he didn't realize he was dead. For however long it was in game. A couple hundred years at least, maybe a whole millennia. Eh. Hi, please welcome in. Hi. Can I swim down to the squid?
Tread carefully, Raziel.
What the? Am I stuck? Whoa. So like this game needs me to hit the A button and then a direction to control them, but apparently if I go to the surface, I can't move myself unless I hit A, right? Can't even move the camera in this position. So I'll hit A and then try to go forward. Oh. And then it'll just drop me straight to the bottom. So chat, how you doing? Have you been having a good week so far? Wow, that was almost on point for what I needed. There we go. I don't think it can get better than this. I will be honest though, after playing about 45 in-game minutes, I'm feeling like I might want to better prepare myself for this game and then maybe do it in one shot at another time. That and the temperature change is starting to fucking put pressure on my head. Get hands. Yes, Rock, welcome in. Ugh. Here, let's grab this. I had this in the... I think I will hard shift because a couple things came out that I want to look at, and then one channel that I thought was completely dead came back. Two plus more slop. There, that'll work. There. Simple fix. Alright. I will return to this I just want to check a few things in the meantime. And mainly see if there's any, like... I'll be frank, I'm going to play this when I've already digested the entire walkthrough. Because the first game was a little bit of a... It was a little bit of a nail puller in moments where I had to sit there and pace through sections. And now that I can't get out of the water because of whatever bug's going on, I'll back away now before I get heated, especially after dealing with how hot it's been today. I did save in game, yes. Okay, cool. Ba. Ba. All right. It was an old game. I like it. I'll go back to it. I'm not done it. And I'm also sometime this week gonna start Destroy All Humans too. Both games will be done within the appropriate 2-week cycle. For now, bowl of slop?
Call that a phone case? That's a phone case.
Oh my god. I'm getting flashbacks of all the kiosk phone cases. All the designer looking pieces of shit phone cases that now would more mirror anything that you would find in like the shampoo aisle.
One thing I have enjoyed about getting older is just seeing like the times change. I mean, yeah, this is a case now for the giant rectangle slab that we use. The whole thing's touchable and interactable. Back in these days, mate, it was most of it was just forehead. But I remember when phone covers and cases was such a big part. Like everyone had one of these guns. It's because everyone had the same phone. My fingers all effed up.
Yeah, there was like
computers this
4
week.
phones at max you could pick
look
from.
At that. And just like that,
which probably was
discombobulated.
for the best.
You know, like the meme of people dropping their phone and it all just flies everywhere. Because it did, by design. Oh, this one doesn't have... Oh, okay. I can see like someone's cool mum or like a cool teacher at school having this one. Kiwi, water and fruit. But what about for dad? Substance abuse. Oh, can you believe
Yo! Jim Beam!
The first one to do this. This thing was made for Father's Day. I'm
Jim Beam phone case. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good. I need this.
That's why we drove our phones so hard. It was no
Chad, unironically, I need
the cover
this.
for whatever fad of the week was happening. For this one, I got to bust out this. This was one of the coolest phones at school when I was a kid. This phone's cool as heck because you can just put your own cutouts in there. Look at that. It's just
neat.
paper. You just make your own. You hit up the school's color laser printer and you use that print credit. Dads don't want that. These are like softer, crappier buttons. Oh, that just broke everywhere. Very good. Oh, you know, a bunch of dads rocking this look. I know which one my dad would want. The HSV Holden one. Just to explain HSV, it's like, you know, you got Mercedes and their crazy bing bong division is AMG. So you can have like a really luxurious car and then bing bong it out. Well, HSV took your dad's Commodore and then bing bong that. So you can have a bing bong family car. I love the idea.
Bing bong
I want a
shitbox.
Maloo. It's like I already broke this one so it comes off easier. Oh, it didn't come with buttons. Black. Black looks pretty neat. I mean, frickin' white. Nah, I'm digging the black.
Yeah, the
mate,
black looks better.
See, this was the fun of having heaps of different cases because some came with different buttons. You mix and match them. Happy Father's
They
Day,
took away
guys.
so
I'm
many
a
good
Maloo
things
on
from
already,
us when
huh?
they
Drifting
just made
sideways
it
into a Sturby pole near
the
you. What about
square
one
of
for
horror
Mum?
strapped inside.
Oof. Mate, this was living near a window for
What?
decades. This was meant to be clear. This was clear at one point. Oh, mate, it was $35 at one point. I could barely make out what it is. A baby pink fur. I'm not seeing it. Please don't be greasy. Oh, it's gonna be greasy. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, it's staying in there. It's flocked. Yeah, hang on. I think... Yes. No, it has. It's bleached white.
Yeah.
You can see little whispers of the pink that it used to be.
But regardless, now it is bleached white because it's been sitting in that window that entire time.
When I say fluffy, it's like if you licked a lollipop and then rubbed it on a carpet, it would look like this. Well, time to suit up. This doesn't feel good. Feels like a really cheap like toilet seat cover. Oh, it goes on so good. Can't even get the buttons to sit in there properly. Oh, she's brittle. Handle carefully. So this is my issue with a lot of plastic stuff. It's just going to turn back to either oil or dust. That was
You
so
sucked the red
pink
off
at
the
one
peppermint,
point.
yeah.
The two halves don't even match
The color
anymore.
dye has all been
This
extinguished
is my
out
favorite
from
because it's
the
my
deadly
least
laser that it is
favorite.
the
How do
sun.
I get it off? Do I just peel it like an
Oh,
orange?
yummy.
Yeah, just don't mind me. I'm just gonna take this off here. Did get some fugly hairy buttons though. What did you get today? Look at these adorable ones. Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh,
These
that
are
flower one is totally something my mom would have
3315s.
got.
You got the
Hello Kitty
3310
one!
with like the hard, rigid, like square buttons, and you got the 3315, which have got the round, gushier ones. It's like a, an S variant. I do have one right here. I remember these being better, but I'm really warm to the 3310. You can actually see the quality of like the genuine Nokia cases. These are plastic, but they feel great. These are so quick to swap. Ooh, they're all used and gross. This one's covered in strays. I think those are strays. This one's covered in weeds. Weeds?
Yeah, it's weeds.
I think this is industrial
Skittles?
waste and a caricature of a stray. Oh, wow, those are the worst buttons. What was it? All right. Ugh. Okay. Oh, no, yeah. Hang on. No, they're for the 3310. I've been bamboozled. They gave me the wrong one. I mean, we could go stock buttons. So the stock one's held up way better.
Yeah, the stock ones are built to last.
Here. You see it? There's a smiling man. All right, there we go. Like the whole like mall center like phone kiosk place, they've never gone away. This is where you got those from, like the exact same kiosks. I want the hundreds and thousands front, but
Oh yeah, I seen a thing that apparently Fox News discovered like decades ago, in that those kiosks in the malls that have the little helicopters, those shitty toys where you like pull them. I forget the exact company, Zoom In or something like that. Yeah, those were all Israeli spies. I'm not even kidding. Those were a bunch of Israeli spies, and it's a front shell organization to do information collecting. Whoo! Man, the shit you find in recent day.
they don't have a back for it. In the stock
That was
one,
like something they
it's not good.
investigated
Hundreds and thousands
around
and
2 decades
strays
ago.
for
Something
weed. I
or
mean, the
something
weeds look
akin to
pretty
that.
good.
Why does my hat keep
Look at the
moving?
printers at the edges. That is high quality. We have to do the full weeds one. There, very, very pretty. What about your older brother with masculinity issues? It's called
Why does my
Scorpion.
hat keep
Scary.
moving off my head?
Yeah, cool. It's like
Oh.
burns as well and like got green on it. Scary and cool.
I know at least 2 cousins that would have gotten that
They're
one.
the greatest buttons yet. What?
They would have said it would have been the most badass thing ever, and then one of them would have said a slur.
At school who would smoke cigarettes would have. My brand new Nug. They almost burnt down the Sace building. Yeah, that feels worse now. But it looks fully stick, bro.
God, that
Whoa,
looks like a
there's not
toy
enough
you would give a
South
kid and say,
Australian
yeah,
being
this is a
represented
phone.
here.
Yay!
Crows,
Hi,
and to a lesser
Sunny,
extent,
welcome
Port
in.
Adelaide,
Mine
even though,
was
like, the
maroon
rivalry, it's kind of
with a
like, I hate
rose
Port
on it.
Adelaide, but
Ooh.
now have grown to be like a South Australian team placing in 80 points.
Mine
It's a
was
good
my
thing, I should
mom's
support
when
them. But
it
in my
was a
core, my
Nokia.
bad, no, but Crows first, mate.
So
Let's
it
do
was
Port
just
Power
silver.
First, we can just get them out of the way. And also, AFL is effing sick.
Because I'm pretty
it's
sure
like,
if I
it's
showed
got
my
the
mom
like
how to do
pacing
the
of
phone case thing,
basketball
she'd be like, no,
with
you're
the
going to
big
break the phone.
tackles of,
No,
like,
no, they're
American
designed to
football
come
and
apart
crazy
like this.
athleticism.
No, you're
It's
going to
a
break the phone.
wonderful sport.
Don't take that off.
I'm just having these flashbacks. I think my teacher had this case. And it was where my hatred of Port Power came from, because anytime Port Power won, man, she would dress up the classroom in all the banners and have the music playing. Grr. But it's fun. That's what rivalries are. It's fun. Yeah. Can't Port Power. Go Port. Go South Australia. Let's get the real colours. Look, we can get them all. Crows at the top, as they should be, and haven't been in a long, long time. There's more teams than this nowadays. Yes. Oh no, there are buttons.
Oh.
Shit, can I use the sparkly ones?
Well, this was the
Do they
flower one
technically
from
go
earlier.
in?
Ah.
They technically do not. Such good colours. That's my home colors. Oh, even better, it's been made inappropriately. Oh, look at the bleed on the colors.
Made cheaply, not inappropriate. They made cheaply.
Who's the
That's
kid
why
at school
bled.
rolling up with a Cadbury one? Who's doing that? I'm jealous. It would have been me if I'd known you coulda. Look at that. That's so good. I only have it now when it doesn't matter anymore. Now, this is a bloke's tradie phone. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, even though here in Australia, that's what you'd say in like a, darn it sort of way. Like, but it means certain things elsewhere. And but this was part of a really famous Toyota advert series thing.
Yeah. When Streamer was very young, I want to say like 7th grade, 8th grade. So like, yeah, I'm a young teen. I called someone a bugger because my English grandmother would say that a lot. To which my French teacher, I know. I come from Canada, and it was mandatory, damn it. Overheard me say this to someone. And instead of inform me of what they knew it as, which apparently was someone who would molest someone in the ass, not even kidding, they screamed at me to high heaven and then tried to get me suspended. Which at no point they explained to me that it was a bad term or any like sort of discipline. They went straight to the insanity of, you're going to get suspended for saying this and you're not going on the end of the year school trip. That's what it was. They were trying to get me in trouble just in time for the end of school trip so I couldn't go, which I'll be perfectly frank, if I had it my way looking back, yeah, I just would have stayed home. Yeah, I just would have not fucking went. I don't even remember what the fucking trip was. I think it was a trip to like the Capitol or some shit, and it was a museum tour. Regardless, wild. I don't. Is that what? Oh, it happened to you too, Zam? Was it a French teacher? Because if that's the case, are you my shadow and stop stalking me? But yeah, no, wild that is this term even still used?
Yeah, and but this was part of a really famous Toyota advert series thing. And so there's heaps of stickers of this on the, and so this would have been some tradie guy.
Why is that dog lying in shit?
I don't know. I've been surprised how I've offended people on the internet just quoting things that I've heard on TV. But
the slang word often different means. Adject cultures. British saying pissed means drunk. Same word in U.S. means person is angry. Yeah. I just mean in Northern America, is that word ever utilized in such an egregious negative context? I was just repeating something my cousin said because he's Australian.
Oh, I shouldn't have dropped that from that height. I could have destroyed this whole table. Elmo? No one bought these? That's crazy. Or maybe they made too many and there's like a huge surplus. But surely everyone. Whoa! It's got like a nice little. That doesn't look nice actually.
No.
Yeah, oh, it's the same both sides. Oh, that's quality. Elmo looks funny with legs. And I love seeing that 2004. It's cute, but it almost kind of looks weird the way they've cut it right at the screen and then just stuck our man there. So is it him talking here? Imagine some really heavy phone calls coming out in Elmo's voice. It's a frog skin one. Not really. This looks like a ball python. And although they say it's like cobra, which is funny because cobras look like this, but they also look like this, where it says there's a ball python, which looks like this, which is some.
They put cobra on it, so people go, "Oh, I like cobras. Cobras are cool." They just call it snake skin if they weren't going for the marketing strat.
Some of the most cutie snoot you can get. See what it's meant to look. Whoa, that is so brittle. Wow. Okay. I'm guessing this is faded a lot.
I'm guessing
because the pink one
too.
faded heavily as well. Hang on, I need to do a stress test. Is it gonna
Snap in
shatter?
half.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's made of nothing now. No buttons though. Oof. Yeah, it's clearly faded heavily.
Pythons
Maybe
are
it would have looked
cute.
a lot better.
Big
It's meant to be
dog.
more brown than this. And Frank knows how to make brown. Oh, I think that's from the tag or something, like bleaching the, yeah. UV light, it's brutal. Did someone say bootleg? I heard you loud and clear.
Mario!
No one ever bought this. It's just still in its wrapping. Probably, oh, ew, what's that? What's that in there?
Mario?
It doesn't smell like industrial waste. It's a big chunk of the paint or the print.
Yeah,
It's
Mario.
the same color. It's a weird. Mario looks like crap.
He's got no definition.
Someone's made this, and I like how it's just the same thing, front and back.
Mario
it's not unique
Sunshine.
with that on the back. Yeah, Super Mario.
I'm coming for
Sunshine.
your balls.
That was around the time.
Whoa.
Oh, that one went on the best actually, except it has harsh, sharp edges on it. And feels terrible. And I like how they actually printed on the button there. That's a nice touch. This is a bad case, but this is one that you drove really hard, smashed to pieces, and got another one. Something actually genuine. A Simpsons one. Horrifically yellowed as well. See, this one's about drinking and just like, you know, prioritizing that over your family and everything. But, you know, Simpsons did it in a fun...
Oh yeah, prioritize drinking over your family any day of the week. Where is that? Actually, it'd be best if I did it this way. Because he's showing this, I have to show off this in proper order. The dying Homer Simpson beer opener. And now, the follow-up, the animated version.
Funny way. Hot topic. Whoa. .com.au though. This is Aussie. 2002. That's classic.
Oh yeah, the battery just
Why
holding
is the
on to
back
life.
so filthy. What? This is brand new. Why? You can see it's pretty faded. Good old plastic. It wears out. You got to throw it out and buy it all over again. That's what the companies want. Hang
Yeah,
on,
just keep buying
Oh,
it.
this is scraped off here and here. I don't know if someone's hang on, or is it just peeling off? Was it like melted and gotten stuck in the packaging or something? Oh, the actual like branded official one is the worst one.
Oh yeah, cheap
Nothing's
product
changed
just to
in
make
20
money.
Years, I'm telling you. Seriously,
It's a
that
cheap
Capri
product
one,
just to
this
make
is
money.
the nicest one yet. Look, it's even got viciously heavy wear on it, and it still looks delicious. Oh, what a glorious era where we were united by plastic waste. Where's the Crows one? Has to be at the top. It was a really fun era, and you could pick these up for like $5-10 because most of them were just bootleg rubbish. Or you could pay heaps and get something worse. It was a really fun time of where phones were both high tech but also not precious, but then kind of precious because if you got them wet, they were done for. And if you charged the battery too many times before letting it go flat, that would kill it as well. Yeah, that's something about this generation of phone that none of you really know or remember. They were pretty crap when you think about it, but I mean, Cadbury. And that's it. Thanks so much for watching. Whoa,
You could
huge thanks to
replace
these
the
big stinky
hammer.
names right
You
here.
replace
Guys
the
really do
head of
help
a
me out.
hammer
Don't
with
have to be so
Nokia.
pressured about spitting out
Work
heaps
about
of
the
vids all the
same.
time. Unless I want it, unless I have heaps of good ideas. Is this a good idea? I don't know. But hey, you can support me on memberships too. $1 a month. I do extra videos. I'm checking out all sorts of snacks. Oh, where am I? I'm checking out these from UK that came in a whole box. They're all gone. I only kept this one because I knew I needed to do a video about it. They're absolutely delectable. Hey, I've got Float Plane as well, which is where everything goes. Like, you want the ultimate me experience. It's all there. And you know what, mate? I'll see you all next time.
Frank. You're just chilling. Sleepy little snick. Alright. Chat, while you watch this short cartoon, I'm gonna get up and get a snack, because I'm starving. The what-if scenario.
I can't believe our principal was planning to put us in a clone theme amusement park all along. I can. He talked about it a lot.
Silence before Dr. Scudworth.
Thank you, Mr. B.
Hello and welcome to Cloney Island, located in scenic international waters. Whether you're swimming in the parents-only pool, meeting the original icons of history, or just enjoying any of our world-class facilities, just remember one thing.
By entering the park, you agree that the management may reproduce or repurpose your genome without notice or compensation, y'all.
No, thank you, DNA Dan. A reminder to park visitors, our $13 bags of gravel are to be hucked at our menagerie of human clones. And not in the auditorium. Mr. B.
My baby!
Your baby will be cloned in the gift shop. Now, I am pleased to announce the return of a fan favorite that we've been missing for 2 seasons or so. A clone described by his foster parents as fully bar mitzvahed, partially circumcised, and riddled with ADHD. A clone of the man who helped to liberate India from the tyrannical rule of the Beatles. You know his name. It rhymes with Schmandi. Me? I said rhymes with Schmandi. Rhymes with. Whew. And so, without further ado, gather round for
This should satiate me
guaranteed ganders of geese. Oh, what a scamp am I! Can you imagine? You thought that No. Joking aside, Mr. B, remove the ceremonial sheet from the clone everyone's been waiting for. Next to the turkey on top of a fire hydrant.
Truly the ending we should have got. Mainly because I didn't see the second season. Because I knew it was going to be bad.
I give you Cloney Island's newest attraction.
It was Dookie? Shock.
Next time on a very special Clone High. Wait, really?
Clone High canceled again. Creator Phil Lord and Chris Miller announced today that their slightly popular animated series Clone High would not be returning for a 3rd season or 4th, depending on how you count. No official reason has been given, but fans speculate the return of the controversial character Gandhi, a clone of the iconic Indian independence activist and leader, may have contributed to the cancellation. CEO David Zalas has this to say: I don't know who Gandhi or Clone High are, but I'm proud to have killed them.
You're not screwing with me.
Both.
I just put down a deposit on a new
That's
condo.
what
I need to
Warner,
know if you're joking.
Turner,
You're not
AT&T, and Disney. Oh, and Discovery 7 Arts Extreme Blue Maxis all about. Yeah, sounds about right.
I just put down a deposit on a new condo. I need to know if you're joking. You're not joking. Damn it!
That's pretty much how I would want Clone High to have actually ended, is with the Cloney Island plot line going, and then season 3 could have kicked off with, haha, now they have to escape. But no. We got whatever season 2 was, and now it's dead forever because they were cowards and they didn't bring back everyone's favorite character, Gandhi. Anywho, you know what did come back that I was very shocked about? JCS Criminal Psychology is back. And apparently this is the second video that they came out with this year, but this video came out like 12 hours ago. 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 months ago. Husband tries to act. Oh my god. I got another video later. The little backstory on JCS criminal psychology. These videos are great, and I thought, like, yeah, 2 of them apparently could have. I thought that they were done a couple years back because they were. Well, was it something in regards to they were getting copyright struck? Oh, I only saw this one. Apparently, 2 months ago popped up. It's only like 34 minutes or something. But still. But was it originally they stopped uploading to the channel because they were getting copyright strikes, or there was concern that they would? Yeah, I put that one in Discord, I think. Oh, fuck, I missed it then. But here's Amber's afternoon.
Thank you. This is 20-year-old Amber Riswin, sitting inside a police interrogation room at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. All you need to know at this moment is that Amber doesn't quite realize how much trouble she's in.
Oh, for reference, never take food or drink or anything while sitting in interrogation, because that's the easiest way they then take your DNA and fingerprints. Thanks for all the free saliva and fingerprints. We'll take your tray back. We'll take your soda can.
Detective Edwards, I know we spoke on scene, and I asked you if you'd be kind enough to, come down here so that we could talk.
Then graduated with honors with Boston University School of Law.
Okay, and I'm just going to inform you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent and not answer any questions, and any statement can and will be used against you in court of law.
Oh.
Alright, so...
That's how they make you start moving like Elon when he's trying to do anything serious.
Question, what happened? Take a deep breath.
Okay. Last night was a culmination of things that had been going on for the past week and month or so. I've been there since January, and Blake has been progressively more aggressive towards me. He would make abusive statements. He would hold me by the wrists and shake me around. He spit in my face yesterday, and he would also have these angry fits of rage where he would start breaking things and throwing things around. And he even put a bunch of scratches on my guitar. And then last night he decided to buy LSD and was acting nutso. And then I laid down on the futon in the center living room, and Blake was starting to play around with the gun, and he was pointing it at me. At this point, it was sideways, and so I grabbed it and I pushed his hand away. I grabbed it again, and I let loose.
Where did you shoot him on his body?
I think I shot him in his face.
Okay, and why there?
He was just there, in front of me. He was smothering me.
Okay.
So that was within my arm's reach. There was this much of him.
I gotcha.
And he started spilling the blood everywhere, and then he came up to get me, and then that's when I cut him, because at that point I reached into my pocket, and I got my knife and I cut him.
Okay.
But shot him in the face. And then I pulled out my knife and I started cutting him up when he was bleeding all over me. Because how dare he bleed all over me? Oh, this is going to be good.
And then he opened the door. He got outside, and then he started screaming and saying, help me, help me. And, yeah. Then the other guard showed up, and he was threatening me. He kicked me, that guard that called the police. They were being aggressive towards me too, and they thought that I was just some prostitute.
I got you.
All I did was shoot the man in the shoot another man in the face, and then cut him. And then as he's running away, start chasing him down. And this other guy who seen this all, he was being bad. He was being mean to me. And then I tried cutting the blood. The warden of the parking lot. Hi, hamster. Welcome in.
Sure. So as he's crawling outside, what's going on in this moment? Are you behind him? Are you in front of him?
I was behind him, and I was like trying to like get him back inside. That way there wasn't like some scene. Like I really didn't want to deal with people outside.
Okay.
I didn't want anyone to deal with the fact that I shot this man and I slashed this man. No one can see this. Content warning issues. That makes sense. I knew it was something in that vein. It's been like 2 years or however long. They called me a harlot. How dare they? Still holding knife and like shaking.
Okay.
You may have already noticed that Amber's interrogation won't require a whole lot of analysis. So for contrast, you'll be presented with 4 additional subjects with very different personalities. The first of which will begin right away. From what we could research about Ashley Benefield, she was an extremely talented dancer, able to confidently perform with natural poise in front of large crowds in sold-out theaters. But according to reports, her social presence was considerably more reserved, with people describing her as friendly, but somewhat shy and sometimes withdrawn, unless she was under the influence of enough alcohol, which was reportedly the case when she met former naval pilot Doug Benefield at a business conference, and broke the ice by revealing she had a concealed firearm tucked into her bra. Despite a 30-year age gap, they seemed to fall quickly in love and got married 14 days later. They then launched the...
Holy shit. Smashed out of her mind, goes up to this guy and goes, I have a gun in my bra. And he goes, I found my one. And then 2 weeks later, they were married. 30-year age gap between the two of them.
The American National Ballet together, which Ashley conceptualized hoping to create a worldwide organization. But the company failed to get investors.
Now, let me be frank. If someone came up to me and said, I have a gun near my tits, regardless of how they present themselves, I would be concerned, but also curious. How you fitting it in there? But yes, Sonny, I kind of want that framed. At what point do we start blaming the victim? Racks are rack.
And dissolved quickly thereafter. Ashley then filed for divorce, but was already pregnant with their daughter, so they then had to co-parent together over the following 2.5 years, which created considerable tension, culminating in Ashley shooting Doug in the leg and chest when he was visiting her mother's house. She then ran to the neighbors, claiming that Doug had attacked her and that she had been forced to shoot him. Then she called her attorney, who accompanied her to the police station and informed investigators that she would not be providing a statement.
Okay, Ashley, I'm Detective Plonzinski. I'm with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit. I know that we haven't talked yet, and we're not going to be taking a statement from you. That's fine. I have a search warrant, okay? And your attorney's here. I'm going to give it a copy to both of you so you guys can read it, but I'm going to actually read it to you first. But no one can stop this process, just so you know, because it is a search warrant, all right? You can't refuse it. If you do refuse it, there's actually a charge for that. It's called obstruction to a search warrant. All right, we're going to stop recording?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just worried for her. She hasn't eaten anything all day or anything like that.
Do you want me to get you something?
No, I don't think she can eat. She hasn't been able to eat, so. But no.
How can I make her more comfortable?
No, she's fine.
No, she's fine. She just haven't eaten all
all
day.
Do is feel like, you know, she's gonna pass out.
I mean, they're big enough you can hide a small one in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
That, you know, you're not supposed to be talking to me, but you can tell your attorney I'm hungry or thirsty or something, and I will get you whatever you wanted. Aspirin. I rushed and got you aspirin. I know that I'm supposed to be the bad guy in this situation to you. I'm not trying to be the bad guy, and I don't want to be the bad guy. If I can
shut the
help you,
fuck up.
Please tell me how I can help you, okay? This is teamwork as far as I'm concerned. I want to get the truth, and you want me to know the truth.
Police would find no evidence to support her case for self-defense. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing to indicate that Doug had attacked her prior to the shooting. She was charged with second-degree murder, then released on $100,000 bond awaiting.
Okay. I'm the good cop is the bit that they all say to just get you to cooperate. Do not fall for their lies. It is all bullshit. Also, I'm gonna take my hat off because I noticed that it just keeps riding on top of my head. Unlock item. Unlock item. Yahoo! Oh, why am I locked to the frame? There we go. But yeah, most of the time if they offer you anything, it's to collect DNA and or fingerprints. Otherwise, it's just to ease and smooth the process out. Don't say shit until you got a lawyer. I enjoy how there is an entire ecosystem on YouTube that revolves around people who can't say, I want to speak to a lawyer. I was watching so much cop cam footage when I get up. Okay, so I blame the fact that I have TikTok now on my system, on my little phone. But every time I see a cop footage, like any police body cam, I just gotta be like, I can take 2-5 minutes. I can watch this. It's so bad. The worst one, though, are the obvious clear stage ones, and it's like, fuck off. Fuck out of here. Stop it. Ugh. I watch body cam, court footage, and Second Amendment auteurs. Way too much. Like me when the Sovereign Citizens videos used to come out. Those ones are fucking gold. Oh shit, ads about to play in like a minute. I'm gonna quick BRB just to let the ads go so no one misses out on any of this freak entertainment. I'll make popcorn. Yeah, I'll make popcorn.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
じゃあ買い物に行ってくるよ。僕はうちでお土産開けよっと。Something wrong with me? I can't speak Japanese. I'm an American robot now.
XJ9? 落ち着いてちょうだい。私は英語が得意じゃないの。
Can't speak Japanese.
お腹が空いたの？
I can't speak Japanese.
じゃあ歯が痛いって言ってるの？
I can't speak Japanese.
ジェスチャーゲーム？
There's absolutely nothing wrong with having an imaginary friend. In fact, I still have an imaginary friend. I call him Gilbert.
That's my name. That's my name. Why wouldn't you call me Gilbert? That's my name. My name's Gilbert.
And even though Gilbert is imaginary, he's always there if I need someone to talk to or a shoulder to cry on.
I told you 1,000 times, I'm not imaginary. I'm real. You see me? I'm real. Look, you want identification? Here, anything you want. You want a driver's license? You want ID? You want a birth certificate?
Hey, maybe we could say hello to Gilbert right now. Oh, Gilbert.
I'm here! I'm right here! I'm right in front of you!
If you could only hear what he's saying to me right now. He's such a joker.
Okay, that's it. I'm out of here because you're a nutcase.
Who could that be?
Oh, that's okay. I'll get it.
I'm in the club listening to the brown note.
And now the WWF Rewind, presented by Glover. New for Nintendo 64 and PC CD-ROM. Gotta love the glove.
As Cross continues the attack on the injured knee of Too Hot Scott Taylor. But look at this. Cross is wrenching that knee. Oh God, look at the way his lower leg is turned sideways. Did you see the way it's just flopping loose? What is Cross think? He didn't have to go that far.
That was the WWF Rewind, presented by Glover. New for Nintendo 64 and PC CD-ROM. Gotta love the glove.
PK out.
Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
Have a good day.
Ah! Oh my God! Ah! This is hot! Ah! Okay! Oh, my head is burning up!
Have a tiny dick and even smaller balls. The balls are above the dick. Also, the balls hang down around the dick like ears on a basset hound. The dick stinks, and I hate it. The balls do not smell, however. I also hate the balls. Thank you.
Japanese modern rules of 34 tile types and 4 beach type. There are 3 tiles, 2 standard mods on these pin cell and 1, zero spin boom characters. There are also 2 tiles on which are split dragon tiles and 1 tile. The player can make a number of group knows and they call for a discard by another player. The numbers revealed in the player makes a discard. When a player calls for another discard, the hand and group are both open. When the discard from a close stand ends a winning tile, the group of the discard classes open even though the hand remains closed. Players call for Ponya when they make a triplet which theoretically will save 2 tiles using a discard from another player. The discard tile is placed sideways to show from those who will take it. No meaning forward will save 2 tiles around a tile. When a common call, the nearest door is split. Place it take another tile from the devil in order to supplement it. That includes a specific tile combination or condition. With 4 mounts and 1 who you have a winning hand. With each Yaku is given Han value, the Han doubles. Yakuman has the Yakuman is the value given to the hand. These are hard to get. The player declares Riichi. Players have a Yaku and a Riichi hand. It is said when a player only needs a single tile to complete it by already legal hand, he has to play many discards to make an open melt. But a player declares Riichi, he's able to win with a discard even if he doesn't have a Yaku. After Riichi is declared, the player plays with the pause and can't change their hands unless it's a certain type of close clause. In terms of winning, there's a difference between when a player wins from a discard and wins from the wall. Players call Run! They are pick up from a tile or a discard win or sumo if the win is self-drawn. If the player scores below 0, I think the game ends. Argument literally mean win and stop because the dealer decides to use when he's one hand. If the top player has a score below 3,000 in the final round, another round of the West you can have. Rules of this can also be followed by another each round, all around and when the one player reaches at least 30,000 points.
You know, I'm old enough to remember back to simpler, more innocent times when the worst thing you'd hear about the news was hijacked jetliners flying into buildings.
Oh, now, Gilbert, you're gonna get into trouble again.
Hello, is this FuckWeb? How do I log into FuckWeb? Give me access to FuckWeb this instant.
You don't have to shout, I can hear you.
Excuse me, I am not shouting, I am talking.
God just gave me the plan, and it's time to get to work.
Full Metal Malcolmist.
I'm sorry, I took away from the biblical Kino. That is, in the beginning there were dinosaurs. Widget, what the fucking about? Was it that or something previous to that? Also, I return with popcorn. Honestly, chat, start making stovetop. Just make sure you have like a heavy bottom saucepan. Something that will be able to distribute the heat evenly. It's really worth it. I am much cheaper. Oh. The main con, I would say, is all the prep time needed for everything. The keyboard chess guy. Oh yeah, he's bouncing them titties. Ah, you have the specialized thing. Understandable. I kind of want a popper. Like a standalone, just the only thing this fucking thing does is make popcorn. No, it's gotta be a little warm. Anywho. Oh.
Trial. It began on July 23rd, 2024.
Hot air popper? Oh, that'd be neat.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art.
Oh,
I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020. Specifically, late in the afternoon, would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck. We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom and he started screaming at me.
So I pulled the gun.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house.
He stops her from leaving, so she runs upstairs.
Where?
To my room.
Why?
Because I was scared.
She grabs one of the two guns she had in her bedroom.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Get Hibley, thank you. 3 months free scribble. You didn't put a funny message behind it. In fact, I don't even know if it's here. That could be the auto resub. No, I would. It's just not work. Can somebody throw something at me? But Widget, thank you for 23 months. Oh, Goblin is here. Hi, Goblin. Goblin, thank you for 28 months of tier 3. What the fuck? And Widget, thank you for 23 months. Thank you, Scamtran. What do you mean one gift sub for reward? Oh, it's referring to... I don't know. Anywho, back to JCS, Criminal Psychology.
Standing in the doorway. His face was
In
red.
the door.
The veins were bulging in his neck. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
Veins were bulging in his neck. His eyes were black. I just marathoned Supernatural. I thought he was gonna be a demon. I was out of salt. I couldn't put it in the doorway. So of course I opened fire.
He said, "You're fucking done."
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Judge, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, to have her compose herself?
All right. Or you all can have a seat.
If a single shared expression could capture the essence of a trial, this would probably be it. You have the victim's daughter, brother, sister-in-law, cousin, 3 nieces, and the prosecution.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you.
It's anyone's guess as to why Ashley got so freaked out by the mention of a Kleenex. But it's worth noting that she has not, and will not, shed a single tear for the duration of her testimony. People can of course get emotional without shedding tears, so you can decide for yourself what exactly is going on here. It's just interesting that she keeps wiping her face when there's nothing to wipe.
Okay, thank you. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore.
I think she was trying to do the implied acting of, you know, maybe the tears are welling in my eyes or some shit like that, but the fact that her eyes are just white, not even a little bit bloodshot, no sign physically of someone having that level of emotional reaction. Hi, Silver Moon, welcome in.
Or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. Sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
During this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? About the way you looked,
This and she
your
was
clothes,
3, it's always worked. Why
the
would
way
it
you
fail
acted.
now?
He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore.
Yes.
And you want a baby.
Yeah.
What you're seeing here is known as strategic insinuation, where tone and rhetorical framing are used to undermine credibility. This is especially effective when paired with nonverbal cues, such as the look the prosecutor is now giving the defendant. She is not allowed to speculate nor accuse the defendant until her closing statement, so this is her way of doing both without technically breaking any rules.
I mean, yeah, we were married, we wanted a family.
Okay.
And here we have the infamous microtransgression. Here's another one.
In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
Microaggression.
Okay.
As you can tell, the way she says okay isn't neutral. It's laced with skepticism and condescension, conveying the subtext of disbelief without saying the words. What's intriguing about these elements is how their effectiveness depends heavily on the power dynamics in the courtroom. This is what we refer to as a very low to very high power dynamic. And to give you a better understanding of this concept, we'll show you a circumstance on the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
And you're not trained in
Thank God we don't
accident
gotta deal with
reconstruction.
another one of those for an hour.
Me? Yeah.
Not minimum.
No. Neither am I.
This is what being a fan looks like, of the person you're meant to be prosecuting. The story here is that her client Terry skied into the back of Gwyneth Paltrow and is now trying to sue her for $3 million.
All right. You were wearing goggles, a helmet.
Yes.
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope.
That's always my intention.
Okay. Miss Paltrow, isn't it true that this was an accident that you caused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
And I can tell you that Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
And I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
Because it's the truth.
I'm not saying that.
Let's get a question.
So
She's now about to ask Gwyneth her most confrontational question, which she really doesn't want to ask.
maybe do you agree with that? That on that day of the collision, you were not engaging in any kind of risky behavior, especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging in any risky behavior.
Okay. Especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging.
Now compare this disposition of please forgive me Gwyneth Paltrow to I categorically do not like you, do not trust you, and have no problem letting both you and the entire world know about it.
Are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And States 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day. Sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So I want to get to the night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over.
Yes.
To help you move stuff in the house.
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
And you thought he was going to kill you.
Hi, Rhubarb. Hi, Rhubarb. Welcome.
I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Why invite him?
Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which is my purse at the time.
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway, kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me and said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting mode where he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around.
He got into a fighting mode where he turned sideways because I pulled the gun on him. Potentially, so he was putting his hands up to be like, "Don't shoot me," as he was moving away. Maybe out of the door frame even.
Around with his like arms and his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he's standing there. He turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
Like that.
Well, show me. What was he doing?
Kind of like, I already got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
So
He was gonna judo chop me. Everything she's describing. Mentally, I see Austin Powers. He's ready. He's moving his arms around. He's kind of got like that diagonal approach.
you start shooting, and he falls down on his back.
And this is JCS Criminal Psychology. They haven't uploaded in like 2 years. And then 2 months ago, they dropped like a half-an-hour video. And then 12 hours ago today, they dropped this. They're really good criminal psychology investigation videos in regards to... Typically, it's just the interrogation videos. I don't remember too many court videos. Either way, I'm happy they returned.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat.
Yeah.
All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. Madam Clerk, would you please publish the verdict?
We, the jury, finds as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser included offense.
Yippee!
Juror number 15.
Thank you
is
for linking the
your
channel,
verdict,
would you?
as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole.
Yes.
Members of the jury, I want to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I always ask, though, is there anybody that I haven't heard from, any testimony I didn't hear, any evidence that I didn't hear, anything at all that I need to know to make a fair decision in this matter?
Your Honor, Ms. Benefield feels that I've spoken for her.
Excellent.
We're somehow getting the sense that Ashley doesn't quite share the same sentiment.
All right.
Ashley is about to realize the judge isn't cutting to the chase and will instead drag out the process with pre-sentencing remarks. It's such a fascinating moment because it's at the very last stage of where she knows she is being watched, and a time where you really don't want to be visibly annoyed at the judge.
All right, so the first thing we need to do is talk about the score sheet to start from. My ultimate conclusion, Ms. Benefield, is that this is not a downward departure case. So with that said, the sentence of the court will be as follows. I'm going to sentence you to 20 years in Florida State Prison. That's to be followed by 10 years of probation. You must initially report to the Bradenton Department of Corrections. We'll be able to provide you a map of where that is.
This is Ashley Benefield's latest mugshot. Her earliest release date is in December of 2041. We'll now take you back to Amber's interrogation.
I really didn't want to deal with people outside.
Okay.
So once he got outside, he was up, you know? So he slammed against the door, he was up, and he opens the door. And then he goes
Oh, I'm not
outside and he
surprised.
starts
This was a big
running, and then
channel a
once
couple
he gets
years
across
back,
the street,
especially
I
during
see him
COVID.
pull his head up like this, or maybe his head falls, and then he like walks and sits down over by the guard, and he's like, oh, help me, and the guard's like starting to laugh, you know? And then the guard kicks me, and they're calling me, they're cursing at me, and so I just go back into the place, and I get the keys.
See, now that's where I have to ask you a question, because we had 4 witnesses on scene that said they saw you go up to him and slice his throat. So what happened with that? Was he doing something that made you perform that action, or what happened with that?
He just kept grabbing at me, and he was like trying to like get me to like I don't know, like be brought down to his level.
Okay.
I no.
I feel like Jeff from their vids has
okay, so
had
that's
his
what I
own
want to get
YouTube
into.
channel.
Is that
was
how he
pure
ended up?
nuts.
Because he
Wait,
has it on
really?
his
I
lip.
have no idea.
Okay, and they saw you literally leaving within seconds behind him, following him, and they identified you, which is how we knew it was you.
I just couldn't let him just stay like that, you know? I was like, I felt bad.
Stay like what?
Like just in a state of just like blood spilling from his mouth. And
is that after you cut his neck?
No, before that.
Before you cut his neck?
Yeah.
Okay. So before, when he was crawling out of the door and you were following behind him, was he saying anything to you?
He wasn't crawling, he was standing.
Okay, so he was standing and he was running towards somebody outside. And you were behind him. What were you saying to him as you were running behind him?
I just kept saying things like, can you please stop? He broke an aerosol can inside of the place by just chucking it at the bed. And it blew up everywhere.
Okay.
And then he like threw a bunch of, he kicked a box of like really sharp like bones of an animal at me while I was sleeping.
Okay.
And he's done things like played around with knives like really scarily, and I just had more and more of a reason to
slit his throat,
be upset, or to be on edge.
Okay.
That's really what I mean.
Let me get this right. He's in the house playing around with the gun and he supposedly points it at you. You manage to get it out of his hand.
He does, yes.
And then fire it at his head. At this time, he's now on his butt at the front door. Is that where everything kind of happened?
Yeah, I was sleeping there with my head against the door on the futon. And so when he approached me, that all happened, and then he sat back, and then he got up.
Okay.
After getting shot in the face.
Okay.
He was like screaming on the trip, and he was like, "You're ruining this for me!" And I was just like, I don't understand what I did wrong. Like I was just laying on the couch, I'm trying to go to sleep, I'm trying to look cute, you know, like with your little like bear blanket or whatever.
So now once he's on the ground after he's shot, then what?
He gets up. He goes and slams his body up against the door.
Okay.
He opens the door. He
He's
runs
bleeding
outside.
But I thought you said you stabbed him again before he ran out.
I didn't stab him. I cut him.
Okay, so you cut him before he ran out.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you cut his throat before he ran out or after?
Before and after.
And then at what point did he?
You shot him. And shooting him wasn't enough, so that's when you pulled the knife. And you slit his throat. And then when he was trying to leave and get help, you followed him, insisted that he stop. And then when you caught up to him, you slit his throat again because you felt bad he was bleeding.
Get this cut.
That was just a larger one after I followed him. And
But why that one?
What should I say?
What should you say? What happened?
Of course.
Yeah. Why that cut here? Were you just trying to
It'd
send
be
a
easier
statement
to
him,
defend
or-
yourself by
There
mag
was
dumping
no
a
statement
person
or
at
anything. I was
this
just looking
point.
to do whatever
Yeah.
it took to get him down.
Okay, because now what I'm understanding is he's trying to separate himself from you and go and get help, and you're following behind him with the knife.
No, I didn't do that. I definitely sent him out there with a cut. I didn't follow him and then like slit him throat to throat, like I mean ear to ear. That was just what existed. I was running on adrenaline.
I could imagine.
And that was just not. It wasn't okay, and it wasn't okay to do in public. But I didn't pull his head back or anything.
So how did you do it? Like,
well, the same way that you would normally do it.
When.
Dad, how would you normally slit someone's throat? Hold on, I'm gonna get. I'm out of drink. I'm drinking. I'm eating salty popcorn. What a combination. Yeah. But how do you typically just kill somebody? Does anyone have any like go-to methods, options, etc.? Just stick and pull. I have a friend that was cohabitating with a woman that called cops and claimed he had hit her. He hadn't. He spent the night in jail. When she threatened to do it again, he was recording. Result was confession to false reporting. Yippee! That's a federal? I think that's a federal. Mentally destroy or straight shot death. Now, how you cut somebody? How you slit somebody's throat? How do you do it? Because this blonde here is implying that everyone just knows a standardized method to slit someone's throat. The sugar and salt method? I've heard about it, but I'm. It's bad enough I drink canned soda. I don't want any more sugar in my diet.
He ran out of the house. How far away were you behind him? Because I know you can see him since you approached him. Okay, so a yard.
Because I was worried and I didn't want him to go out into the street or anything.
Okay, why not?
Because he was just a mess. He was like
bleeding everywhere.
Did you just not want people to see what happened?
Yeah,
or?
I mean it was just scary.
Okay.
And Blake talks to the neighbors all the time, and so he's a huge ass kisser, and like he just like does that, and there's nothing wrong with it, but he'll like invite them in and like get screwed up with them, and like
screwed up how?
Like he'll just give them alcohol or drugs, or they'll give him drugs.
Have you ever witnessed him doing drugs?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you done drugs with him?
No.
Ever? Before rehab?
No.
Okay.
You wouldn't need a
I've beat
PhD
the
to
woman beating
recognize that Amber
allegations
is
in
on
court of
something
law
right
in the
now besides the
Midwest.
Gatorade.
No one's better
and on
than
that
me.
note, allow us to introduce you to our next subject. This is 19-year-old Erin Moffat, who recently strangled her own mother to death with an extension cord while coming down off crystal meth. She and her boyfriend then buried her body in an abandoned oil field. Her mother's landlord reported her missing 21 days later, at which point Erin was asked to come in for questioning.
The Legend of Hief.
What we're trying to do is just trying to get a timeline.
Right.
Okay, so I want to start back with what time, when did you move in with your mom again?
Oh, wow.
How long ago was that?
She had been living with her mom for 2 weeks.
When did you realize that your mom
who
was
hasn't
missing?
killed someone
out of jail
after
on the
coming
5th.
off meth?
Oh wait, that's right. You
Yeah, I
were
came
arrested on.
She was arrested for possession of
No, no,
cocaine
I've never taken
roughly
the red
10
one.
hours after the murder. The detective now takes her to the moment she was released 2 days later.
Okay, when did you get out of jail from Harris County?
At 2:30 a.m. I took a taxi home, and I went in the house, and everything was fine. I figured, I just went to my room.
Okay, so when did you discover that your mom was
The
missing?
next morning.
September 6th? How did you determine that she was missing?
Because I'm nosy, and I mean, the car's there. My
Okay.
mom, this right here, that trips me out more than anything. Like, I'm freaking out behind her car, and I looked through her, she has this little blue bag, and I looked through it, her wallet was there. all her identification, down to her pills. I mean, everything except her money. Her money was gone. And I know my mom had to have had at least, because rent is due, like the rent was due, and I ended up having to pay the rent, and I know she had.
That was my meth money. I can't pay the rent. That's my meth
Me and my
money.
mom, I love her. I do. I really love my mother, but it's a very distant thing. Like I keep myself very closed off because I have to be that way with her. If I'm not, she will literally like. There's days when I won't even answer my phone, you know, because she's just crazy with it. She calls me constantly.
So, hold on a second. Did you have money for your bond, or did you have someone bond you out?
I had money for it.
Where'd you go when you got out of jail on the 5th?
I came home. That's when I came home.
That's where my meth pipe was.
And I went in the house, and she wasn't there. And I'm really upset, because my mom, last conversation I had with her was about drugs. And it really breaks my heart. I want my mom to be okay, but I always say that but, and people hear it, you know, and they're like, why do you always say that? I have a horrible, horrible feeling.
Yeah.
Horrible feeling.
What do you mean?
Crush him with an
I mean,
ATM.
look at people who do drugs, you know, my mom, all it would take, you have no idea what this on her.
It depends on your setup. I still know people who just are renting off somebody who's literally owns a couple houses, and they're like, yeah, just you're literally paying the bare minimum for what everything
Mama,
costs.
you're gonna handle somebody the way you handle me, and they're not gonna be like me. I love you. I'm your daughter. I understand you're crazy. Other people aren't gonna understand that, and somebody's gonna hurt you.
Joy, welcome in. Hi. Hi. I'll give it a second for this to be done. Yeah.
Where do you think your mom is now? If we had to go look for her, where should we go
Monkey
look?
drum machine? Monkey drum machine?
There.
Purple monkey dishwasher?
You don't have any
I
idea?
have no clue. That's why I feel so bad that
Where
I
could
can't.
she have gone if she had just walked out the door? Because she didn't take her car or anything else. Where could she have just walked to? If she were to walk somewhere.
I don't ever walk anywhere out here. Like that's out of the question.
You don't have any idea where she could have just walked to?
I don't think my mom just walked. I don't know. It could have been. I don't know who she knows. That's the problem. I don't keep up with her like that. And I wish to God I would have paid more attention now.
You think someone came to pick her up?
It's possible. I mean, anything's possible right now. It's like, I know.
Did you kill her?
I know that that's my mom. I want my mom. It's like I know when I lay down, like I want my mom because she's my mom. Like this is crazy.
So you don't.
There's something real happening here. Perhaps emotional pain. She will quickly bury her face in her hands and shut the emotion down.
Have any? I mean, you don't think she's anywhere near the home or anything like that?
I have no clue. I'm like space cadet over here in space.
Did you tell? Here's what's disturbing to some of the family members.
Okay. Please let me know.
Did you tell Dina? Did you speak to Dina on a phone a few days ago?
I talked to her last night. I talk to her every now and then.
Probably over the weekend, something like that.
It's possible. Every conversation up until, I don't know which one you're talking about. I really don't remember talking to her crazy except for last night. I didn't really I was respectful, but still probably rude. And
Okay, how about this? Did you ever use the word shovel and your mom in the same sentence when you were speaking to Dina?
Oh, yes, I did. She said, why don't you go look for her? And I said, well, what do you want me to do? Grab a shovel?
Okay.
Because, and I'm sorry, but I'm very unemotional.
Did you already bury your mom? Bro, did you already bury your mom? The barrel that I left.
I'm very, very closed off. And
So do you think that your mom is dead?
when I tell you I have a bad feeling, I'm not kidding.
When you tell you
So
I have,
you
when
have
I
no
tell you I
idea
have a bad
where
feeling,
she's
that
at.
bad feeling is you better not
Do
find
you
that
suspect that she's in the
shovel that I have in
I'm
my
not
shed.
sure, but I mean, I'm saying, like, you know, people, I'm telling her, I told Dina, y'all don't know her the way I know her. I'm such a, oh, my heart's so screwed up, like, I want to accept the worst and just get over it because
You all don't know my mom like I know my
Was your
mom.
mom depressed?
my mom's psychologically screwed, okay?
Okay, I'll be right
Don't y'all
back.
freeze to death?
Yeah, this is a little bit cold in here. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, we do it intentionally and it make you uncomfortable. Digging a hole that big is
When police searched her mom's trailer, they discovered a missing carpet, blood underneath the rug, and a power cord lying right next to where the blood was found. They called Aaron's now ex-boyfriend to come in multiple times for questioning. He would turn up at the police station on the exact day they were set to conduct Aaron's second interview. It had been 28 days since the murder.
Okay.
Change your mind and want a drink, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Corey. State your name for the record for me, please.
Michael Corey Lewis.
Michael Corey Lewis. I'm glad that we finally got a chance to meet up. Before we begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you your statement of Miranda rights, okay? You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so as we've spoken on the phone a couple times, and as you know, what we're trying to do is establish a timeline for Jana's disappearance.
Who's that, her mom?
Yeah, Shannon. Okay. You may know her as Shannon, is that correct? Ashland's?
I have no idea who the hell she is.
Okay, Ashland's mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're familiar with Ashland?
Yes, sir.
Or Aaron, right,
Aaron.
Moffat. Okay, so you've met her mom twice. Her name is Jana Shannon Moffat.
Okay.
Okay. So when did you, on
Jana?
the second, because she was, we're talking about, she was arrested at about 2:30 in the morning in Friendswood on the 3rd.
Black Hawk and 528.
Right, okay, so you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You got that time frame in your head, you remember when that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take me 12 hours prior to that
I was at my trailer.
and describe to me each hour of that day.
He claims he was in his trailer for the entire day until he picked up Aaron at 11 p.m. to drive to Friendswood. Jana had been dead for roughly 10 hours at this point.
Were y'all going to get dope or what?
I believe she was.
Okay. Was she-
I
what was
don't
her-
smoke it. I'm a good Christian boy.
Meaning, how
I
was
don't
she acting?
smoke
Was
that
she-
Well,
man.
she had a big bottle of pills, which Xanax.
Uh-huh.
It was like blue pills.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know.
I mean, was she acting different?
Yeah,
or
she was on something.
She was on something?
Definitely. Well, when is she not?
Yeah.
Did Jana ever, or did Ashlyn ever tell you that Jana was missing?
Yeah, whenever she got home.
When she got home?
When she got released,
from
got
jail?
the taxi cab to my.
What did she say about it?
My mom's gone. All her stuff's here. Her money's here. Phone, cigarettes, keys.
On the night of the second, when you and Aaron went to Friendswood, did she mention anything about her mother?
Not really.
No?
She was trying to avoid it, I guess. I don't know. She was
I mean, what did she think that happened? I mean,
I don't know. She told me that her mom's like a druggie, and she was just giving me all kinds of information that I didn't really care for.
It's important to note the detectives are not certain of Corey's involvement at this point. They have no concrete evidence that can implicate himself or Aaron, so everything you're about to see is entirely a bluff.
Let's see. Do you trust Aaron to Ashlyn? Do you trust Ashlyn to keep quiet about secrets?
I haven't told anybody any secrets. I don't keep secrets.
That was not
Think
the
she
question,
keep something
sir.
quiet?
If she wanted to, I guess. She's pretty good at that. She lies to me a lot, so yeah, probably.
how long have you known her?
Like I said, a couple months.
Couple months?
Maybe.
When we do this type of interview, there's certain things that we already know the answers to that we're going to ask you, just to make sure that you're being honest with us. So, let's.
You've actually lied a
I've got
bunch, and we
few-
know.
I guess I got a few questions about the date on the 2nd. You said you had problems remembering dates, and yet you remember the 2nd. Why does that date?
I don't remember.
stand
Y'all
out?
told me it was the 2nd. He's told me several times she got arrested on the 2nd. And so I'm assuming it was the 2nd.
Well, that's okay. So what were you doing on the 2nd?
Probably woke up like at 2, like I said. And then, I don't know, she called me and said she had her mom's car.
Okay, remember, again, well, let me back up. This is your chance to kind of tell us what's going on.
Many of you will already know that this is your chance, and this is your opportunity, are pressure tactics disguised as benevolence. The thing is, that doesn't work on the suspect here. What does work is what the detective says next, or more specifically, how she says it.
I have no idea.
We already know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
so this is your chance.
This is your opportunity. That's what you don't understand right
You
now.
could
is
just
we
admit
know.
to it and save us all the
We know.
time.
We know you were in the trailer that day.
We know you were there. We know about the blood on the carpet. We know about the cord. We know about the rug. We know about the trunk. We know about the ride. We know about the dump. Do you trust Aaron? We will be down there tonight. We will be speaking to her probably about 2 a.m. She will confess.
And I'm gonna be tired by then. I'm not gonna want to hear.
I know,
She
man.
killed her
Welcome
mom. I
in.
know she did.
Hello.
She choked her with the damn cord.
We know this.
We don't want to
Thank
do
you.
much paperwork.
By
You
you
just
telling
admit
us
to it
this,
and sign right here.
I mean,
We need a written
You are doing
confession.
the right thing. Do you understand that?
So you see,
I know you're
the
scared.
Colonel's secret
I can
blend
tell by
of
looking at you,
herbs
but
and
you're doing
spices
the
was
right
leaked on the
thing.
internet.
I didn't want to have anything to do with it.
I have no doubt. But you were there, right?
Corey, look, man. How long you been holding this inside?
A long time, man.
You were in Aaron's room. You guys just had sex, and her mom was okay. Help me out here because the computer is no longer there. I think Aaron pawned
Right
it.
by the door. Yep.
Right when you walk in the front door to the left. Okay.
Man,
Where
broke
the
down the
stains,
second they just said, no, we know.
Stands right here, the computer was right
Okay.
here.
Because the computer's no longer there. That's why I'm asking.
She probably pawned it.
Okay. Forgive my drawing, but we're gonna say this is inside of the trailer, okay? Then she's the one that.
And she snatched the cord out of the wall.
Where were you when this happened? Tell us where you
Right
were at.
there.
Did you hold her mom down?
No.
You didn't hold her down? Come on, Corey. You're doing good. Buddy, you're doing good.
Give me a little bit more info.
I imagine.
I understand that.
I imagine. I believe you.
Hastings oil field.
Huh?
Hastings oil field.
Is that where she's at?
I mean, I imagine panic. Everybody was panicked.
Yeah, I went with it because she just fucking killed somebody.
Oh, sure.
They take him back to the moment they were both in Aaron's room, just before the murder.
And so what happened? Was she talking about what she was gonna do, or she said she was gonna go out and kill her mom?
And she did, and I stood there and watched.
What has Aaron been saying after this? I mean,
She's been trying to keep me to cover it up.
Aaron was arrested the next day and informed that Corey had already told them everything.
Aaron, don't say anything until you sign this document. Okay? We're going to keep this the way it should be.
No, shut up and sign.
And then you'll have your opportunity to talk.
What I did was wrong, and you know that.
what do you mean what you did was wrong?
Y'all said y'all put Corey in jail already.
Why don't you tell us what happened on the 2nd? Why don't you just start on the 2nd and begin to tell me what happened?
I can't say this shit.
You're pointing to your throat. What did you do?
I can't say it. I'm a piece of shit.
We know what you did.
I know you know.
Tell me what you did.
I feel like I would have to knock someone out if they were strangling their mom with an electric cord without good reason. I mean, it's not like she's going down within like 30 seconds.
Something stupid. And
That took a bit.
And people just feed into my negativity.
But also on the
and if
same
you
time,
just
it's
shut
a
me the
meth
hell
head
up,
doing
I
it,
wouldn't
so
say
like
anything, I would be quiet,
you
but
might
he
just
fucking
sit there
fed into
like
it, and
wailing
makes
on the
my
side of their
ego
skull,
big,
and
I-
it doesn't matter. The brain has told them to start
just
strangling
like,
until
you know,
nothing
if
happens.
you do it, I'll do it too, blah, 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 you know, and I was like...
You might just get yourself hepatitis from just like wailing on the fucking blunt skull. Might, you know, bust open your knuckle, hit a scab.
Did you kill your mom?
Yes.
Alright, well, cuffs. We got a confession. Cuffs.
I freaked the hell out and started crying, and I was like, I didn't know what to do, and then I guess we realized that we can't leave my mom laying there, and...
What happened right after y'all arrived to the location?
What caused you to want to strangle your mother? Was it the meth?
Took her where the grass was and stuff, and I fell, and I couldn't do it. I just couldn't, and he just put her in there, and then we left.
Do you remember what you were thinking?
I was pissed off at my mom. Just, we're always fighting about something. It doesn't matter. It's probably her telling me, she just talks.
She's probably her telling me, please, for the love of God, don't do more meth.
Should we take a break?
Sure. Do you need anything?
I haven't ate, but I...
Are you hungry?
For what though?
I don't know. We can get you crackers or chips or something. We'll find something. We'll be right back. I'll get you some crackers.
Let's get you some crackers. That's what's fun about those points,
So was
though.
this
I set
his
it to
idea
the
or your
maximum,
idea?
so everyone gains the maximum as fast as possible.
He was right there with me the whole time.
What do you think should happen here? You've already said you understand what you did was wrong, correct? What do you think should happen? I mean, do you understand the severity of what's going on? You do. What typically happens in this type of scenario?
People go to prison. I know I'm in trouble.
People go to prison? Yeah, no shit! No fucking shit!
I just don't...
Why do you feel like you deserve it?
Because look, my mom. My mom.
You understand?
Me? No.
That
Me?
you'll be charged
Gongaga.
for homicide. Do you understand that?
Maybe I don't know.
For killing your mom.
I want my mom.
Well, you strangled her, so I don't think you get her. Instead, you get these lovely new temporary pieces of jewelry called cuffs. And then we'll deck you out in a new wardrobe. Hope you like orange.
I feel like a freaking monster.
This moment is absolutely compelling because of the autonomy the interrogator has. He can respond in any way he chooses, or not respond at all. You may have noticed he was playing the role of the bad cop and was especially cold toward Aaron throughout the process. But for whatever reason, in this moment, he chooses empathy.
I don't think you're a monster. I think you made a terrible mistake, okay?
Wow, that's the nicest I've ever seen a fucking cop in one of these moments. Maybe you shouldn't have done the math.
Is this your Coke?
Yeah.
Is that your Coke? Okay, enjoy it. That's probably the last one you'll get for a long time.
Corey Lewis was
They are
sentenced to
proven here
10
because
years
the
for his
next
role in the
go-to
murder.
defense,
It could not be
if the
proven
defendant
that he
is
held
not
the victim
sane or too
down.
stupid,
Erin
true.
Ashlyn Moffat got a 50-year prison sentence. She will be eligible for parole by the time she's 44.
Alright, so I know we're skipping around here, but I was going back to, you said that you were about a yard away from him as he's running.
That's all I really remember.
As he's running, getting help. he was on his knees at this point? Because you said you walked up next to him and did this.
Yeah.
How tall is he from you? Like,
I was standing, and he was like about this tall.
Okay.
And then the like corner parking lot guard started screaming. And then
Why are you
he said,
slitting that
"Get the
man's
fuck away from me,
throat?"
bitch!" And like all of this like disgusting language.
Sure.
And then that's when I went to the bamboo room for help.
For those coming in late, a man took acid. So she got up and put a gun in his face and shot him, and then slit his throat. And then as he was trying to run, get help, and then laying down bleeding out from the bullet and the initial slitting of the throat, she then found it in her most just way to put him out of his misery by again slitting his throat. But that security guard telling her to get the fuck away from the bleeding man, calling her a bitch, very, very naughty language. He shouldn't have been doing that. Bad man.
And
now, why didn't you stay on scene if you were trying to get help? Why leave in a Monte Carlo?
He stole the victim's car and left the scene.
For something, because all those people, like with all the witnesses at that time, just trying to group their story and glue it together. I don't trust that.
All those witnesses, all those people, confirming and clarifying statements and story. You could play Wicked Witch with no makeup.
But why not stay and give your account of what happened?
No.
You know what I mean?
Because I knew this would happen today.
Wait, hold on. Widget. Do you think her pussy's green? This is a very old joke from the Broadway play poster, and not anything to do with the new movie. God, it was so funny when one of the actors believed it was something exclusive to the new movie. Your Honor, the witnesses are all sheeple. But yeah, do you want the Wicked Witch, the all green one, do you want her pussy to also be green or purple? I assume purple, but because her lips are green, they do make a genuine case that it's probably green as well.
Knew what?
Very bizarre how all their stories line up perfectly.
Somebody would call or I would go to the police station. I plan on getting my stuff, giving it to my dad, and putting the car back and leaving, and then calling
go there,
about
please
this.
no.
Next door. But yeah, I think he was.
He was? Okay.
He must have been. For him to have like seen me.
I think
like,
it's
oh,
purple,
this girl
but
has to
given
go to
the
jail,
understanding
like,
that,
call.
Chad, if you want a bizarre fact of human nature, the lips on your face are the same color as both the lips down below or the head of the tallywhacker. Shares the same color palette. Why purple? Because green and purple make a good match, and then the purple insides of human or humanoid entities is a... I'm not going to get that deep into that secondary reason.
Please.
Knowledge.
Oh, he said
you're welcome.
Mind his own fucking business.
Did he say that during the time?
No, my lips
Kind
aren't
of,
red.
But like I don't.
Hello, Mug. Good evening. Welcome in. Stop doing poppers in cabins, and then maybe it'll stop looking that way. Hi.
Were any of those knives that
Look,
you had on you the one that you used to cut
JCS is back. Criminal psychology videos are fucking alive again.
Okay. How
We
many
have a
knives did
reason
you
to
keep?
live.
2.
And there were a lot of knives in that house. Are they yours? Are they his? Is
That
he
and
a
Arxis
collector?
is making
Samurai
fucking
collector?
a Marvel game, a 4v4 fighting game. I'm coming intensely.
But, which is why.
Wait, what? What about?
Seriously, he gave.
He gave me the samurai. Is that a sex move, or is that like the spicy keychain? Did she kill this dude with a katana? As she stated. I forget if he initially had the gun and she somehow wrangled the gun out of his hand, which I don't know. By the sounds of this dude being so much bigger than her and him being on acid, I doubt she somehow got the gun out of his hand. So she shoots man in face, then pulls knife. Initially, as she stated, but she's been going all over with her story and like clarifying to make sure she didn't admit too much. She cuts his throat. She deflected his bullets with her katana, like in my enemies. So badass.
Give me the samurai.
Oh,
but
Give me the
which is why it's in the
samurai.
trunk of the Monte Carlo right now.
She calls the katana a samurai. How cute.
Because I wanted to practice with it, but
where'd you go after you left?
Okay, hear me out. Because she's like 20 something in this. She watched Kill Bill and she thinks she's Uma Thurman.
I parked the car down the street and I just went to sleep.
Now, at any point, did you think to come back and call police once you got there, or you just wanted to get your shit and get out?
I just wanted to get my shit and get
Oh,
out.
hell
Like,
yeah.
I'm not used to this sort of like, processing and stuff. But if I need to be called on as a witness or something, I understand. But really, I think it's clear that Blake had tried to threaten me and I had to take action to just get him done.
Omni, you gotta get somebody to draw that, or someone else has to. I don't have the financial backing currently to present whole. I love how she's now stating, had to do it. I just had to do it. So he threatened me. So clearly I had to shoot him in the face and slit his throat twice. It had to be done. It had to be done. It has to be done. It has to be done. Hell of a grill. It has to be done.
Okay. And when you say done, what do you mean by that?
Just
away,
no more.
dead?
Away. What
Gone.
I'm trying to say is that I wasn't being like ultra aggressive.
I wasn't trying to be ultra aggressive. Shoots in face, slits throat, follows man outside as he's trying to get help, and then as he's sitting up against something bleeding out, I slit his throat again because he was just bleeding there and blood coming out of his mouth. It looked so bad. It had to be done. So ultra aggressive, just ultra. Yeah, not ultra aggressive, ultra violent.
So by him bleeding, because you said you couldn't wait to see it done.
No, I could not stay around it like without like checking to see if this guy was not going to get up again. He got shot and got up.
Okay, and then he left outside, and you followed him. You were within a yard of him, and you cut him again.
Well, no, you can't run him over with the car because it's his car, and his car was a Monte Carlo, and that's a nice car. How may I kill thee? Let me count the ways.
No.
What?
I'm not going to agree to that kind of statement.
But you literally just said that.
My brain had been, no, I did not.
You said
no,
that
I said that my mind was fuzzy.
My mind was
And that concludes
fuzzy.
the first real pushback of the interrogation, which leads us to our next two subjects.
Do you mind if I keep the door closed if we actually have people walking by? And is that cool? Yes.
This is Katrina Ben.
Katrina!
Investigators, was the most confident suspect
Here
they've
comes
ever
the
dealt with.
hurricane.
She began dating a popular
comes
car
the hurricane.
salesman called Eric Samoa in May of 2012. And although he was upfront with her about seeing another woman at the time, Katrina believed, or at least hoped, that she would be the one he'd eventually choose. But early one morning, shortly after they had slept together, she discovered Eric had called the other woman while she was there. What she was unaware of, and what you will see her find out in real time, was that Eric was calling the other woman to break up with her. Katrina then waited for him to go to sleep, then shot him in the head. Eric was discovered the next day during a welfare check, and Katrina, being the last person he was texting, was asked to come in for questioning. Police would later testify that she seemed genuinely distraught when she was informed of Eric's murder.
So you moved in the high-rise how long ago?
March 11th, I believe.
And okay, and how'd you meet Eric?
I met Eric outside, like 2 weeks after I had been there. I think we get off work or get in about the same time. So I usually get off around 6. It takes me a while to get home. And we're walking in, and he asked me if I was a nurse.
She talks about her work as a nurse, and they make an instant connection, seeing each other almost daily for the next 3 weeks. She then gets to the day before Eric's murder, where they were spending the night at his apartment watching the basketball game, when at some point Eric starts calling his dealer to bring him some weed.
He asked them 2 or 3 times, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? And then he just hung up. I don't know if they hung up on him. I don't know, but...
What time do you think that calls?
That was during the second quarter.
She says she goes to sleep in Eric's
2012.
bed after the game, while Eric stays in the living room.
I woke up to him talking to somebody, and it was a guy. And I don't know how he knew I was woke. Maybe I coughed or something. I don't know. But I rolled over, and he opened the bedroom door. He came in. And as he opened the door, I could see who I think is the guy from the apartment, like, walk by to go to the couch.
The person she just mentioned is Eric's drug dealer, who she's now trying to pin the murder on. She says she goes back to sleep, then wakes up the next morning.
It had to be right at 5. It had to be right at 5.
Mm-hmm.
Eric's in the bed, and I hear somebody using the bathroom. So the guy's still there, obviously. He used the bathroom. I'm a nurse, so I'm going to notice if you use the bathroom, you don't wash your hands. So use the bathroom. I didn't hear any water running afterwards.
She gets her stuff and goes to leave, and while she's walking out of the apartment, she feels someone push the door shut behind her.
And when I felt the nudge on the door, I thought it was Eric coming behind me, because he usually walks me to the door and locks the door. But
you didn't see him come up behind you, like to the front?
No. I went out the
the bathroom and immediately made a right.
Yeah, like I wasn't trying to look, see him, or anything. I was just trying to leave. So I walked out the bathroom door and grabbed the front door. And as I was going out like this, like my hand is pulling the door to, the door started pushing up. Like somebody's trying to help me close the door, you know. I thought it was Eric trying to come to the door, like, where you going? But I saw, like, this side of the guy. I just thought it was an Eric, his little skinny arm. But I did put, like, dude almost hit me in the ass with the door when I left. LOL, you know.
You see that?
Right here.
Wow, that's crazy. Alright.
This detective would later testify that he believed Katrina was innocent by this moment. The truth is that she had sent the text message after Eric was already dead. Katrina left soon after this moment.
My
the investigators
God,
then
she
located and
planned
arrested
it so
Eric's
well.
drug dealer. He denied ever having been inside Eric's apartment. Katrina was asked to come back in a week after her first interview.
Hey, Trina.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Hi. Tired.
Hi.
Do you have more questions?
Yeah. Do you have some time? Okay, cool.
The detectives are once again suspicious, especially this one. The main thing they're doing here is getting a read on Katrina. Her answers aren't as important to them as how she responds to this situation.
Alright, so, we're still, like, in the middle of things.
Okay.
And like I told you before, you shed so much light on Eric that, you know, we haven't gotten from a lot of people. And this will be like our only opportunity while you're here to maybe just go over the story just maybe one more time. Maybe you just remember something just a tiny bit more that might give us we need to arrest the
Is there
person
something
responsible.
in particular you just want to know?
What Katrina is doing here is very rare. She is confronting the unspoken tension instead of avoiding it, and dictating the atmosphere as a result. She's sitting in a room with the 2 lead investigators for the murder she committed, telling them to cut to the chase.
That's everything that I said before. You can ask me anything.
Really, I think if you could kind of go through the story again over the last, I think it was like Thursdays where you started. Because we're trying to establish, like, everybody he talked to, was with,
Is this a camera?
place he went.
Yeah.
You guys recorded it, right?
The first one?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
We have follow-up questions from your first.
I like how she's like desperate to get out of the room, so she's trying to just spin it back on them like, well, you should just watch the first one. Just watch that. And the guy in pink is trying to go with the understanding of like, okay, well, we'll ask you follow-up questions, but before he gets a chance to make like a reasonable thing, the dude in front just goes, "No, we didn't record the last time." Oh fuck.
Okay, well, just ask me what you want me to know, because I don't want to go through all this again. That was a long time. I don't want to go through it all again. You can
Too
just ask
bad.
me directly. I don't care. Ask me anything.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Did you
Did
do
you grab
it?
the door anywhere? Do you remember?
He
Like,
apparently had to be
the
touching it.
option
I don't
was-
know. He was shutting the door. He was touching it somewhere.
So you got out from the bedroom, through the closet, and out that way. And he came up somewhere from the living room area, and we on the way touched the door. Alright.
Do you remember any phone calls he made, like say after midnight that night?
Yes.
There's a couple like unknown numbers that we're trying to
Oh,
figure out who
really?
they were. Yeah. And
I
that
went to
was-
sleep after sex, so he might have been up on the phone. I have no idea.
Okay.
The last thing they do is bring her photographs of Eric's apartment to see if anything is out of place or missing.
So when did it sink in?
Last night.
Really? You're pretty much numb on all day yesterday.
Yep. Very tired now.
I know the feeling. We've been pretty much working around the clock for about a week now.
She doesn't see anything worth mentioning in the photographs.
I think he was the one.
Eric, I think he was the one for me. Actually, no. But he was trying to convince me that he was the one.
Really?
That's why I was like, I don't know. I mean, we got closer and closer. We were very close. But I knew he was a ladies' man. I knew he was a ladies' man.
Katrina left the interrogation room, and the case went cold for over a year. Then, out of sheer luck, a gun was found in a ditch roughly 2 miles from Eric's apartment, and
No
ballistic
way.
testing confirmed it was the murder weapon that killed him. The gun was then traced to its last owner, who was Katrina Ben. She was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, then interrogated by the same detectives a week later. She was unaware of the evidence.
Wait, don't they have like records of you owning firearms? Wouldn't the first thing to be to check if they own firearms? And hey ma'am, where's your firearm? Like, am I wrong on that? I'm Canadian. We're not allowed to have anything fun.
Evidence they had against her, and their first question was if she had a gun. She said she did,
No, that's
but couldn't
communism.
remember the last time she...
Well, again, Sonny, I'm Canadian, so that's why my brain went there. But chat, wouldn't it be more logical to disassemble the gun and then throw it in different places so you don't have a full collection? Like, you don't just take the whole gun and pitch it as one complete entity. Guns are a series of parts. You take that shit apart and you scatter the pieces. I mean, I know. They know who has a registered gun. Hey, what a...
saw it. Katrina left the interrogation room, and the case went cold for over a year. Then, out of sheer luck, a gun was found in a ditch roughly 2 miles from Eric's apartment, and ballistic testing confirmed it was the murder weapon that killed him. The gun was then traced to its last owner, who was Katrina Ben. She was arrested and charged
So how the fuck did they trace it to her?
with first-degree murder, then interrogated by the same detectives a week later. She was unaware of the evidence they had against her, and their first question was if she had a gun. She said she did, but couldn't remember the last time she saw it.
Well, wouldn't you agree
Hi,
that
Louis.
it's pretty
Hi,
important
Louis.
to know where your gun is?
Welcome in.
It is. I totally agree. But I don't want to make up any stories. I've learned when I try to make up stuff, it
So,
just doesn't.
so then,
It's in my possession.
where did you originally obtain the gun?
At a pawn shop.
Where?
Pawn shop.
Columbia, Mississippi.
What do you remember about when?
Say no more.
2003 when I had the stalker. 2003, 2004. A long time ago.
You're pretty quick.
I had to get a warrant to get her gun for testing, even if they had
You
bothered to check if she had one. There.
Trina, you are good.
I'm telling
you.
It's easy to tell the truth.
We found the gun. Okay?
Oh,
and you
wow.
know where we found the gun. Okay, and this is
Oh,
basically,
wow.
this is what it's gonna come down to, okay?
Okay.
You can continue to go through this as you didn't kill Eric, or nothing
And I
happened
did
between.
not, absolutely did not.
Okay, let me tell you how it would look like too. Do you see how bad that looks?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. You don't think this is your gun? You think I'm just like making it up?
I mean, I really and honestly do.
Okay.
So I don't know, how would anybody have my gun? We didn't have
Nobody
any
did have your
mutual
gun. You had your gun.
And then
Okay.
you
And it
killed
was
her.
Trina, let me tell you, I mean, there's not just
I
that.
respect you doing your job. I do.
Your gun, the gun that's registered to you, that we have your signature where you're getting the gun.
Yeah.
Is the murder weapon? That alone. There's not.
I'm sorry.
We
I
have
thank
no
you for
doubt.
saying that you think I'm good and I'm smart.
What else did you learn about him that night?
That's it. Eric's an awesome man.
Did you
I
Had this
absolutely
whole
did.
4D chess game planned out and then does the smoothest brain move of using a registered fire.
What about other women?
Why would he argue with this girl?
And again, I even say, if you're gonna go through the dumb idea of using a registered firearm, disassemble it. A gun's multiple pieces. Even if it's 3 fucking pieces, in 3 different ditches is going to be less likely to be found and properly reassembled than one whole piece chucked in the river.
I don't know.
I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. But
He was talking to her on the phone while we
you
were
said
with
he called. One of you said he called a girl at 2 in the morning or something like that.
He was actually breaking up with her on the phone.
You'd be forgiven for thinking this moment belonged in an ancient poem or a Greek tragedy, but unfortunately, it's a true story with a real victim.
Yeah.
Time doesn't repeat, but it certainly does rhyme. Hi, Heartful, welcome in, hits you with brick. When you go down, runs up, kicks you in the jaw, grabs the nearest chair, and then hits you across the ribs with it.
You know, when
Did
he
you
told
tell
me
us
he was in
before
love with
that
me.
he tried to, because you guys have an argument?
No, Eric never argued with me. I would rather sit here and say, oh, you think I did it? Well, he, I don't know, stole from me or killed my father or something. Eric did nothing. He did nothing. I can't even make anything up. Eric did nothing.
So what would your best explanation
With a brick.
be as to how your gun was used to kill him and you were the
I
last
have
person
no
in this
idea.
apartment?
I have no idea.
All right, then you are going to go down, like in 5 years I've been doing homicide as the most cold-blooded person I've ever had to deal with.
Let's go.
Katrina Ben was found guilty of first-degree murder at trial. She was then sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Katrina's level of confidence and composure under
The
certain
fact that
moments
she-
of pressure is what makes
Did
her
you
a very
edit the
unique
bot?
case
No?
study. So in keeping with the structure of this video, our next subject will be very different.
The bots always said that if you say streamer in any variation of streamer.
Okay, well, I need him to be here now. I saw my father's car outside, and I'm not really sure why he's here. Your father's car? Yeah.
He's safe right now.
Who is he with?
He's gonna be with an officer right now, so.
Okay, because the previous officer that I spoke to on the phone said that he was with my sister, and she doesn't have custody of him either, because she's not his guardian.
Okay.
So I need to know where my kid is, and I need to know what's happening, because nobody's telling me anything.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know what's happening either. I just got here as well. I was just told come walk you in, so I'm sure they're bringing somebody down. We're gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Do you want to take a seat for a second? You can
Sit down, relax, get comfy.
This is 26-year-old Devin Schreiner, who 5 hours and 7 minutes prior to this moment shot her ex-boyfriend, Jason Schaefer, 3 times while he was on his postal route. The reason she did this was because she found out that Jason had filed for increased custody of their 5-year-old son and had started dating her own sister within the same week. Devin is herself a postal worker, so she thought that by leaving her postal scanner 20 miles from the crime scene.
Let's break that down for a second. The man's like, I want my kid more. And also, I'm throwing it in your sister. Postal workers be fucking crazy. Yes. Very true.
She would have a simple alibi, that she was at work during the time of the shooting. The issue is that she underestimated how easily her movements could be tracked, as her own vehicle was caught on CCTV just a few blocks from the crime scene, identified by a missing hubcap on the passenger side. She was also captured on multiple cameras running back to her car from the shooting. Now what you just saw.
People are stupid when they think that they can get away with a crime as big as murder. My God.
As Devon entered this interrogation room, is
Hi,
her entire
IP.
strategy.
Hi,
She will lean into
hi.
this emotional front of supposed anger over her
I see
son
2
being taken out of
messages.
school without her permission, which on paper seems very cunning, because it's far from the typical demeanor of a guilty suspect walking into a police station.
Oh, don't
and in
worry,
theory,
don't worry.
would change the entire dynamic of her
I
interrogation.
took all those off
but
a
you'll
while
notice
ago.
that it doesn't quite have the desired effect.
Also, I've been noticing OBS has been deleting my tags, so
Where is my son?
OBS might just be clearing settings
So
regardless.
he's not here?
This is the police department. He is here.
Okay, well,
just
why
don't
does
know
he...
The last few times I have, though, IP, I've put on the tag branded content, and that's been causing some lackluster results. For some reason, your VODs have those tags still. Yeah, the VODs will have the tags regardless, because it is section to when I go live, it's based on those settings, and those settings stay regardless. So those VODs will just be like that, unfortunately. Because it's branded content. So, frown.
He's not here with me. I need him to be here with me. I haven't seen him and I don't know what's happened. He was taken from his school without my knowledge or consent.
TLDR, Middle East and other areas adjacent are starting to crack down on content shown on Twitch. So if I was to... Let's pause this for a second. Oh my god, the man's been beaten off too much with his left arm. He's got carpal tunnel. If I was to scroll down and say add the content classification tag, drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, or gambling, or sexual themes, or violent graphic depictions, most of those would be blocked automatically. And anyone trying to view from regions that don't like that innately would then no longer just let them access. Unless you have a VPN. No more oil princes. So, one, you can always just have a VPN. Please legally obtain it, and by that I mean you could probably just look up ways to make one for free. And two, I don't care for any of those content filters. Because I'm not doing anything that really exudes the level of restricted need. I'm never going to sit here and get, like, balls to the walls drunk because I have a really good constitution. And I'm never going to get myself so blasted that I can't function. I tried tunneling software. It seems like that didn't work and somehow attached to the account, and VPNs are illegal here. Oh, you poor little soul. Okay, fair enough. Well, I can't be one to tell you what to do legality-wise because I've done a lot of illegal shit in my time. That's why my rice purity score is like a 13. Smile. Moving on.
Thank you. Mind if I shut the door for privacy?
I mean, I don't really care. I want my son.
The reason that Devon's strategy is about
Mine's
to fall
like
apart has
86.
everything to do
Oh,
with this
you
detective,
pure
because he
sweet
basically
little
doesn't give a damn. He clearly feels that he already
angelic
has enough
thing. We
evidence
can't
to close
corrupt
out
you.
the case, and will communicate almost exclusively
Even though
with
that's the fun
sarcasm
part.
and passive aggression. You're about to see him blatantly accuse Devon a total of 7 times over the course of this footage.
Oh,
Yet
hell
instead
yeah, I
of
love when the
confronting
cops just cut
elephant
to
in
the
room,
chase.
As we saw with Katrina, Devon will avoid it at all costs, and cling on to this feigned state of annoyance as her escape route, each and
Worf?
every time.
Klingon?
And it's
Worf?
absolutely fascinating to watch.
Where is my son?
Kelsey will tell you everything. How about that? You're Devin?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Yes.
I'm Steve. You can call me Steve.
Hi, Steve.
We gotta kind of step back here a little bit. I gotta tell you.
Powerful, you're already corrupted, though. You feet-sniffing little goblin.
Boyfriend, is it? Ex-husband?
I just call him my son's dad.
Son's dead.
Son's dad? I don't know.
He died today.
What?
What? How? What happened?
Someone shot him in the face.
In the face?
In the face? Mm-hmm.
Where?
On his postal route.
Armpits, you fuck.
He was working today? He doesn't...
See, that's it exactly. The fact that you corrected me on that shows that you are corrupted.
Someone came up and shot him.
When did this happen?
12:32 today.
It is 6 o'clock.
Why'd you have what?
Because the case is so serious, I don't want to do anything to.
Doesn't even know his own chatters.
Anything like that.
Are fine.
My rights and my son's rights were violated
So
when
you would get an
took him
adverse
from school and
effect.
did not contact me.
Correct me, so then I could point out that you're already corrupted.
Have you ever seen cop shows?
Yeah.
They're on like every.
Yeah.
These are the same rights. I'm gonna read them to you, although you probably know them. Maybe see. So let me read them to you.
The level of sass that's coming off this cop. You know cop shows. You already know your Miranda rights. You want me to read them to you? I'm gonna read them to you.
Can I still call you Devin, right?
Yes.
All right, Devin, let's get through this. Devin, you have the right to remain silent. So I want to talk to you about this case.
I need to see my son.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. The last time you see your son in a while.
How your husband, how your baby's father died, and I don't want to turn over the ex to the baby until I know that everything's legit and that you're calm and that you're rational and you're not a crazy person because I've never met you before.
I'm not calm. My son was taken. Nobody told me that anything happened. My son was taken from school by either police, and I was not informed, or by somebody who is not legally allowed to pick him up from school.
Yeah. So here's what's going on. If the ex-husband shows up at the school and the wife's dead, we're not going to release the kid to the ex-husband.
She stabbed her boyfriend. She's completely sane. No, she ran up and shot him in the face.
So that's just standard police 101 business.
But nobody called me.
Yeah, that's...
When did you pick him up from school?
It's so funny that she doesn't get that in a case of sense like this. They're not gonna call you. They're gonna try to hunt you down. Although it would be funny if they simply were like, hey, your son has been taken from the school. You can go to this very open parking lot and come collect them. And if they're dumb enough, they might show up and then you can just get them then. But without, like, evidence or a confession, you can't legally do that. And that would also be entrapment. Yes. I said it before you could even finish your typing. She did at least eat him, so his flesh is not wasted. No, unfortunately, IP, she just ran up and shot him while he's on his postal route, meaning that she killed a man in some neighborhood and then left his body out there where other people, like children, could just witness it.
School.
Probably about 3.
Okay, I called his daycare at 5-ish, and she said he was still there.
When we got a homicide like this, we had a lot of people working on it.
Okay, but then nobody did. They have my contact information.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have said.
Yeah, you're not listening though. We didn't want them to release the child to you.
Don't release him to me. But you could. Nobody even told me his whereabouts. Well, I thought he was with his father.
The police escorted him back here. The child is being interviewed by a forensic interviewer.
He should not be interviewed because I didn't give consent for him to be spoken to.
He's a witness, so he doesn't need consent from the police.
Was he there? Was he in the...
But he's going to tell us about the relationship between you and his father.
But I don't...
You don't understand.
He's 5.
Well, he might not have anything to say.
But no, I don't understand how this can all happen without me even knowing that anything happened in the first place.
Well, because you shot your husband.
Why I was not contacted in
the
any
face.
sort of form about my child's whereabouts or that there was even an incident.
So IP, the reason why she killed her ex-husband is because her ex-husband put in a court-ordered request to start getting more time with his child, and he started dating her sister.
I don't know about that specifically. I know we wanted to find you and we were trying to track you down.
You could have found me when you picked him up from school, because they have my information. I pay for him to go to that school. They have that information.
We're kind of going around in circles
Absolute
here. I'd like to
bonkers
exonerate
indeed.
you if you didn't have anything to do with this and get you out of this police department.
Yes, because I would like to see my
I
son.
don't think you want to hang out with me. Do you know of anyone that want to get Jason in trouble?
Oh, Steve here is great.
trouble?
Steve here's
No.
so
Or out to
funny.
get him? Want to shoot him?
No.
Nothing like that? Okay. Does it surprise you that someone would go up and shoot him?
Yes, it surprises me a lot. I didn't know, I don't know anybody that would want to hurt him.
So I want to transition a little bit here.
The detective is about to reveal the extent of the evidence they have against her.
I don't pretend to know everything that happened, but there are some things that are really kind of concerning me. We saw your car in the area of the crime scene. Your car was a Nissan Rogue that is missing a front passenger front hubcap. We got your car on a license plate reader a little while ago.
The narrowing of the brow
And it has
and the face she has is the realization, oh fuck, they know. Oh, I see what's going on. She's trying to keep the subject on the child. Here comes the guilt. Yes.
Devin doesn't say a word, nor move an inch.
So I'm really kind of concerned. I know that you got served just the other day with the child custody order, and you're a little upset about that.
Would you be upset enough to run up and blow someone's brains out?
AJ knows where you live, and that he'll shoot you if he needs to.
I've told who?
You told that to Devin, and Devin told that to Rose, your sister.
The detective was talking about her boyfriend AJ, but got the names mixed up, and Devin now chooses to respond by acting confused, moments after sitting silent during the reveal of the evidence.
Yeah, well, Jason heard that from you. You said that.
I said that? I've never said that.
So why is your car in the crime scene area? Why are you in that area in your car? And why are you turning off your scanning?
I didn't turn off my scanner.
No, you did.
No, I didn't.
She technically didn't turn off her scanner, but she's once again arguing semantics as her new escape route, instead of confronting the ever-clarifying reality directly in front of her.
Before the homicide, you're not doing anything with the scanner. It's stationary for like 3 hours or more. And it should be mobile because you're working, but it's at your boyfriend's house. And why is your car in the crime scene area?
I don't.
We've got video of your car in the crime scene area.
I don't know why it would be on camera that my car.
I don't know why it would be on
I
camera.
Don't. If I don't scan.
She attempts to trail off into post office protocol, so the detective escalates the confrontation.
Lunch break, sort of.
Devin, I think you're a good person, but something's not right here. I think the gig is up. There's something weird going on here. Everything is pointing to you being involved in this shooting. The video of the shooter looks kind of like you. It's from a distance, but it looks like your height and your build. It doesn't look like AJ's height and build. Now, we're going to search your house, we're going to search your car, we're going to seize your car. It's not a random shooting. And so the gig is up. Okay?
I read on the way here about what happened, and they said that a man shot him.
That's what we originally thought. Yeah. Now we're thinking it could be you. We're thinking it could be maybe your boyfriend.
Thanks.
That's not the question. That's not the right answer.
What am I supposed to
We're trying
say?
to get all this evidence together, and we're trying to put the pieces together. And I don't think you're being truthful with me. Your ex, who you've said AJ would kill, is now dead.
I never said that.
Well, I don't care. I wasn't there.
Devin, who's been sitting in denial and avoidance for the entirety of this interrogation, will now directly challenge the detective for a display of passive aggression, and he quite simply doesn't know how to react.
It could have just been an off-the-cuff remark. We're going to do a gunshot
It
test.
could be her being like, hey.
We're going to do a gunshot residue test on you.
What do you mean, A?
No, we're going to do a gunshot residue test on you.
The detective now does what he should have done from the start of this interrogation.
I'm asking you to trust me. Because if you didn't do this, and things got out of control, and you panicked, and you didn't think this guy was going to kill him, you thought maybe he's going to rough him up.
Well, Hartful, no one's gonna admit that they killed someone because they know they're going to jail. But it's that like slimmer of hope, the weak little thread they grasp on, thinking if I just stick with my story as hard as I can, they will just go, oh, well, go, we didn't get him. We got the wrong person. I just want to point out that Steve here, yeah, unless you had enough evidence to just back him in a corner and just be like, you got to admit it, really should have entered the scene with like a, hey, so, we're very passive, relaxed approach, like he's attempting now. Why he came in and he was trying to make it like a jokey, like he was hosting the goddamn Hollywood Squares. Let's read the Miranda rights. No one likes it, but let's just go through it anyway. You watching cop shows?
That's understandable. So that's why I want you to trust me. If something like that happens.
And now this deep into it.
I understand.
Almost
why
a half an
I
hour
would
in, he's
be
like,
a
trust me, trust
suspect
me.
because of who I am related to him.
And your car.
But I don't. There was things in the past that have happened with him and I that I could have gone to court, or I could have tried to call the police. I mean, I have, and it didn't help. But there's other things that I could have done. Why would I shoot him?
The detective now reverts back to not giving a shit.
Your car was there. So tell me someone borrowed your car.
I was at work on my route, which is not close to not super close to the post office.
Why is your car in Longmont when your scanner is
I don't know. I am on my route working.
Do you work in a mail truck or your personal car?
No, I work in a mail truck.
Okay. So why is your car down here killing your ex?
I don't know. But it sounds like...
You understand why that's so concerning to me.
Yes, I do understand
so did
that.
Borrow your car? Help me out here.
I don't know, but it seems like with all of these things that you're going to be doing that I need to have a lawyer or ask for a lawyer, or I don't know.
Yeah, you can have a lawyer.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that, but
I'm on that. I'm on that.
Devin then speaks to a postal inspector for an hour and a half, who doesn't get anywhere either. They then collect forensic evidence before we reach the end of the footage, and they all just stand there, sharing the awkward moment together.
Right. So, here's the situation. I need you to go ahead and turn around for me. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Interlace your fingers. Do not move, okay?
Am I under arrest then?
We'll discuss that here in just a second.
Devin's deleted text messages further confirmed the murder was premeditated, as she had planned the whole thing out with her boyfriend, who was tailing Jason's car and feeding her information about his whereabouts right before the murder. They were both given life sentences without the possibility of parole.
You said
No, I said that my mind was fuzzy. And then what I was feeling was upset, sad, and just scared.
Understood.
Back to Uma Thurman.
You what?
Nothing. I'm just like suffering from some digestive complications.
Alright. Give me a minute. He said he last remembered your hand being inside the purse, and you were pulling away, and that's when he remembered getting shot.
Hi, Finn, welcome in.
I pulled it from him.
Product placement in my interrogation.
No.
Yes, of course.
He done said
Drink
he ran out,
Gatorade. When
crawled
you're
across the road, and
sweating
at one point,
your balls off
you
and you
jumped on
can't
his
deal
back and
with
they cut in his throat.
the dread and stress
do you
of
remember that?
life in prison.
You don't
didn't
remember
jump
that?
on his back or anything.
Thirst quencher.
So why would he be lying about this?
I don't know. Probably to cover it up. He was on drugs. He was seriously
on
fucked
drugs?
up. That's just wrong.
So you're saying everything that he said in
Oh, the way that she's denying all this. I've heard this conversation many times in the same tone of voice even. Takes a lot out of you to cut a neck twice. Shoots the man in the face. Slashes his throat. Follows him outside. And then as he's sitting there, bleeding out, states, well, he had blood in his mouth, and I just didn't want to see him suffer. She didn't even say suffer. I didn't want to see him like this, so I just, ugh. And then later says, oh no, I did it because I was worried he was going to get back up again and try to hurt me after I shot him in the face and slashed his neck and followed him outside. The noise grossed her out. Ew, stop that.
Nothing is the truth.
Going with the... No, nothing. Besides the fact that he crawled across the street.
That's the
Oh. And let's not forget that she fled from the scene because she was worried about so many people gathered around and getting their stories together. All these stories together like glue. She didn't trust that.
only thing in here that's the truth.
Yeah.
She explains that she got changed into a new pair of clothes after she stole the victim's car.
Okay, why'd you change clothes?
Because I didn't want to be recognized by any of the neighbors when I got back to finish, like, taking my bullshit and just leaving. That way I could just call about this and say, hey, Blake is a scary man, and I had to fuck him up to get away from him. That's what I wanted to do. But then those nosy neighbors called...
Those nosy neighbors. Oh, just this eerie silence here of the investigator just kind of having to give it a second, and her just making the most like pensive face, kind of like, you believe me, right? Yeah? You believe me, right?
Seems like you're in a daze. What are you thinking about?
Just replaying scary stuff in my head.
Like how I shot him and how I slashed his neck and how I slashed his neck a second time.
Over anything? Do you know yet?
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Honestly,
see how he's doing.
this interrogator has been the best one so far.
Yeah, we're gonna have
They're
to
just
figure out
letting him
together
go.
Until you know what?
How his status is.
So if he's dead or alive? Or So I have to be held here? So I can't leave today?
No, not right now.
Why did you tell me it was a possibility before?
Because it was a possibility, because I still need to find out.
Okay.
Alright. You gonna make some calls?
In contrast to the subjects who were interjected into this video, Amber seems to be void of a psychological component they all shared. She was certainly being strategic at times in this interrogation. She would try and justify her actions and deny certain elements. But as far as emotional deception, there was none, which makes her an extraordinarily unique suspect that's actively trying to get away with murder. There's been some informal speculation online that Amber has autism, but whether or not she's autistic has nothing to do with why she's sitting in that chair. It likely has almost everything to do with her chronic abuse of methamphetamines and the psychological damage that tends to come with it.
A bunch of people blame autism. It's like, autistic people know right from wrong. Why is she smiling?
They ask Amber for a visual demonstration.
I tried to find a tall person. Okay, I'm not that tall, but you said he was taller than you, so I just wanted to see, while you were in the house, how it actually happened.
And I was like kind of comfortable in my sleep, and he came over to me, and he started like asking me questions.
While brandishing the firearm?
That's when I just decided that I would do something like this to get things out of his hand, and I turned the gun around.
And then I
and
blam, 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 blam.
up and pulled.
Okay.
Okay. Austria.
All right. Knife.
You're like on the floor. You're bleeding. You get up and you come towards me. That's when I took this out and just quickly slashed him.
Blake is running this way, I think, because the house is back that way.
Yeah, and Blake collapses on the floor.
Okay, you can collapse, sir.
You're basically like this, but on the other side.
Isn't it cute? Isn't it quirky? I killed a man.
Like pull.
And now we're playing. We're play acting it out.
No, just like the same exact place.
Okay. You did switch it, but it was still the same direction, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Understood. Alright. Wow, better picture. I should probably do this more often.
That was fun.
Okay, yeah, you are correct in that if the individual is cooperative enough, having them play out exactly how they did it definitely would be a little bit easier. The visual aspect definitely brings everything together much faster, but sheesh.
Alright, give me 1 minute. Let me get you another one. If you need to use the restroom, let me know.
Yeah, I'd like to use the restroom.
If I can find pants, would that be okay? I mean, it's kind of weird.
Pants?
Yeah.
Amber took a plea deal and pled guilty to attempted murder. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
He didn't die? I swear, like, all these moments, she thinks she's getting away with it, too. She just looks so, like, content at how easy everything's going, not realizing she is making it incredibly easy. Thank you, JCS, for bringing some of the best content back to this platform. Beautiful, beautiful fucking show. Oh, God. That's gonna take way too much time, and I don't want to watch that. And I have already watched the Flesh Simulator World Tower, or Tower 7 video. 9/11, 9/11, what went down with Building 7? I'm gonna watch the other one, but next time? Because I don't want to go back to back on burning through all this beautiful content. So instead...
Come on, pep it up.
John can't... Oh.
He's been in 39.
Ah! Stop. Stop. Stop playing. Let me get this back on the screen. Pat, did you know that John Candy directed a movie? Because I didn't until I seen the title of this.
Come on, pep it up. He's been in 39 movies, but he only directed one. Oh! John Candy directs and stars in Hostage for a Day, world premiere Monday at 8, 7 Central.
Oh. Oh, it was for TV. Of course,
As a kid
no
who
one's
loved
seen
John
it.
Candy movies growing up, I'll never forget the day my mom came home from the video store with a VHS tape for a movie of his that I had never even heard of. Hostage for a Day.
Excuse me?
At first glance, I thought this was a buddy comedy starring John Candy and George Wendt. But upon closer inspection, I noticed the almost invisible text that stated that this movie was actually directed by John Candy, and also featured a special appearance by him.
Wow!
The box even referred to this as the Special Director's Cut, which was probably the first time I'd ever even seen the term Director's Cut applied to a movie. I was intrigued to say the least.
Stick around!
Well, I learned a necessary life lesson that day in my development as a cinephile. Not all movies are represented accurately in their marketing.
Marketing, super, super, fabulous.
Let me guess, John Candy's in it for
It turned
5
out that the
minutes.
special appearance by John Candy was more of a cameo near the film's end.
Yeah.
And when he finally did show up, he looked nothing like how the box art presented him.
Who are you?
More importantly though, the movie just looked so different from the other John Candy movies I had come to love, feeling more like a long episode of a TV show rather than a feature film.
Gonna cut way back on my television.
I mean, what was the budget on this thing?
$2. And,
Some buttons? And a
and
what?
Casio.
Years later,
Casio.
I learned that this movie was produced specifically for television, and that it was also one of the last projects John Candy was involved in prior to his death in March 1994.
You guys need representation?
You know anything about movie rights?
I sure do. Got them.
John sadly didn't even live to see this movie's premiere on TV, as it aired in late April of that same year.
Talking to me?
Monday at 8, 7 Central.
Now, as much as I adore John Candy and routinely revisit all of his movies, this is one that I had not seen since my first viewing as a kid.
I'm not even thinking about you.
Recently, I started thinking about this movie, though, with the unfortunate passing of its star, the always entertaining George Wendt.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
a man,
George went to this
okay? I
house
happen to
recently.
think better with a gun around.
I started to realize just how little of the movie I actually remembered, and it motivated me to give it another shot.
Want some good advice?
Please.
Take big chances.
This time, though, I wanted to go in with a deeper
Was that
understanding
Jimmy Wang
of its
Yang's
production,
dad?
hoping it would help me appreciate
No one's
it
gonna
a
get
bit
that
more.
joke because Goblin's not here anymore. Goblin's playing video
So
games.
let's learn how one of the biggest comedy stars of that era ended up directing a low-budget made-for-TV movie. I knew a good place to start in exploring the story behind this film would be rewatching an interview George did with John's daughter Jen in 2017 as part of a series she hosted at Second City Hollywood called Couch Candy.
Clearly, this is a project written by the late P.J. Torkvey.
Right.
And he clearly wrote it as a feature film for John. And
then John
it
went,
wasn't
"No, I'm good."
Happening as a feature. So they said, how about made for
Hi,
TV? And
Womp
John,
Womp,
I
welcome
think,
in.
Said,
Do you like John Candy?
Well, I'm not going to be in it if it's made for TV, but I'll direct it.
As George theorized, the original plan was for John to produce and star in the movie, like what he had done with Who's Harry Crumb.
Aha.
The script was written with him in mind as the lead, penned by Bob Crane, a close producing partner of his, and Bob's then-wife, Kari Hildebrandt. And yet another
And
unfortunate twist
understandably,
of fate,
John went,
Kari
"Fuck
would
no,
also
I'm not
pass
doing
away
this for
prior to this movie's
television."
release, and the
Are
film
you
is dedicated
high?
to her. P.J. Torkvey, who had written for SCTV and co-written Armed and Dangerous, also worked on the script.
Bunch of us chipped in.
Get out. Who?
Well, no one. I just wanted you to think you had more friends than just me.
While John was happy with the screenplay, he couldn't find funding for the film theatrically.
Almighty!
20th Century Fox, however, expressed interest in producing it for television through their newly formed sister studio, Fox West Pictures. John evidently felt that starring in a TV movie might not be the best career move for him at that time, but he still wanted to be involved. And so, making lemonade with the lemons that he had been handed, John saw this as the perfect opportunity to kickstart a new chapter of his career. As the 90s began, John had been involved in a string of poorly received box office failures, which caused him to become more selective about projects. Speaking to a group of TV critics in 1993,
He didn't
was
have
asked
the best
why he
ones come
chose scripts
near
for
the end.
movies that ended up being received so poorly. In his response, John hinted at his desire to step behind the camera, saying, "When you initially sit and read it, it seems fine. 7 months later, you're looking up at a screen and holding your chest going, 'This isn't what I read, and this isn't what I did.' But you know, we're up there, and we take responsibility for it. You go in and do your work day to day, the best you can, but it's entirely up to the director and the editor and the producers and the studio how it turns out." I wonder if he's referring to a specific experience there.
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Directing Hostage for a Day must have been a no-brainer for him. For starters, it was to be a small,
Dan
low-stakes
Aykroyd's
production,
a strange
where he would
man.
be surrounded by close friends and collaborators both in front of and behind the camera. Secondly, it was a script that he was already invested in, and one he had surely developed a vision for. Third, he would get some necessary experience that would hopefully allow him to direct theatrical films in the future. Lastly, the movie was to shoot close to his family farm in Newmarket, Ontario, with some scenes even scheduled to be filmed on his property.
Is this a coincidence or what?
Likewise, George Wendt must have been a no-brainer to replace John as the lead.
Talking to me?
Hi, Towns, welcome in. As if you're not also a strange man.
Are you talking to me?
Stranger in a strange
George knew
land,
going
land
in
of
he was
ice and
taking
snow.
over a role that was written for John,
Trapped
even if no
inside
one
this
told him that directly.
prison.
What was it like being directed by my dad?
So much fun. I mean, he just like guided me through every second of it. He had fucking hot dog carts come in and taco trucks and on his own.
On his own dime most of the time because the budget's.
Sorry about that.
I know.
Though the two of them had met before, they became close friends during the movie's production, bonding over their shared experiences, having both studied at Second City. John wanted the movie to have a very Second City feel, and he cast many fellow alumni, including Robin Duke.
The dog hates me.
It's not you she hates, it's your smell. There, now you smell like me. You're safe.
And Don Lake in supporting roles.
We grow very weary of your stalling. Can you hang on for a second? Ooh.
John also paid tribute to SCTV
Eugene
by having
Levin.
the town where the film takes place named Mellonville.
I'd like to turn it into a bird sanctuary and a gambling casino. Because
I gotta interrupt this real quick. If you don't know what SCTV is, you're missing out on classic. So this was Canada's... So where SNL was like the small little skits, SCTV took it to the entire show is a big skit with skits within. Oh, come on. There's gotta be like, there we go. This one's good. 5 neat guys.
It's December the 1st, and I'm starting.
You get Dave Thomas, you get Joe Flatterly, you get Eugene Levy, John Candy, and Rick Moranis.
Years later, the neatest sound of the 50s from the neatest guys of the 50s come back to life in a spectacular new album.
Oh, I should watch a bunch of episodes. I've got DVDs of this somewhere in a box.
50 of the neatest hits from 5 of the neatest guys. Yes, it's the 5 neat
No, different Dave Thomas. Do you know Bob and Doug McKenzie? But either way.
And on the same album, I won't take just
Nope. Okay. You know Rick Moranis. You know him. He's the dad from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
should I kiss her goodnight? My mom framed my high school diploma, slow dance anyone, and she does it.
Now, I'd play a number of other clips, but some of them are very... Well, this was made in the 80s. He the Keymaster. But basically, these two up front right here. Where's my... Oh, there it is. These two right here. They have made 2 of the most iconic characters. Why isn't it clicking? There we go. They were the Mooses in Brother
you
Bear.
wanna play I Spy? All right. Okay. I'll go first. Okay. I spy something green.
Okay, so like this is gotta resonate with somebody here.
Okay, I spy
Somebody's seen
something
Brother Bear.
Tall.
And they went, oh, the Mooses.
Tree.
Yeah, those are the 2 Canadian guys.
I
Okay.
spy
So at this
something
time,
with
Rick Moranis
bark,
hasn't done
tree.
anything in
Okay, I
decades
spy
when it comes to
something,
acting. So
a
Dave
vertical
Thomas
log,
got him to
tree. Yeah.
show up and do
Okay,
this.
I spy Tree. some. Oh. Okay, my turn.
Tree.
No, I got. No, it counts. I didn't even spy anything.
Now, these 2 characters. No, quit showing me the Christmas shit. No, not Dave Thomas from Wendy's. These 2 characters are just
The letters?
Bob and Doug
Whoa,
McKenzie.
There they are.
Okay.
From SCTV.
Good day, welcome to the Great White North.
So on this side, this
I'm
is
Bob
Rick.
McKenzie, this is my brother Doug.
How's it going, eh?
And today's
This
topic,
is
what
Dave.
was it?
How come Americans have
twist
off beer caps?
Yeah, okay.
And
So like
Canadians don't.
this is Canadian beer, right? And like here's a regular top and you open it, right?
There you go, eh? So SCTV, by the end of filming per day, they'd be like, okay, so we got nothing to do. So Rick and Dave were like, well, we've got an idea for 2 characters. So they'd either have one cameraman, or they'd just set up a camera if it was just the static shot, and they'd get to film this while drinking, while no one else is on the set. And these 2 characters were wildly popular back in the 80s and the fucking 90s.
But American ones.
It boiled down
they
to
don't
Canadian
have it, right?
stereotype.
You ever seen them?
Yeah, I have.
I was talking to them. Okay, so they go like jam or ketchup or other twist offs. The American beer is like that. Why is our topic? Okay, go.
Okay, the reason why
Where
is,
Wayne World was SNL's
Canadian
American
beer is, like,
variant,
stronger,
this
has more
this
alcohol in
predates it by a
Really?
little bit,
Yeah.
I think.
And Americans got to drink more, so they don't have time to look for church keys and openers, so they just like whip them up and drink, whip them up and drink, whip them up and drink, and that way they get more down in them in less time and then get the same effect. But
Have to
my
drink
question
more.
to you guys is why not just put more alcohol in your beer and then you don't have to twist them all off, eh?
Right.
Plus, you'll then buy more of these and keep the guys who make these in business. And it's better for business and everything.
And beer. Better beer. Give me a smoke, please.
Sure.
How did you know that about, like, more alcohol in Canadian beer?
Because it says so on the label, hosehead. You never read that. I read labels of everything I eat because I worry about my body. And I especially read labels on everything I drink. Because to me,
Holy jeez. 5% alcohol.
Jeepers.
Ball. What's American?
What?
What's American beer?
Oh, less. I forget. I read labels, but I don't memorize labels. I just read labels.
Okay, then.
I don't, let me repeat, don't memorize labels.
Okay, that's our show for day. Good day.
And that's the
I
whole
think that
skit.
was, like, our best show ever.
That's the whole skit. They were so popular, they got to go on tour and shit. And it was just... Rick Moranis was already a known figure at this point, and he's just like, yeah, so hold on. SCTV and Spaceballs. Spaceballs release 87. SCTV. No, not the animated show. No, not the animated show. 81. Okay, so like a 6-year turnaround then. Yeah.
Birds are God's little creatures, and I know the good people of Melonville love God's little creatures.
So I think, if I remember correctly, John Candy's character in SCTV was just either the richest guy in town or the mayor, or he played both. Everyone played multiple characters.
Crabs.
And so, with a better understanding of how this movie came together, I began my rewatch.
I've just got to take care of a few things, and I'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
The movie begins on the 41st birthday of the main character, Warren Cooey.
But then you turn 41 and boom, unfulfilled dreams, lost promises, regrets.
Warren finds himself stuck in a
it's
dead-end
fine,
job,
it's the 90s.
married to a woman who doesn't love him.
I believe the therapist said we should be a little less mocking in our relationship.
Well, I'm trying. It's just that there's so much in our marriage that calls for it.
With his lifelong ambitions and dreams fading with every birthday.
By the way, happy birthday!
When he reconnects with his school sweetheart Jackie, he's reminded of their childhood dream to run away together to Alaska.
You know,
who the fuck wants to go to Alaska?
Could have been if we would have. I gotta go.
Realizing that he still has feelings for her, Warren finally summons the courage to ask his wife for a divorce.
Here's the thing, Elizabeth. You and I don't make each other happy. Now, I've got a chance to straighten out my life, and I'm sure you don't want to come along. Wow.
In retaliation,
their
Elizabeth
son?
reveals that she has drained his life savings to pay for a kitchen remodel at the hands of a contractor that she's having an affair with.
Think I'm gonna get us a real good deal from Hondo.
Pushed to his breaking point, Warren then hatches a harebrained scheme to fake his own kidnapping, ransoming himself for $50,000 to Elizabeth and her wealthy father, who Warren also happens to work for.
Are you willing to pay the ransom?
No.
Daddy!
What?
No.
We need it to bait the trap.
Fine, get your own bait.
Wait a minute.
Oh
a
God, who is
staged
that?
kidnapping, extortion, working for the wealthy father-in-law. Why does that sound familiar?
See, it's not me paying the ransom. My wife, she's wealthy. Her dad, he's real well off.
I knew you.
Now look, I'm not implying that the Coens borrowed this movie's plot, but there are a surprising amount of similarities.
Wait, who is the dad for that, though?
Where's my guarantee they're gonna let her go?
People that
$1
don't
million is a
know
lot
what
of damn
Alaska is may wrongly think
I'm gonna give you
they
any
wish
money, you're
to visit.
sadly mistaken.
Especially given that this movie predates Fargo by only a couple of years. The father-in-law character here, played by the terrific John Vernon, even bears a striking resemblance to Wade from Fargo.
I'm not letting this money out of my sight. It's my money, I'll deliver it.
In order to make his plan work, Warren pretends that the kidnappers are a pair
He's
of
in
Russian
Animal House.
terrorists
He's the
who are currently
dean, and
at
he's in
large.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space as the sheriff.
Are you crazy? If I had that
money, don't you think I'd have a pool?
Something he saw reported on the news earlier that day. Things quickly escalate, though, and Warren finds himself at the center of a media and police frenzy, though I'm not really sure what he expected would happen.
I said I had a plan, but it was really more of an idea.
While Warren grapples with the
was a bad
consequences
idea,
of his
but an
actions,
idea nonetheless.
Elizabeth, her father, and a bumbling police lieutenant played by Don Lake make things much worse on the outside.
What's going on here is a crime. Well, of course it's a crime. What I mean is, it's a shame.
I would imagine that had this movie
Is it
been
a crying
produced
shame or a
theatrically
regular
and
shame?
given more resources, that things would have been a bit more developed, and the movie would have been more action-oriented, kind of like Bill Murray's Quick Change.
This is a robbery.
God, I haven't seen Quick Change in so long.
Instead, we just get a lot of scenes of Warren wandering around the house, talking to himself. Literally.
What have I gotten myself into? Oh, this is just great. What's gonna happen next?
A SWAT team eventually shows up, though they are few in number. If I had to guess, I would say as written, this was supposed to be a scene involving a huge SWAT team.
How am I supposed to pay for that?
But I feel like John just decided to make the most of it.
How many SWAT guys we got? 3.
What?
Bunch of cutbacks. Oh, not you two.
I get the feeling that John came up with that line in reference to the film's own budgetary limitations. Moments like these suggest that John really rose to the challenge of being a director, learning to have fun with the limitations that this production obviously faced.
It's a good idea.
Much to Warren's surprise, the actual Russians show up in the final act, which is where we finally get that special appearance by John
Oh my God,
Candy.
John Candy with
he
a
plays Yuri,
weird
the second
beard
in command.
and Russian
of course,
accent.
John steals the show in his scenes.
Here are those flares you ordered. What flares? Did you order any flares? No, I didn't even see the catalog.
I didn't even see the
Especially
catalog.
ones where Yuri obsesses over Elizabeth and George's dog Kiki.
You're a little cute dog. Don't bite people like that. Don't growl at me. Why are you growling?
Apparently, John had wanted to play Louis Tully in Ghostbusters as a Russian man with a lot of dogs, which Ivan Reitman vetoed, causing him to vacate the role. Maybe this was John's way of homaging that.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid of the cute little dog. Why is it like this?
At the end of the movie, Warren manages to fake his own death and makes off with the ransom money. We then see he and Jackie get to live out their dream life in Alaska. Now
Yippee!
look, I'm obviously leaving out some plot details, but even with those that I left out, this movie ultimately doesn't really come together.
Complete
No, it doesn't
total
sound like
disregard for quality.
It plays out like your
You shocked
standard
that it
TV movie of the week,
exists.
complete with overly sentimental moments and music cues to tug at your heartstrings. Learning that it was originally written to star John Candy did give me a newfound appreciation of it, though. You can feel a certain John Candy
Domain expansion.
Hi,
Immaculate
Spamwich.
crack
Welcome
rock.
Are there
in.
any Russian kidnappers over there?
Yeah.
Define Russian kidnappers.
Something you can also
Fine,
detect in
Rush.
the physical comedy bits that were clearly written to play to Candy's strengths.
Something smells good.
I mean no disrespect to George Wendt in saying this, but there were so many times where I couldn't help but think, man, Candy would have done that so much better.
Are you
Yeah, no shit.
Oh. Oh. Me? Please. Could you ask me that again, though?
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Again, this is no fault of George's, and he understood that he and John were different performers, saying, even though John and I have similar body styles and backgrounds
Why are
from
you looking
Second
there?
City, we're not all that similar in performing style. In broad strokes,
Ooh, I
John
have
was
a
more
I have a new
active,
funny
I'm a little
combo
more
to do.
reactive.
Could you please cut me a little slack, okay? Can't you just bend the rules for once?
I find it admirable that George willingly took on the role knowing it wasn't written for him, yet still managed to make the best of it.
A very successful man told me to take big chances.
He captures a lot of the vulnerability and
I like
charm
this.
that we came to expect from John Candy characters, but he does so with his own flair and style.
Hello, Cooey. Are you all right?
Cooey, he's temporarily out of breath.
It's honestly a real shame that the two of them never got to play brothers or buddy cops in a movie. Following the movie's completion, John spoke very highly of the directing experience. It was an incredible experience for me, and one I'd like to try again, he said. If I'm going to take the heat over responsibility, I'd rather have it on my terms. If I fail, I'll take the blame, and if it does well, I'll take the credit.
It's relaxing for you, is that?
Yeah. It's really just it's another angle on it.
It's heartbreaking that John didn't live long enough to take that credit or blame. He died a couple of months after production wrapped, though I'm assuming he at least got to see the finished film, unless this bit of marketing is also bullshit.
Okay. I see.
Promotion for the movie was heavily overshadowed by his death, resulting in a quiet TV premiere on April 25th, 1994 on Fox. It was followed by a short tribute to John.
Lean, mean.
Hostage for a Day may not ultimately work as a movie, as the budget surely limited its full potential. But if you're able to look past that, you can see this movie for what it really was. John Candy taking a chance and trying something new as an artist, taking more ownership of his work in the process. Once you accept that, you'll be able to find countless things to appreciate about this movie, much like I did as I watched it for the first time as an adult and as someone who aspires to make movies.
Aww. It is sad we were John was taken from us so early. Now I'm slightly sad. I don't like that. What misery and woe can I put myself through to distract me? Ooh, I like history.
During World War I,
There we go.
During World War I, British troops on the Western Front had limited options when it came to food in the trenches. But with a clever cook on hand, they might be able to use their rations to make something like this potato pie made using a military recipe from 1914. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for supporting this channel as I cook for the Tommies in the trenches, this time on Tasting History. Food on the Western Front during World War I was pretty monotonous. It was pretty much a combination of bully beef and biscuits, that is, canned corned beef and hardtack. But while some complained of the monotony, many soldiers were coming from a place where they were lucky to have meat 1 or 2 times a week, so a daily ration of meat, canned or not, was actually a step up. Like when the men of Stockport's territory.
I hate him! I hate him, Butthead!
Sorry, I thought I clicked it. Sorry, I thought I clicked it.
Shut up! That's right, Beavis.
Look, I even restarted it for you.
During World War I, British troops on the Western Front had limited options when it came to food in the trenches. But with a clever cook on hand, they might be able to
Hi,
use
Bjorn.
their rations
Hi, Bjorn. Welcome in.
this potato pie made using a military recipe from 1914. So thank you to my Patreon patrons for
Trench
supporting this
warfare
channel
slob.
as I cook for the Tommies in the trenches, this time on Tasting History.
Soak it with some mustard gas. I'm sure it'll taste delicious.
Food on the Western Front during World War I was pretty monotonous. It was pretty much a combination of bully beef and biscuits, that is, canned corned beef and hardtack. But while some complained of the monotony, many soldiers were coming from a place where they were lucky to have meat 1 or 2 times a week, so a daily ration of meat, canned or not, was actually a step up. Like when the men of Stockport's territorial soldiers joined up with the Cheshire Regiment, they thought they were eating high on the hog. You should have seen the scramble. I thought macaroni was great, but the good old potato pie wants some beating. Just fancy potato pie being served to the Cheshires. And it turns out there is a proper military recipe for that
No, that was
potato
World War
pie.
II, and that
It
was on
comes
the
from
German
field
side.
cooking section of the 1914
Sometimes I drink
edition
the mustard
of the
from my
Manual of
Wendy's when I'm
Military
bored.
Cooking, prepared at the Army School of Cookery. Potato pie. 16.5 pounds meat, 20 pounds potatoes, 1 pound onions, 3 ounces salt, 1/2 ounce of pepper. Cut up and stew the onions with jelly from the meat added. Boil or steam the potatoes. When cooked, mash them. Line the sides of the dish with 1/3 of the mashed potatoes. Place the meat and cooked onions in the center, season with pepper and salt. Cover over the remainder of the mashed potatoes and bake till the potato cover is brown. As the mashed potatoes absorb the moisture of the meat and render it dry, about 2 pints of gravy prepared from the liquor in which the onions were cooked should be poured into the pie before serving. Now that is a mighty big pie, enough for 22 men serving in the army. So I'm going to cut this down to just 8 servings, which still should be quite a lot of pie. So for this World War I potato pie, what you'll need is 2 pounds or 925 grams of tinned corned beef. Now you may be tempted to use fresh meat for this, but the recipe is specific that it wants preserved meat. And the recipe has you use the jelly or the gelatin that is inside of the can and attached to the meat. So you really got to get that real tinned bully beef. Then 2.5 pounds or 1.1 kilograms of potatoes, 2 ounces or 55 grams of diced onions, 1.5 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper, and to make the gravy you'll need 2 tablespoons of butter and 1 tablespoon of cornstarch.
Pokemon in the
So the first thing you
background
want to do is make the mashed potatoes, and it's really up to you if you want to leave the skins on or peel them. I'm going to leave the skins on because I like them and frankly it's easier. Either way, chop them into small cubes and put them in a pot and cover with water. Then bring it to a simmer and boil for about 20 minutes or until they're very soft, at which point you can drain them and mash them up. This is really the simplest, most basic mashed potato that ever was. No butter, no cream, zip. Then we can simmer the onions, and really you can do this while you're boiling the potatoes. All you do is gather up all of that gelatin that is attached to the meat and inside of the can, and add that with the onions in a small saucepan, and then pour in about 1.5 cups of water. Set that over a low heat and bring it to a simmer, and cook the onions until they're translucent, about 12 to 15
Harper, just fill your stomach full of water. You'll trick your brain into thinking that you're full.
Liquid, but don't get rid of that because we need that to make our gravy. And now we can move on to the corned beef. This you should mash up like you would ground beef and then season it with the salt and pepper. Honestly, there is a lot of salt in corned beef, so I don't really think it needs more salt added, but the recipe says to do so, so that's what I'm doing. Then we add the onions in and mix it all up until they're well incorporated.
Yeah, but you need the extra
now,
salt
up
to keep
this
hydrated.
Point, everything that we've done could be done in pretty much any field kitchen. These were horse-drawn stoves that were typically wood-fired, though coal and oil-fired also existed. Like the Loon Valley kitchen that included not only a stovetop for frying and 2 20-gallon boilers for preparing stews, but it also had 2 large ovens fitted with baking dishes. These kitchens were meant to cook enough food for 250 soldiers every single day. So let's just assume we would have access to one of those so we can go ahead and make this pie. So assemble your potato pie by taking 1/3 of the mashed potatoes and pressing them around the edges of an 8 by 8 inch baking pan. At first I thought I would put them on the bottom too, but the recipe is pretty clear that it just wants them around the edges. Then add in your corned beef and onion filling into the center and tamp it down to fill up all the corners. Then put the remaining mashed potatoes on top, spreading them over the meat just like a very basic shepherd's pie. Then pop that into the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 205 Celsius and bake until the top of the potatoes start to brown, about 35 to 40 minutes, during which time we can make our gravy. Now, there are a few recipes from the period in Army manuals on how to make gravy. This is one of the more basic versions because we're using that water that we boiled the onions in. So you take that liquid and you heat it back up on the stove, and then you add in the butter and let it melt completely, and then whisk the cornstarch into a little water to make a slurry and add that into the simmering liquid, mixing it in, and let it simmer for about 10 minutes or until it's thickened up. That should take about 10 minutes. Plenty of time to tell you that I am now uploading ad-free videos over on Patreon and here on YouTube for memberships. So I'll put links in the description to where you can find those. They're these videos, but without ads. And now I can tell you a bit more about what the British troops, the Tommies, ate in the trenches on the Western Front during World War I.
How do you know they're all named Tom? Or is it just a
So I wanted to
party
start
of
by
communists named
recommending
Tom?
this book, Bully Beef and Biscuits. It is a wonderful overview of all things British food during World War I, both with the soldiers and on the home front. But today, I am just talking about feeding the soldiers, the enlisted men, because the officers ate very, very differently, on the Western Front during the war. Now, when the war broke out in August of 1914, Britain was not really prepared to actually go to war. So quickly, the government called for any young men over the age of 19 to join the army. Many of those were actually younger than 19, but they joined up, provided they lied about their age, because it doesn't seem that there was a great system for actually confirming
You want to go die in a
anyone's
war?
age. It was
Yeah,
just
of course.
kind
I
of
get to fly the
you're
plane.
19? Okay, sure, why not? So now you have hundreds of thousands of young men in their late teens and early 20s joining up to fight the Germans. But just as many young men today, they were not adept at feeding themselves, let alone cooking for each other. And so the army had to very quickly train some of them as cooks. There were a few army schools of cookery in England, and they quickly set up more in France and other parts of the world. But before the war broke out, there was a 4-month program to teach these people how to cook for the enlisted men and for the officers. But once the war broke out, that went from 4 months down to about 2 to 4 weeks. And most of that time was actually not spent in teaching cooking, but in teaching sanitation and how to make sure that everybody was not going to get sick. Also, at the start of the war, it was hard to get volunteers to do the cooking because it seemed like an inglorious position compared to the glorious position of charging at a German army out in the open field. But very quickly, people realized that war is not so fun, and so a lot more people wanted to become cooks after that, especially because it did come with some perks. For one thing, I was sent on a cookery course at an army cookery school in a village hall well behind the lines for a month. We were taught how to cook meat, vegetables, and the sort of puddings that could be made from the rations we got. For example, if we were lucky enough to get currants, we could make plum duff. We were also taught how to cut up quarters of beef, whole carcasses of sheep, and sides of bacon, because that's how the rations came. So you were sent off away from the fighting, a definite plus. And even when you got back from cookery school, you were placed along the supply lines, which could be several hundred yards back from the front line. So a place of relative safety. And I say relative because there are numerous stories of shells coming and blowing up the kitchens just as well, but it was safer than the front lines. Though a lot of people working in the kitchens who were not necessarily the cooks still had to go to the front lines to take the hot food up to the men who were there. So hot meals were sent up regularly and included a hot supper issued generally about midnight, the meals being mostly carried up by the support company. And these hot meals could really vary in quality depending on the ingredients that you got. Mostly it was canned foods that were being used, but once in a while you had access to something else. Like in 1915, when a private from the Cheshire Regiment of the 6th Battalion wrote that we had a stroke of luck on February 16th. A group of cattle strayed near our trenches, so we shot a young steer. We cut a leg off, and in less than 2 hours, men and officers alike were having a feed fit for a king. Fried steak, with the Germans 200 yards from us. Of course, it also depended on who was doing the cooking. Some cooks were obviously better than others. Like, I would not want to be served a meal from the cook of the 22nd Field Ambulance. One of the men of the unit wrote, "I must say we are living very well, plenty to eat. We had a jam roll for dinner the other day, and the only fault about it was the cook wrapped it in the towel that we wipe the patient's feet with. But he said he washed it well before he cooked the pudding." Of course, we could not answer for the truth of that, but anyway, it went down all right.
No one
Those little
puked, and if they
trifles
did,
don't
they
amount
died
to much
anyway.
out at the front. Even something as simple but as precious as tea could be ruined by a negligent cook. Having found the battalion cooks and their wagons, little time was lost in making tea, which all ranks had not tasted for 5 days. By the time it was ready to be served, darkness had fallen. The men with their canteen tins formed up and filed past their respective company quartermaster sergeants, who ladled out the precious liquid. Alas, in the darkness, salt instead of sugar had been put into the tea. Not great, but I'm guessing they drank it anyway. Tea was, after all, one of the most important part of the enlisted man's ration. They drank it with pretty much every meal. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, provided you were able to get 3 meals a day. But regardless of how many meals you got, you were given a set number of calories each day, in theory. And that was about 4,200 calories, though this did drop a bit as the war went on and food became scarce. The calories mostly came from a daily ration of biscuits and bully beef, plus some bacon, vegetables, which were almost always dried, then some tea, sugar, cheese, a very small amount of rum, butter, and jam. And the jam was Tickler's plum and apple, and it was actually very important, not just because it satiated one's sweet tooth, but because the canisters could actually be used to make makeshift hand grenades. They were called jam jar bombs or jam tin bombs and were a specialty of the Anzacs, or Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. They were made by filling the can with shrapnel embedded in resin and then fitted with some explosive, a detonator, and a fuse, and then sealed. And it wasn't just jam pots, they also used condensed milk cans and bully beef tins, which had once held the Frey Bentos corned beef. This corned beef required no cooking and was an ideal food for those men who were in areas of the trenches where the hot meals from the kitchens just couldn't make it. It was actually rather common for men to have to cook their own rations because they were in areas that were either too dangerous or just too difficult to get the food from the kitchens to them. And so for those men, there were a few options. One was to just eat your rations cold. And that would be fine for the bully beef, not delicious, but you could eat it cold. It didn't need to be cooked, as well as the jam and the cheese, and of course, the biscuits or hardtack. There were a few companies that made these biscuits, but most famous was Huntley and Palmer's, who produced the Army Biscuit No. 4, which was a 4x4-inch square of flour, salt, and water, sometimes a little sugar, but often not, that was dried into a biscuit so hard that they needed to be broken up with a rock before eating. And even then, they couldn't be eaten dry. The Army biscuits suit me. Of course, they are too hard for my poor teeth, but hot tea and patience helps one past all. These biscuits, which were the staple of military food for the last 2,000 years in one form or another, were so hard that it was said that the goat mascot of the 5th Canadian Battalion couldn't even eat them. I've chewed on decks of cards, I've dined off nails. If this was a sardine tin, I might risk it. But this is where my goatish courage fails. I simply can't digest this HT biscuit. Really, the best way to eat these biscuits was to cook with them. Either include them in a soup to make it thicker like a stew, or to mash them up and mix them with hot water and jam, and that would make a sort of sweet porridge that you could have for breakfast. But to do that, that meant that you needed to be able to cook and have a source of fire, which was not something so easily done in the damp and muddy trenches of World War I. One option
take
men
someone's
had was to
helmet
create
off
what was
and use
known
that
as
as
a
the burn
mess
barrel.
tin kitchen or mess tin stove. And this is where a group could put food in their mess tins, then stack them in a way that created a small cave of sorts. The stack would be set on a piece of metal or something else that wouldn't burn, and then a little fire could be put into that cave and it would heat the food around it. Unfortunately, it was hard to find heat sources that really lasted, so often the food was still just lukewarm at best. One way that they would create heat sometimes was to tear a bit of the burlap off of the sandbags, dip it into either lamp oil or candle wax, and then light that on fire. So it would stay on fire for a little while, but not great that you're taking apart the sandbags that are protecting you from German gunfire. So instead, the Army started supplying the men with Tommy cookers, or campite. And these were essentially mini camping stoves that came with solidified fuel, something that could be lit and burn for a good 15 or 20 minutes. They were water resistant and they wouldn't go out in windy weather. And this allowed for a single soldier to heat up their own rations in a can, whether it was a trench stew that they made themselves or one of the pre-made canned stews known as Mackinac. This could refer to most any canned stew, but it got its name from the original Mackinac Army ration, which was a stew of beef, turnips, carrots, potatoes, onions, and green beans in a broth that was once described as an inferior grade of garbage, and it was purported to give the troops flatulence of a particularly offensive nature. And it was a divisive meal, to say the least. Many soldiers said that it was next to inedible, especially when it was cold.
It'll make you shit
when
crazy.
you were really, really hungry, it definitely did the job. As Lance Corporal Henry Buckle wrote in his diary, had a glorious meal today. Got a Mackinac ration from some engineers in the wood. A round tin containing meat, spuds, carrots, beans, and gravy. Enough for 2 in a tin. This is the first time we, the poor infantry, have seen one. Had a real blowout. Must try and get another. They are the goods, believe me. It was a plain stew, but a hearty one, and a welcome change from months and months on end of nothing but bully beef and biscuits. Now, there were times when the rations or the food that the soldiers got was much more elevated, mainly at Christmas time. And I did a whole video on what the World War I soldiers were eating at Christmas, specifically foods that were sent to them from their loved ones, like they would send them boiled puddings for Christmas. Then there was the occasional bar of chocolate. In 1914, the city of York sent a nice-sized tin of chocolate to all of the soldiers from the York area. And a gunner, Henry Bailey, was so grateful that he felt it necessary to write the city a thank you note. I feel that I ought to send my very best thanks for the nice box of chocolate I received so unexpectedly. I am proud to be able to say that I am a York lad, and am looking forward to a speedy termination of this cruel war. I shall prize the box as long as God spares me. I wish I could do that in a York accent. I love the accent in and around York. It's absolutely wonderful. Anyway, Christmas puddings and chocolate, while wonderful, were definitely not the daily fare. Typically, if you wanted to get something other than your usual ration, you had to depend on a scrounger, and this was the name of a person in your unit who was good at scrounging around and getting
the trash
extra
goblin.
things, whether that was a bit of extra fresh meat or tea or alcohol, sugar, anything really.
The trash goblin.
But the term scrounger is just a really nice way of saying a thief, because that's what they were. Now, there was one more ration that all of the soldiers carried with them, but was pretty much never opened, and that was the iron ration. And that was meant to only be eaten in case of an emergency. This typically included about 12 ounces of biscuits, a pound of corned beef, 2 ounces of sugar, and 5/8 of an ounce of tea, or enough for a few cups. And as it was meant to be used for emergencies only, there were periodic checks to make sure that each man had his, and printed on the box were the words, "Not to be opened unless instructed by an officer." Fortunately for me, there is no officer
Or an
around
extreme
to order me
situation.
to open up my iron ration and eat that, so instead I get to eat something slightly fancier, and that would be my preserved meat potato pie. So once the potatoes have browned a little on top, remove the pie from the oven and serve it up, pouring a bit of the gravy on top. And here we are, potato pie from the trenches of the Great War. I have to say, it doesn't smell that horrible, kind of like just corned beef, really. But let's see how it tastes.
Gonna put some gravy on that?
There we go.
It tastes like potatoes and corned beef.
That's very salty. You don't need to add salt.
No, but please, for the love of God, add pepper.
I wish it had more onions. There are just so few onions.
Yeah, hearing 20 pounds of
But
potato and 1
the
pound
flavor ain't
onion
half
was
bad.
nuts.
It's just that the canned corned beef is
It's
so
corned
salty.
beef and potatoes.
Really doesn't need to
made
have
into
more
a
added.
pie.
And old canned corned beef was actually usually even more salty. That's where the name corned beef comes from. It has nothing to do with corn, like an ear of corn. It's that they would use big kernels of salt and pack it in that to give it the salty texture or salty flavor.
I like when
and
this
preserve
guy
it.
makes the recipes
and
from
those
ancient times
corns of salt
and has to
and
figure out
corned
things
beef.
to substitute
That is
because
actually
they
where we
can't
get the
source
word
them.
corn, because a
Those are
piece
neat moments.
of a kernel of corn, kernel of wheat, all of those. It's all corn. Anyway, something that many
Why I
troops
don't like
had
him.
access to.
But if he can't source the thing
was
and he can get
this,
something
not
that's close to
this modern
that
bottle,
should be
but
fine.
it hasn't really changed much, and that is HP sauce. It was very common
HP
during
sauce.
World War I with the British Army. They would put it on absolutely everything. So I'm going to try a little bit of that. Just put a dab on there. Here we go. Yeah, it makes it much better. That's actually delicious now.
You're just eating HP
I love
sauce.
HP sauce. I don't know how to explain it. It's a brown sauce. It's not ketchup, but it's kind of sweet like ketchup, but it's also, there's like a zing
Thank you,
to
I
it
can still
'cause
do
it has
better.
malt vinegar in it.
Like not
It's just
now, but just
delicious.
in totality
It's
of my ability.
Still really popular
Garth
in,
with
in
the
Britain.
if you can't do it perfectly,
and
you shouldn't
wish
try
was
it
more
all
popular here
mentality.
because it's absolutely good. So make this.
Mug, did you see that one kid playing fucking Jigglypuff just take someone's stock and then whip around and do a selfie? Because I seen a clip of that and I went, oh my god, that's so good. They just Jigglypuff rested somebody on the edge, flipped around, did a selfie, and then went straight back to the grind. That one's like 10 years old. Hey, don't look at me. I seen something about Smash and memorized it. Give me the W for remembering anything in regards to that series.
It's worth making. Just trying it out, and if nothing else, it'll make you grateful that you are not a Tommy in the trenches during World War I. And I will see you next time
I was not
on
in the
Tasting
trenches
History.
during World War I. No, I mean the Puff player. That's like 10. That one's like it's a physical 10-year-old child that's doing that. That's hilarious. I'll be honest. I went to some places like I went to a Little Caesars a couple years ago, and there was a 16-year-old working, and I swear to God they were 8. Like, I looked at them and went, no, you're an 8-year-old kid. Like, what are you doing behind the counter? So to see kids this young, I assume that they just are malnourished and, like, they're just expected to be adolescents for the rest of their life. If you're talking about Melee, you mean OG Kid. Yeah. Either way, I just kind of laugh at it. I thought it was really funny. The cadence and the fact that they did it so smoothly. They just got the stock and then whipped around, did it, and then went straight back to like a straight face. Just all right, back into the grind. Anywho, it's like 5:30 and I've passed out in the last hour twice. I think it's time for me to stop streaming. Thank you all for attending stream. I will go back to video games soon. I still need to start Destroy All Humans 2 as well. So you get 2 sequels in the next 10 days. I will try to just burn through all of Soul Reaver 2 in like a day, because I feel like that's one of those games you can just sit down, beat front to back, and then go, yeah, that was a nice experience. And by that I mean the story's really good on that. Destroy All Humans 2, I'll do soonish. Bud VT2, the sequel. No, the only sequel we're getting past that is me cutting off the Vermont at the end of my name, and then this platform just blessing me with the 3-lettered word Bud. If I can just get Bud as my channel name, I'd be so happy. Also, Twitch, if you're listening, this is a very good marketing opportunity for both of us, because if I get the easy-to-spell name, that opens up the door to people easily finding me. I don't have the brand, I have the perfect branding of just the 3-letter name that's more catchy, appealing, etc. Then they can make money off me making money. That's where the business happens. Better pitch at a later time when I have a thought process working. Now to stare blankly at the ceiling as I try to sleep before it becomes 90 degrees. Also, maybe I should eat something. You too should eat something at some point. But what's going on? What's going on? Friday, so technically tomorrow. Friday is the Game Awards, or not the Game Awards, Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest is happening. Unky Jeff's going to show us a bunch of video game trailers. Maybe Pecora will introduce Death Strandings too, like she should have last year. Either way, I will be streaming Friday at 4 p.m. EST. Because the Summer Games Fest starts at 5, an hour after. So if you're around on the West Coast at 2 p.m. EST, I'll look at you confused and then say, watch it. Other than that, expect another movie night soon, because we gotta watch more musicals. Yeah, I have more musicals to burn through. And then beyond all that, I have like 4 demos I want to play. One including a video game where you're trapped in a room and the only way to get out is to gamble. So I think that one's going to be really fun. So stuff ahead. Maybe I'll do the gamble stream tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I'll do gamble stream tomorrow. Anywho, if you want to catch more of me, the easiest way to get updated is follow the channel, damn it. But otherwise, you can join the Discord, and through that, you can get multiple pings by me and terrible imaging. Terrible images, video links. Maybe at some point I'll start using the random voice messages, so I can just start screaming into the microphone while I'm still in bed. Other than that, if you missed any VODs or anything, I got a YouTube channel. All the VODs and some shorts are there. Clip me and then throw it up, and then lo and behold, you will be on that channel. And then I have socials. The last one, don't pay too much attention to it, or if you're on mobile, click it and then follow it. Because desktop views don't count. TikTok is 1000% a mobile app, and everything else around it, yeah, you can look at it, but it won't do anything. Oh yeah. No one still put thigh highs as a suggestion the entire time I've had this up. Part of me is kind of happy about this. Alright. Who the fuck is on currently that I can dump you all off at? Now that I've went through my spiel. Thank God it still auto-directs to my old name, because then it just brings up, hey, we can't find this account. And then I can breeze through any lists I want without anything auto-playing. Damn, this really is the best way to do it. I rated you in the past week. Ugh. Sorry, I'm the EP. I'm the Eeper. Ooh. I will avoid all Elden Ring streams, all Night Rain streams, and all Deltarune streams. That has cut down my list of people to raid greatly, so I'm sending you to meet. Funny Cave Lady is watching old video game stuff. Does anyone have a raid message? Actually, we'll just use the classic. Yeah, Funny Cave Lady watching Xbox 720 new next-gen game console launch. Silly videos from time long past. God, I should do a deep dive of old bullshit on YouTube soon. But yeah, there's your raid message. Or you can just say hi, smile, and use any smile emote you want. You can use just the classic. You can use my smile. I don't give a shit. Be kind, rewind, get the fuck off my lawn. But thank you again for hanging out with me. I appreciate that. I'll see you guys tomorrow, whether it be in the Discord for a movie night or for a random Gamba stream. I'm still coin flipping on that. And then Friday, we all sit down and we watch Unky Jeff show us a bunch of shit that we will be... There's gonna be something cool. The State of Play was really nice today, right? There's gonna be something cool. Maybe we'll get more 4v4 fighting game. More Marvel. More Doctor Doom. Goddamn Doom fucking diving. Doom foot dive. And big missiles. Anywho, I'm gonna go crawl in bed. And Jorky my splorky. I will see you tomorrow. Go get a meal and get some water. We on the northern hemisphere are now experiencing summer, so you should hydrate often. Go the fuck to bed if you can. But most importantly, get the fuck out of my face. Leave. Goodbye. Beat you over the head with a lamp, and then slice your throat, and say, well, I had to do it because he was bleeding all over the place. He looked bad. He's gonna get... I shot him in the face and then slit his throat and then followed him outside and then slit his throat again because I was worried he was gonna get me. Okay, I'm dying now. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Fuck off and die. Goodbye. Oh, and the goodnight kiss for whoever wants it.
You're